Hello and welcome to the final round coverage of the 150th edition of the Open, the home of golf St Andrews. It's a little bit cooler this morning and had some rain for the last few hours or so. We're hearing it hasn't affected the firmness of the golf course, but it is meant to sunny up, if you will, and get finer as the day progresses. Course is a little longer too, around about 150 yards longer than yesterday. Haven't we been privy, though, to some remarkable golf befitting of the occasion? Yesterday was special. And like Victor Hovland and Rory McIlroy said, it is a round that they're going to remember for some time to come. And they lead the way by 4, the pair. This was a moment of Victor Hovland's yesterday at the 4th. Tony Johnston's in here with me. And this was something else.
I mean, it was just the start, wasn't it? And just rolls it in dead centre. The start of some just incredible golf, Ellie.
A round of 66 for Hovland yesterday, matched by that man, Rory McIlroy. And this, Kurt Byram, one of the moments of the week, no question about it.
It had to be perfect. Sitting up on top of that knob with the slope in front. That was such a tough shot. Scheffler standing over on 11T, loved it.
Oh, it just gave you chills. This whole place erupted.
Kurt, this was borderline illegal, wasn't it?
It's incredible how good that bunker shot is. That whole browned out area is a steep slope. You had to fly it into that, drive it into the hill, and then have it roll in. It was absolutely perfect. And then with the amphitheater, with the stands just surrounding that whole area. Amazing. On that part of the golf course, it was phenomenal. It
was a stunning eagle two at the 10th for Rory McIlroy. He dropped one on the way home at 17, but so many people did that, as they've been known to do in years gone by. And that is the state of play as we start the day here in this very special final round. It's great to have your company wherever you're joining us from around the world. It should be a good one, and it's set up so on the leaderboard. Scheffler's there, the world number 1 at 11 under par. Dustin Johnson as well. Shane Lowry chipped in twice in a row, if you can believe it. And he does have one of the most special short games in the world. There he is at 7 under par. An eagle 2 at 9, an eagle 2 at 10 for him as well. There's Will Zalatoris at 5 under par. A man who's contended in almost every major he's turned up to in the last 2 years. Sahith Theegala, he's winning hearts around the world, isn't he? He's at 5 under par. And there's Robert McIntyre, who is the best placed Scot going into this final round. 2 of them made the cut. David Law is out there as well. He's off in just a couple of minutes' time, in fact. Tony Finau, the American there at 2 under par, alongside the likes of Justin Thomas, who made his pro debut here at the Open in the Alfred Dunhill Links back in 2013. So this is a place that holds a special spot in his heart, as it does for so many golfers that make the pilgrimage back here, whether you're professional or amateur or just getting started. Wasn't the day Hideki Matsuyama wanted yesterday. It was a round of 76 for the Japanese superstar, but let's get down to the first tee. And this was out just a little bit earlier.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to St Andrews, the home of golf, for the 4th day's play of the 150th Open. This is game number 1. On the tee from England, Sam Bairstow.
There's Scott Harold over on the left as well, playing as his marker. He's a 1-ball out there today, the amateur Sam Bairstow. 4 amateurs made the cut. Bit of a move in the wrong direction, I'm afraid, yesterday for Sam. Round of 79 for the lefty, the runner-up in the amateur a couple of weeks ago. But still such a thrill to be here. Down the fairway, so he got things started around about 15 minutes ago now.
On the tee from St Andrews Links, playing as marker.
And there's Hideki Matsuyama. He's off in around about 5 minutes or so.
An unusual place for him to be on a major leaderboard way down the bottom. We all know how good he is. We all know what a great competitor he is. But you know what? Sometimes you just have a week like that.
Incredible the amount of people that always venture to the Open, Kurt, to watch Matsuyama. He is massive in Japan.
He's massive in the United States, too. Let me tell you, he has quite the entourage. And, of course, the Japanese fans come out in droves to watch him. So we watch Bairstow for his birdie at 1. Heard good things about this guy right here. Promising future. You have the pros talking about amateurs and how good they are. You know they've got some game.
He's challenged in the amateur a couple of years in a row. Now you think if he stays amateur, it'll be just a matter of time. There's David Law.
What a wonderful experience for David. Home ground, St Andrews, and he has had massive support this week, as you would expect.
Wyndham Clark's second shot. That front hole location with the burn right there. It's back in front again today, Tony. It's a tough one.
I tell you what. Oh, what a fabulous shot.
He's a really talented guy. He lives in Scottsdale. I see him all the time at home where I live. I also live in Scottsdale. He's a really big-time talent. Hits it miles.
It's not a flag, Kurt, that you'd want to hit it a millimeter heavy, is it?
You'll see a few guys back there, don't you think?
That was the anti-heavy.
I was going to think exactly. Right on time.
3 pins on just over the burn this week. We've seen a lot of putting back towards it.
But again, I think this morning, Tony, you know, you look at the flags up on top of the grandstands up there. I mean, they're limp. They're laying flat. So it's an opportunity for somebody just like yesterday to go out early and maybe Tommy Fleetwood style and shoot a really low round.
Huge opportunity. And, you know, there's the right man to do it. You know, Hideki, you know, he hit a putt on the putting green there. He looked like he just missed one to win the tournament. He tries his heart out on every shot. But, yeah, what an opportunity. And you know what, sitting here, we want some wind, don't we? This St Andrews, the old course, the old lady, is pretty defenseless with no wind. We want the wind to get up to make it interesting.
This is what we have ahead of us in the next little while. Good to see Jamie Rutherford back just playing golf. He had surgery on his spine about 5-6 years ago. So great to have him here. That's the next group out to play. David Law as the company of Hideki Matsuyama. Good group to watch that one in Sam Burns and Sung Jae Im. There's some talent there. They start the day at 2 over par. This will be a nice pairing as well. Adrianaus, the recent winner on the DP World Tour. Something Garrick Higo did in his rookie season. And Patrick Reed and Laurie Cantor. Tee off at 8:10 local time, just coming up to 7:40 here in St Andrews.
Max on the bag there. Caddied for me for a season on tour. He's looking more nervous than David Law.
Wasn't it a moment, was it 2 weeks ago now at the Horizon Irish Open, when he made about a 10-footer for par, I think it was, on that final hole to get this qualifying spot. It came down to the 18th for David Law. Great to see him here.
This is game number 3. On the tee from Japan, Hideki Matsuyama.
He did give it a run in one major this year, that final round of a 65 at the US Open. Nearly put a cat amongst the pigeons.
You watch the pause at the top. It's a lot less than it used to be, top of the backswing. Or maybe not. I think he's gone back to the old ways.
On the tee from Scotland, David Law.
Yeah, that putt, Ali, to get in was magnificent, and he knew it was to qualify. I was in communication with him straight after that. He was so happy, it was unbelievable, as you would expect.
Imagine making your major debut as a Scot here at St Andrews.
That is the narrowest 132 yards in the world, that first fairway.
Is it 132 or 129? See, this is like the bunker thing, TJ.
Yeah.
Is it 112 or 110? Depends who you ask.
Grant Moyer, when we had our meeting with the RNA at the beginning of the week, said 132. And Grant doesn't get anything wrong.
That's so true.
So I'm going with Grant.
And he said 110 on the bunkers.
Absolutely.
So.
Kurt, you do reading, and some references say 112, say 110. We'll go with 110.
This is the strength of Wyndham Clark's game. As long as he is, he's a very good putter. And, of course, he misses.
Inevitable.
Yeah.
For the commentator's curse.
Right. How about the undulation in this green? I walked by that green yesterday, and every time I look at it, it's like, oh, my gosh.
Who did this?
Who did this? And then there's a couple that are so dead flat. What a great shot that is. But then there are a number of greens that are so flat, it's unbelievable.
I reckon the second was done by old Tom Morris when he'd had a particularly bad night down at the pub.
They've been busy this week.
This is the strange thing, though, Ali, is that some of the flatter greens, the first is about as flat as you get, they're the most difficult to read.
Aren't they just? And the placement as well. You think about the ninth, the drivable par 4 that's out on the loop that we'll see later as the day progresses, and its subtlety is so unsettling by the time you arrive on that green before the turn. So there's how it looks. 2 Camerons chasing by 4 when they were at the top of the leaderboard yesterday. Adam Scott, he's inside the top 10 as well. They're at -9. Got a nice little present in the media centre of a jar of Vegemite and some Tim Tams yesterday for his birthday. A couple of the Aussie media contingent put that together. It was quite the presentation.
Would you have any preference on which side of the fairway you'd want to hit it today, Kurt, on one, do you think?
I don't think so. I think the way I hit it, Tony, I think I'd just be happy to be inside the 132-yard fairway somewhere.
It was interesting. I was reading through some caddy stories last night, and they said the amount of times that people come out to the first and you can see them shaking because this place means so much to them. They want to hit a good shot down there, let alone the pros playing for an Open.
Yeah, you know what? If you get on that first tee, even as a tour pro, and you're not slightly nervous, then you're in the wrong line of work. You know, it's time to call it a day because it doesn't mean enough anymore.
Up in the air and clear the number on. Yeah, exactly. I'd say up in the air, play like a 106, 107. Pitch is 1-2 past. I think that's a good window.
So down by this second shot of David Law is Karen Stuffles out there with this group today. Morning, Karen.
Good morning. It's rather pleasant, actually. It's not as nice as yesterday in terms of the sun being out, but this is really good scoring conditions because that little dampness in the air makes things just a little bit more receptive.
pretty bouncy right there. That ball landed probably 3 yards short of the hole, so that's a good indication that the little bit of rain that we've had, it didn't take a lot of fire out of the golf course.
Well, if Matsuyama can land this 3 yards short of the hole, that's a very, very spicy shot to start off the day, because it's only 6 yards on. It's a very skinny area to land this. Very intimidating, but much better now there's no wind.
Oh dear.
Just the worst possible start, really, making that mistake. Oh my goodness. That's what it does, though, the first on a calm day, and that tempts you into being greedy.
Yeah, you had a triple on 6, a double on 14 yesterday that really brought that round unstuck.
By the way, Ellie, as you know, my wife's name is Karen, and every time you say Karen, I keep expecting somebody to come on air and say, "Why are you spending so much time watching TV?" I'm forgiven this week.
Yeah, I think we'll let you go. You know, just this one time. It's amazing the amount of coverage that this crew's put together. 600 people. It's been 42 hours on air in the first 3 days. They've all been doing a great job. Out to 2.
Looked like he caught a green spot, which is usually the worst place in the rough. Let's see how he handled it. Actually pretty well. That is a good job getting it out of there. It's going to be far to the right, and that will be a tough putt, having to deal with those moguls in the green. Hole location way over to the left at the second hole today.
Cutting the new holes. That plates to stop when they pull the old hole plug out, to stop any lifting of the ground. They stamp it down and avoid getting any overspray of the paint. I mean, they just have it down to perfection. Yeah.
That's 7, I think, and that's down in a low spot there. That actually might be one they can get to today.
Look at that, how still the Eden estuary is behind it as well, like glass. Oh, did you see where they were on 11? Goodness gracious me. Oh dear, okay, that'll be fun today. All the way in the back right. You couldn't.
Oh, this game, and that man, that's brilliant, because I tell you what, that's one of the scariest chips you could ever have, when you've found the Swilken burn and now you've got to carry it by 6 inches with your chip. Oh, beautifully done. Oh my goodness, only carried by a foot. And I don't care who you are, there's not a person on the planet that doesn't stand over that chip thinking, don't hit it back in the burn. Oh, inch perfect. Nice little start for the spectators too, Kurt.
It is. It'll get him fired up early. You know, one thing I was thinking of when he was hitting that pitch shot with his sand wedge was that in talking to a couple of the equipment manufacturers and some of the players, a lot of the players, in fact, I think, I'm guessing here, but probably half the players put a new sand wedge in the bag this week with a lot less bounce. And some of them just took their regular sand wedge and just took the bounce off of that because they like their sand wedge. But on those kind of lies, it's nice to not have much.
Yeah, it's a great idea. You know, why wouldn't you?
That was good. 259.
Sam Burns and Sanjay M ready to play.
This is game number 4. On the tee from the USA, Sam Burns.
What a player this man is. 3 wins already in the wraparound season inside the world top 10.
And I don't know if he's 25 yet. I would say the future's pretty bright.
6.
And your one prayer on that first tee too, other than not hitting it sideways.
On the TV from South Korea, Sunjae Im.
Your one prayer is not to find a divot at the end of the week. Good. It's just littered with divots, isn't it?
Yeah, it seems like in some of those fairways, that's half the battle, is hoping that it doesn't end up in a sand-filled divot.
Yeah, thank you.
The only hole on the course where water comes into play, unless of course you're Justin Thomas or
Dustin Johnson.
Dustin Johnson, who just about cold topped it yesterday. So Justin Thomas the day before carried the burn by about an inch. Typical DJ's comment, wow, that came out really low.
I like Shane Lowry's of most improved the next day for Justin Thomas when he got it airborne. These guys have a good sense of humour. Back towards it for Law, birdie at 1. It's a lot of money up for grabs for a guy like David Law as well. If he can throw out a low to mid 60s, 66 today, it would mean a lot in the complexion of his year, TJ.
Yeah, a huge number of points for the DP World money list. Oh, Rutherford electing to chip it and take that mound out of play. What an excellent idea, and what a fabulous golf shot. And you're terrified that you're going to take a divot. Imagine take a nice deep gouge out of St. Andrew's greens. Oh.
What would old Tom Morris think?
Not a lot.
No, it's true. They probably did it back then, because they would have had stymies, I think, back in the day, where if your ball was in front of you, you could chip it over it. Could have swore they had coins, but that's more of the modern game. That's how it looks at the moment, and we'll do for some time. Our lead groups, and Victor Hovland and Rory McIlroy, are out just before 3 p.m. today, so they'll be trying to sleep in, as will most of that page too. But what a joy it is to be back at St Andrews for this very special occasion. Good day yesterday for Francesco Molinari. Kurt, that 66, he said on the range after, he goes, that was more like it.
Yeah, it's been a while for Francesco. That whole COVID thing really sort of took the momentum out of his sails. It's taken him a while to get it back together. I know he's been working really hard. I see him at home, working hard on the range, hitting a lot of balls, spending a lot of time trying to get it back together. But once it leaves, it's not always easy to get back.
So much of that was the timing of when he moved to LA as well, and then not being able to get back to his family. It's just how it fell. There's the ball placements down the first. Sunjae Im at an even 100. He'll be the first to go.
Behind the 4. Yeah.
And Karen Stuffles has dropped back to this group, and she'll be out with them today.
And I'm looking forward to this. I mean, both these players are fully capable of going for a low one today, particularly given these conditions out here right now. I mean, 100 yards is a yardage that most players practice all the time. He's got a good lie, just avoided that divot right in front of his ball that you guys were talking about, and should be fine.
Yeah, we'll see an awful lot of second shots being hit to that area today. You can't help yourself. As you get down to the impact zone, all you can think is swilk and burn, swilk and burn.
Yes.
Yeah, Tony, you're not wrong there. I mean, even though you practice this number and you practice these shots so much, you still have to be so precise, because anything less than your perfect strike, you run the risk of coming up short. It's a lower trajectory than Sanjay's.
And I mean, these guys are out of the tournament as well. So the closer we get to those last 3 or 4 groups, I think you're going to see all of them just like that. They don't want to start their day with a bogey or worse.
So for a lot of these players out there, Kurt, today, quite obviously, the goal just has to be go as low as possible.
I think especially given the conditions, they're thinking go as low as possible. But I also think unless you're just a 20-year veteran and you've played 10 or 12 of these Open Championships, I think you soak in the opportunity that you've had to play here at St. Andrews. I really think you just soak it in and look around and say, man, this is a good thing. I'm lucky to be here, really.
Little more backstopping away.
Ooh, David Law has found Cheap's bunker.
Two boys in the stands.
Yeah, got them.
Happy there?
Yeah.
But if there's any danger with this, mate, you just hit it 50 yards. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Okay.
Named after one of the early owners of this land, but look at the size of that lip. You won't be climbing out the front of the bunker.
Yeah.
Strike sounded okay.
It was good caddying in there as well. You could hear the chat saying that, you know, if there's any danger, if you're worried about the lip, don't just hit it 50 yards. It's good advice around this place. There's Max on his bag.
There's that whole location way over to the left. You can see the yellow flag over there to your left side of your screen. Good opportunity here for Matsuyama.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to take too long for Matsuyama to get into his stride, especially after that chip in at the first for a par. I mean, just that'll galvanize you into action.
Putting back towards it, we'll be saying that a lot today at the first. Sanjay M.
No kidding, Alison, and to be honest with you, it still gives you the heebie-jeebies when you're putting back towards it.
Had the read right. So often we see the players putting back in that direction, leave it short.
Because of the burn.
Yeah, there's no hidden slope there, is there, Karen?
No.
No.
It's all mental because it looks so close.
Has that infinity edge feeling to it. Prefer those on the pools, though.
Exactly. In some really lush tropical weather as well. Now, from Swilkenburn to Sandburns.
See what you did there?
I know, it's just too quick this time in the morning. I've had one too many cups of coffee, I think. Getting back down the hill for Sam.
Line on line, also tiny bit shy. Quite a bit of rain last night, so you know, moisture coming out of the ground early on, maybe just a fraction slower than you would expect.
30 seconds.
Zooming back down the first. That's the next group to play. It's going to be Garrick, Higo and Adrianaus.
Do you live near there? Lots of home.
Another highly talented pairing.
This is game number 5. On the tee from South Africa, Garrick Higo.
I was just watching him mark his golf ball there, and he was doing it, writing and marking it with his right hand, but he plays left-handed, which is exactly what Phil Mickelson is. He's right-handed, but he plays left-handed. So I can't. Ambidextrous? I don't know.
Perhaps.
Talented?
Well, you know, you'd think if he is right-handed, You know, you think you'd take to right-handed equipment earlier on, because left-handed equipment is, you know, it's hard to get used to if you're a right-hander.
In your day.
In our day, they look like shovels, left-handed equipment. Very talented young man. Had a lousy day yesterday. Had an eagle and a birdie, but he also threw in 7 bogeys. Not like him at all.
On the tee from Spain, Adrianaus.
This guy gives it a good wallop.
Watching him yesterday, he doesn't hold back, does he? I mean, he gives it a rip almost every time, although he'll probably just punch a little long iron down there to start his day. Once he gets the driver in his hands, though, it's all out.
TJ, you were there for his win in Spain earlier this year.
Yeah, I mean, it was great to see, because, you know, I think talking about how hard he hits it, I think that's played against him. You know, he doesn't seem to have the 3/4 shot yet. He is getting there. He's learning, but you're so right, Kurt. I mean, most shots, it's just a flat-out crash, isn't it?
We watched him those first few holes yesterday, and I mean, from the second hole on, he was just giving it all out.
A one-way system. The traffic was awful, and I was getting home. I was staying 10 kilometres away, and I was getting home before they'd even like.
Third shot for David Law. I hope the traffic cleared up.
Yeah. Well, at least we've got the traffic forecast.
Nice and tidy there. So a chance to save his par.
There are a lot of open microphones out there on the golf course. Good golf swing right there. Sam Burns. Works hard at it. Just total professional, even at his age.
Let's head up to the green, see if Matsuyama can sneak one in for a birdie. Oh my goodness, anti-gravity.
So he's parred that hole every day. Back to the tee, Sanjay M. Wonder how fiery those fairways are going to be as the day progresses. It's not dissimilar in a way to the day that we had on Friday, where it was cooler, wetter in the morning, and then shifted around the afternoon to dry and firm.
Very well done. Anytime you make a par when you visited Cheap's bunker, it's a very good one.
This is the 4th for Sam Bairstow.
Wow. Yeah, what great touch that is. Doesn't look particularly undulating on the TV screen, but a lot going on in that putt. Law with a driver. They all sound very happy.
I love it when that ball lands on the downhill of one of those moguls. It just gets the turbo kick. And no divot.
Back to 1. Adrianaus first to go. Born in Barcelona on the northeastern coast of Spain, but grew up in Girona, where he won around about an hour northwest.
Yeah, look at that. Bit of backspin, bit of suction. We didn't see much of that earlier in the week. That's thanks to the rain overnight.
Sanjay Im at the second.
That was from 130. And you can have a little backstop behind this flag from this angle if you want to use it, but didn't get it there.
Boy, he's going to be in a tough spot. He may have to pitch that as well. Oh, it's going to end up off the green. He'll be dealing with some massive slope in that green.
It was a good point that Karen pointed out yesterday, that brown is often the high ground, the green is the low ground.
Well, Burns here, he's 10 yards closer. So just a control shot in here for him. And this has got to go a little bit too. You can't see where that finished from the fairway, just because of the undulations.
It's good. Pin high, just pushed it a fraction. But there are places on that green that you really don't want to finish.
Look through my notes. He plays tennis right-handed. He throws left-handed, and he plays golf left-handed, but he's naturally right-handed. Go figure.
Good luck figuring that out.
Garrett Kiko.
That's a lot of talent, though, that you can do all of that and switch it up.
Isn't it just? And our front page of our leaderboard is also littered with talent, littered with some of the biggest names in the game. And it's Victor Hovland and Rory McIlroy that lead the way. They've got a four-shot advantage over the rest at St Andrews. Kind of a little bit out of the blue for Siwoo Kim. Hasn't had the best form of late. He's there alongside the world number one, Scotty Scheffler, at 11 under par.
The thing about Siwoo Kim, when he does get it going with his talent, he generally hangs right in there. Sometimes he gets the job done, like he did at the Players Championship a couple of years ago.
Sanjay's got a really, I mean, you said it, Tony. I mean, this is a tough spot here for him. The slope that he has to go up and over is pretty intense, and it's going to have a good bit of movement to the right as well. Judging the speed, always an issue when you've got that steep of a slope to climb.
Well, choose your flag.
Not quite as far onto the 16th green as yesterday's flag was here at 2.
Keep tracking if you're confused, folks. Yellow flags on the way out, front 9. Red flags on the way back, except for 18, which is yellow. Expecting a bit of break. It's very flat there. It's almost too flat. You want to believe there's some movement, but can't see it.
Not long until Patrick Reed and Laurie Cantor start their Sunday campaign.
Probably have something to hide, so. You say I'm batting first?
This is game number 6. On the tee from the USA, Patrick Reed.
One of the best short games in the world, Patrick Reed. And St Andrews doesn't always set up for the longest hitters. I can understand why people thought it might suit him.
No doubt he's playing LIV golf. Got it everywhere.
On the tee from England, Laurie Cantor.
Hasn't had a win under his belt yet on the DP World Tour. Come close a number of times. Be getting better year to year.
Thank you, Jed. Thank you.
That's a very tidy move. Could throw a blanket over those two. It'd be fascinating to go down to the first and just see how many divots there are down there.
Well, you do wonder, Ali, if it'll play a part in the outcome of this tournament, because all the fairways are littered with divots and the balls run into so many low areas.
They do, don't they? Tiger Woods started his very first hole in a divot down there. Ended up missing the cut. It gave us a good wave over the Swilcan Bridge, which we'll remember for a long time to come. Up to 2 with Sam Burns.
Yeah, Tiger, remember that too. I didn't think I'd ever see Tiger crying, overcome with emotion, because he's got, you know, such a calm disposition. It was a wonderful moment. Oh, now for a birdie. It's just like a tabletop in that area. There's just absolutely no break at all, is there?
And that gets in your head just as much as the obviously slopey ones. This for the par for Sanjay M.
He was just off the green, but this would be the 2-putt of the week if he was to make it. Unfortunately not.
So it's a par bogey start for the South Korean.
Back on the tee. Gary Higgart. It's an interesting discussion though, Kurt. You know, I remember years ago there was a theory that if you were right-handed, play left-hand because your dominant hand was your lead hand. And that went backwards and forwards. So maybe it does work.
Maybe. Mickelson had a lot of success that way. By the way, as we watch Hideki, I believe Trevor Immelman is left-handed but plays right-handed.
Yes, he is. He said that in the booth yesterday. That was a beautiful shot. Wonderful shot, actually. I might be wrong as well, but I think Johnny Miller might have been in the same boat. I think Johnny Miller
you're right,
might have
actually.
been naturally left-handed, played right-handed.
How many times have you been to St Andrews, Kurt?
This is my first this
Is it?
year, yeah. It's unbelievable.
It feels like there's got a real sense of homecoming, I think, for any golfer that makes the pilgrimage, if you will, to St Andrews. And it is a beautiful country. That's not a bad view there. There's around about 10,000 kilometres of coastline. You've got the Hebrides, the islands up in the north as well, to explore some of the best beaches you'll ever see up there. It's rugged, it's pretty, and there's so many cultural and heritage sites around, about 20,000 or so. You can actually stumble on them without even trying. There's that many around Scotland. It's a great country to travel around by car. Not bad from overhead either. And that road there travels right up into the heart of St Andrews.
Lucky enough to stay in that hotel right on 18 and the Russacks, and it's been a really good week. What a way to get here to St Andrews for the first time.
If it's good enough for Rory and Jordan Spieth, it's good enough for you, Kurt?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, fair. Gets a little zip back for Laurie Cantor.
Yeah, we were in there last night, the upstairs overlooking 18. The Manning brothers, the legends, football legends from the U.S. were all in there last night.
Nicely holed by David Law. You up that? I think the restaurant's called the 18th, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, and with the putting green on the
Yeah.
on the veranda outside.
Yeah. See if Reed can dial in now. And he's a very good wedge player, so that tells you something about the fear of the burn.
It is amazing though, that final setting of 1 and 18. Sheila Walker, actually, who is the great-great-granddaughter, as I understand it, of old Tom Morris, still lives in the apartment over his old shop right along there.
Wow, really? That is amazing.
They are brilliant views. Gives you a good illustration kind of the way that the course works away. You've got 2, 3 in the middle, 4 all the way out to that back section in the far corner out by the water, the Eden Estuary. That's the loop, which is very scoreable.
And 9 has been drivable. The par 4 9th has been drivable all week. That's 10 green right there.
Yeah, they were getting very close there yesterday too.
Yeah, Rory was just in that bunker there where that man's walking. That's where he made his eagle from, to the left of the 8 TV tower.
The size of some of the greens. So this is one of those double greens right there, 10 and 18. Just monster greens. What, half acre, I think I read. Yeah, some of them. And then you get to 17 and it's the smallest green you've ever seen.
You're wishing for more. Less than 10% hit it yesterday. It's hard to get your mind around for the world's best players. So pars all 3 days for Sanjay M.
Yeah. 71 before the downslope, 74 on the downslope. And it's going left to right, so you can look out left and use the slope effect.
So there you go. Kenny giving all the best information to Sanjay. And you can, as he was saying, use the slope to bring the ball around close to the hole. It's kind of in a favourable position if you can get it to land just in the perfect spots around those slopes.
I think early on, especially for these guys that are over par, anytime you get a short iron, you should go ahead and be attacking. You got nothing to lose.
Yeah, have a crack at it. What are the pins like for the first couple of holes, in your opinion, Karen?
Well, so far they've been not too bad. A little easier than yesterday, I would say. The first, obviously, is harder, being closer to the burn, but for the most part, it's. I think players can jump on it.
I thought yesterday's hole locations were brutal.
Yeah.
I mean, it was unbelievable.
That word came out a couple of times. Sometimes 30 foot is great at St Andrews. That was great there from Sam Burns. Birdie chance for him. No mistaking who that is, TJ?
No, I would say midnight on the darkest night. You wouldn't lose him, would you, in that top? And you could be 500 yards away and you would recognize the swing too. With a distinct pause. Whew. Another tough pin. They've hidden them away.
I was just going to say, I totally agree. Man, if you get to that hole location, not only have you taken on some risk, but you've hit one heck of a shot to get close.
Or you've pulled it terribly.
Yeah. There's a couple of ridges there. It's on the back side of that last ridge, and look at this angle from over here. I mean, you've got to forget about that flagstick almost, unless he's... Check and see what he has left here. He's got 180 yards. I think you'd have to air right and a little long. Acceptable.
Yeah, just like you said, these two, the only players on the course to have made a birdie. David Law's made 2, 1 and 3. Matsuyama matched it at the last, but they'll be happy for a 4 from where they are.
Well, That is a curlew with a very curved bill.
Hard lip out on the left there for Sam Burns. Now, Kurt, you haven't worked with TJ much before coming into the week. Now, he is our resident bird man or naturist, but he could say anything and we believe him. So just be warned.
I could have said that was an elephant.
I might have gotten that, but yeah. I've seen some of your posts. I really enjoy the posts. You take a lot of those photos yourself.
Yeah, most of them.
Yeah, that's
just about all of them. Yeah,
tremendous. I really enjoy it.
Oh,
thank you for doing that.
Oh, it's nice to share the pleasure.
For those of us who've never been to South Africa or Zimbabwe, it's pretty cool.
Yeah, I know. I mean, you know, once you've been to we'll have to get you down there, Kurt. Once you've been into the bushveld and been out there with the wildlife, it gets in your blood. You just want to go back again and again and again. We're trying to get Ellie back down there again.
Fell in love with it last time, even despite sharing a car with you, so that was good.
That was just a gentle hint, by the way, to our producers to get you back down there, Ellie.
I know some of the birds. I grew up, my grandmother had a book on birds, so
Okay.
but I grew out in the middle of the United States in South Dakota, farmland.
Okay.
So we didn't have the seaside birds at all.
Sure.
So I don't know them very well, but some of the inland birds.
Well, and I mean, America is such a vast country. You know, the variety of birds from north to south. You know, it's like moving four different countries away. You know, totally different.
I will say my contribution is that the seagulls aren't usually this big. Little topsy-turvy one. Not so little, I guess, for Matsuyama here.
Just the 71 feet by St. Andrews standards. This is a tap-in. Now we've seen putts this week of 120, 140 feet. That is just a brilliant putt. And you've got so many uphills and downhills and hollows and humps. You know, you're trying to compute it all in your mind, and it's just sometimes it's just about impossible.
It's a powerful swing right here. Should be full bore on this one. Yep. Carry those mounds down that left side, maybe peel a cut out there, try to get it to the right side if you can, which is exactly what he did. He's going to be around for a long time. He is big time talent and a great golf swing.
It really turns into that straight left leg.
Back to one. Laurie Cantor for his birdie. It was on line. Another man, Kurt, he's 6 feet 3 inches. I mean, I would guess you're about 6'2".
Yeah. That's correct.
In our day, 6'2" was, I mean, that was a healthy height. I mean, you walk down the range now, and these guys are 6'3" to 6'10".
So true.
Here you go for birdie. Tony won't be seen near Adrian Moronk.
No, I don't want to be. I mean, you know, in our heyday, I felt pretty small when I walked down the range. I always felt like I was walking down a canal at the back of the range. But these guys, I mean, it's frightening how big they are.
This is game number 7. On the tee from the USA, Cameron Tringali.
Very nearly got it done last week at the Renaissance Club. Stunning opening round of 61. He was light years out ahead of the rest. Ended up in a share of 6th place.
I think this week is his 334th event on the PGA Tour. I'm saying this is part of the PGA Tour, it would be considered an official win without a win for Tringale. So he's been close a bunch.
On the tee from Chile, Joaquin Neiman.
I think Tringale might have got too far down there, you know. You don't want one of those fiddly little half shots over the burn. I think I'd rather be going in with a full gap wedge or a full sandwich, Kurt.
You're going to make all the data experts upset, Tony, by saying you're too close to the green. You realize that, right?
Yeah, I
like
do.
they say the closer to the green you get, the better off you're going to be.
They've never stood in that fairway.
Have you
trembling at the burn?
How many tournaments did you play professionally?
I was 494 in Europe, and then another couple of hundred in South Africa.
What would you know?
You know what? You're starting to sound exactly like my wife.
Yeah, she's right. She's right a lot of the time.
Most of the time.
Up and over for David Law.
Yeah, take that all day long from there.
This for par. To keep the par run going for Sam Bairstow. Would love it. Gets it. Well done.
I don't think I've ever seen a man look so excited.
There we go. One look at family and friends, that always gets you, doesn't it? It's one of the special things about playing close to home. He's from down south in England, Sam. But it is a very international leaderboard here at the Open, as it so often is. On that page alone, Ireland, Belgium, USA, England, Italy. There's South Africa too. They'll have their say out there today in the final round at St Andrews. Here's the ball placements of Burns and Im. I'll leave it to you, Karen, to say who's going first.
Well, Im is
finish short of the pin.
club in hand, ready to go. It's from 154, and this is the virtual people's dream right here, because the balls are so close together. You don't have to do a lot of walking to get the yardages, so everything is good in everybody's world right now. Also will give Sam Burns a good idea on how the ball will react once it hits the green. You don't really want to pull it here to go long, because there's a couple of sneaky bunkers back there.
Well, his caddy's final words were, leave it short of the pin. He might regret having said that now. Whew.
Well, Sam Burns down those. The rain is a little bit heavier at the moment. It's not terrible. It's enough to be a little bit of a nuisance and make my yardage book a bit wet.
The fear here is the bunkers over the back. Stay there. Ginger beer. In days of yore, David Anderson had a ginger beer stand there when they used to play 11 holes out and 11 holes in, and the name has remained.
I heard that it's actually the first ever reported halfway house.
Good point,
I
it
think
probably is.
Yeah.
Matsuyama trying to peel one out there at the par 5 fifth, and it looks like that's going to be right at that target that was up there, so he should be in great shape, able to knock it on here in 2. Very little wind right now. They're saying 6-7 miles an hour. I just checked the weather. It's the light showers in the area should be gone by 1 o'clock, 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock, something like that, and then the wind's going to be 12 to 15 later.
Which is good news. We need a little bit of wind out there to add a little bit of flavor and spice.
Tringale's made a nice living on the PGA Tour, a lot of money, and you know, but in his eyes, it's not going to be complete unless he at least gets to that one win.
Yeah, I agree. You just want to get that one under the belt, don't you? There's still time. Neiman. Oh my goodness. You know, it's a mix in the eyes when these guys hit over the burn of, yeah, oh, yeah, there you go. You know, it's joy because you know you've hit it perfectly, but out and out fear because you have no idea if it's going to be dry or not.
Sanjay in the bunker, and there's a lot of sand on his ball. I mean, the sand is wet. There's a little wetness in the air too, so it's collected all that sand. It's a little more difficult to focus on the ball when there's a lot of sand on it, but I always used to find it used to kind of want to grip the club face just a smidge more because of it.
He was lucky there that it had ricocheted off the side of the revetted face and into the middle of that bunker. He handled that pretty easily.
I know one thing for sure, Kurt. If Karen and I stood in that bunker, we would be about 2 feet away from seeing over the lip.
Let's drop back to the second hole with Laurie Cantor, his birdie chance.
I think it's a belief thing with Laurie. He's had chances to win tournaments and just not managed to get over the line. I think once he gets the job done, he'll win plenty.
Burns had plenty of opportunities already today. He's left everything short, but now finally found his speed.
I'm going to say he's had everything on line. It was just a matter of getting the ball to the hole, and he finally did.
Yeah, Tony, being short in pot bunkers isn't a good thing.
We're not short, Karen. We are vertically challenged.
It really alters our BMI as well, which is a bad thing.
Don't get Tony started on that.
Tony and I have a very similar mindset to a lot of things, and I think height and weight is a good starting point. Back up the hill here for Im. After a bogey already today, I think he really wants to kind of settle things down here and make a good save. There you go.
That's superb. Really, you've got to stand in that bucket just to feel how scary it is. Great work. And Alison, it's not really Karen and my fault that, you know, people invented cake, biscuits, chocolate, ice cream. I mean, what can you do?
I've seen you near the cake stand this week in catering. Oh, in it goes for Cameron Tringale. It's an early walk. They're in at the end. So he's into the red. We have been spoilt this week.
Oh, it's been wonderful. Matsuyama at the par 5, 5th.
Put the flag 85 yards from the front edge of the green. How often have you seen that? Oh my goodness, look at that kick. That's the flagstick he was trying to get to.
85 yards on and there's still 15 yards behind it. It's unbelievable.
Winner of the LAAC Latin America Amateur Championship. He's going to be a good player, this guy. Aaron Jarvis, really tidy golf game. Starts his day only 4 off the pace in the race for the silver medal, Kurt.
Yeah, the fact that 4 amateurs made the cut is phenomenal, I think. And you're right, he's got a good looking golf swing. They don't look intimidated by the moment, do they? They just have handled it so well.
On the tee, from England, Jordan Smith.
He's having a brilliant year on the DP World Tour. It's just been the putter that's worked against him this week. 35, 35, 33. You often see the numbers a little higher naturally at St Andrews anyway, because of how big the greens are.
He's got to figure out how he's going to install the car battery charger in his house now, right? After last week. He winning the electric car at the Genesis Scottish Open.
That was a lovely touch by them as well, having a car for he and his caddy Sam Matt and their best mates. He was part of Jordan Smith's wedding. They've just started working together this year. There he is on the left.
Jochen Niemann to open with a birdie. Sort of started that right edge, maybe just outside, expecting the right to left. There's nothing there.
Yep.
Wow. He unloaded on that one. And there, that's what you want. Catch a little downslope on the first bounce, but not the side slope on the second bounce. Should be able to get that home in two. Oh, a little bit of rain out there.
Bairstow was he was in a gorse bush. We hear off the tee, so this is for par at 6. No way.
Really? Because some of his buddies out there are like, love the par streak, but how about we get a good look for birdie somewhere?
Well, there's no question about it. The kid can putt.
Here's a guy who actually added quite a bit of length a couple years ago through his workouts in the gym and really working with the TPI guys out in Southern California to figure out how to create more club head speed, which he did, and he's gained a good 10 or 12 yards in driving average just from, say, 3 years ago now.
M. Big wide fairway. Just want to avoid the bunkers down the right. There won't be any problem with that tee shot. And get a lie, which it does.
One of the greenest we've seen as well. Sitting up nicely there.
Some putt here for David Law. For an eagle, though.
Good second shot, but he still has 100 feet.
Great touch. We'll find him eventually as we pan out with the camera.
Zoom out, zoom out. Nice mutual respect there from Matsuyama as well. Saw a lot of that with Rory McIlroy and Victor Hovland. Scotty Scheffler as well, who was in the group in front of them yesterday. Back to one, Jordan Smith. A little over 120 yards left.
Yeah, I like this play. It's not a shot that you want to be trying to take off 10 or 15 or 20 yards of a wedge. You want to be going with a nice full one in there. And get a bit of spin and opening hole. No, thank you. 3/4 wedge over the burn. No, 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 no.
Got it.
What an experience for the amateurs who played this week. They will never, ever forget it.
And so many of these people are at the trailblazers of their country as well. You know, the Cayman Islands, there's a little over 70,000 people there. There's only 2 golf courses, so he had to kind of grow up in golf in America.
This would be a good, really good 2-putt. Remember, he was way left on his second shot, so that's a good birdie there for Matsuyama. Well, we wondered if Sam Barstow would ever have a birdie putt. He finally got one here at 7. Do it. Oh, you're right, he can roll it.
He did a really good job. I think he was 7 down through 18 holes at the Amateur Championship and worked his way back into it. He's got some guts too. Dug deep against Aldrich Podhaiga, as you say. I hope I did it right there.
No, that was an absolutely miserable effort, Ali. You normally get it very, very close, but I can see why you got it wrong.
Pot hitter.
Good
right,
one.
There we go.
Pot hitter. And then I've just got to wipe off my mic.
Help us out of this, Karen, would you?
I don't know. You're expecting me to talk right now, and all I'm doing is rolling around laughing.
Can you see the flag?
Yeah. Yes.
They're both
20 yards right of the 6.
in a very similar spot, yardage-wise. You may have Burns a bit closer, but because of where the balls are situated, I think Burns is probably going to go first.
20 yards right of the 6. 20 yards right.
Yeah, you are.
That pin is
Or
kind
maybe
of on
not.
the right side back there. Okay.
You know, on one hand, it's great that they're so close together again, but on the other hand, it makes it difficult in who's going away, as both were very ready and very prepared to play.
This is a good look from behind. They were trying to locate the flagstick. They couldn't, for some reason, they couldn't figure out where it was. Somebody told them 20 yards right of the 6 up there, so hopefully they have it now.
Well, being the yellow flag, it kind of blends in with the colour of the grass and in the background too. Some of these flags are quite difficult to see, but this one going a little bit left. Oh, just cleared everything.
240.
Kurt, this is a much more user-friendly hole location for these players.
Ooh, that one front left yesterday was a brute. It was so tough. Let's see what Sam can do.
This was not his best strike.
Tumbler. Oh man, where is this going to end up?
Be over the green.
That's a poquita.
There's no bunker down there, is there? It's
I
just
think
rough?
that's that little hollow short of 13, I believe, right?
Exactly. Yeah, no bunker there, Ali. You're right. Thanks for reminding me to push the button there, Ali. Get my mic working again. That was just payback, wasn't it? That was instant payback for winding you up. Nice putt there.
It's amazing how many logos the amateurs have on.
Yeah, the name, image, likeness laws have changed.
Apparently.
The bucket hat is back for Barclay Brown.
This is game number 9. On the tee, from England, Barclay Brown.
Making his debut here this week. It'll mean a lot for him to play out with Danny Willett today.
I also think because of the experience he's having here this week, I think this will have a lot to do with, I expect him to really have a great senior year at Stanford. I think this is going to be a huge confidence builder.
And then on the TV,
On the tee,
yeah.
from England, Danny Willett.
The former Masters champion. They're from the same area as well, both Sheffield kind of area boys down in England. So is Matt Fitzpatrick.
It'll be interesting to see how far Danny Willett gets it down. Now, he's got a lot of experience at the old course. Dunhill links. The guys play here every year, so they know exactly how to approach this.
Great, look, he can barely contain himself down there, can he? Oh.
Fantastic. 4 amateurs made the cut, which I think is a great performance. Filippo Celli from Italy is leading at the moment at 4 under in the amateur battle.
Not overly convincing there for Jordan Smith. It's for 2 in a row to start the day for Cameron Tringali.
Typically a very good putter. Gonna miss there, but that's usually, you know, keeping the ball in play, making some putts. That's kind of the strength of his game. He's not necessarily a long hitter yet. He started out pretty average to short before he added some length.
Burns just playing there from that little rough field trench that normally comes into play more on the 13th hole. Decent little chip shot from that, but got a lot of work to do for a birdie.
The joys of life.
I think living in St Andrews, you'd almost want to get a dog, wouldn't you? Down along, is that West Sands or East Sands over there? There's a couple of them. I think that one's west. Out to Sanjay M for eagle.
I think if you took your dog on a walk from where Sanjay Im's ball is to the flag, the dog could be quite tired by the end of it because it's a long way from that hole. A few little undulations along the way, but compared to some of these putts, it's pretty flat. Whoa, what an effort.
Yeah, that's a long hike to get to the hole from there. Well, Danny looking up into the skies for the wind, and if you look at the flags, he understands there's almost nothing there. There might be just a little something at ground level.
Yeah. Yeah, happy with that though. Yeah. What do we need out of it? We need 24. I don't know. Feels like it's helping a bit. How about ball back straight?
Terrific. That's the only way you get it close, is to just carry the burn. You've got to risk it if you want to get very close.
See what the AM can do here. Try to get off to a good start. I like that right there. Comfortable, still has a chance to make it. He looks pretty relaxed, smiling the whole time, and he should be.
Yeah, he would have probably drawn. Was it Michael Torbjornsson who featured heavily 2-3 weeks ago? He's at Stanford as well, isn't he?
He is.
Some team.
Yeah, they do a great job out there, and they've always got a strong team. Won the NCAA title just a couple years ago.
Compliments from playing partners and caddies, so we know where that's going to be. Perfect.
He won at Teeth of the Dog at Casa de Campo down in the Dominican Republic. That's some course too.
The name makes me scared.
All right, second birdie putt in a row for this guy. Online again. Is it going to get there? What? Are you kidding me? And cracked a smile.
Not bad from 75 feet.
Tony, Sam Burns won last fall at the Sanderson Farms tournament. Believe it or not, he hit it so well from tee to green, he finished only a couple spots from dead last in putting for the week and won. That's hard to do.
Man, that is hard to do, isn't it? You know, because putting always sort of differentiates between the guys that do well and the guys that win. That's incredible. Matsuyama at 6. Just in the first cut of rough. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Not an easy thing to do, to work out your landing area and then play it that well.
Those two making an early move. David Law already 3 under. Chance to get there as well for Matsuyama. Back to 5 with Sanjay M.
Disappointing to the first. Brown online. Oh. Well, I think we're going to see a lot of that today. There is something optically about that when you look back at the burn. It just makes you want to not hit the putt.
I wonder if how much of that is the slope coming, because it is slightly downhill off the tee as well, so you kind of look like you're looking back into a bit of a hill.
Sam came out swinging today. He is not holding back with that driver. Look out. Hello. Yeah, I have it, and it almost hit him in the head. He has it.
So many blind tee shots here up and over as well. I'm not sure they would have even known he was standing there then.
David Law. Going to come a little from the right. Yeah, I think the screens generally are a little slower than the players are expecting. He's had a perfect read, Danny Willett. And utilized it. Well done. Just have the feeling when you birdie that first hole and you're well down the field of, right, let's go.
They are up and running. The second tee just kind of nestled over to the right of screen. That's the case actually for all the way through the 6th hole. You kind of go forward and then back right to the tee all the way out.
Didn't used to be like that, you know, Ali, and, you know, 20, 30 years ago, you used to walk off the tees and almost walk off the greens, I beg your pardon, and walk almost sideways to the tees. But obviously with the, you know, the improvements in equipment, well, you could say improvements. I don't really think they are, but, you know, you now got to put all the tees 40, 50, 60 yards further back to maintain the integrity of the course.
For another birdie. Matsuyama. Nothing but net. That's his 3rd of the day. So after the 76 yesterday, he's found his groove.
He had us all fooled, you know. I did 3 President Cups as a vice captain to Nick Price. And I think I heard Hideki say maybe 1 word in English, and that was morning. And then his speech at the Masters this year, I sat there and thought, what? I mean, he just reeled off this wonderful English. You sneaky devil.
So about 35 minutes to go before Justin Thomas tees off.
His ever-present father there, his swing instructor, helping him get ready.
He's out with Marcus Armitage at 9:30 local time. We'll go out to 2 with Danny Willett.
Yeah, spot on. Will it stay in the little green trough? Yep. Wood. Man with a plan.
This is one of those holes we're talking about where a lot of divots, a lot of the golf balls are ending up in the same spot, right in that sort of that low area right there. So you really hope when you get there that it dodged them.
Second green. No birdie for Jarvis, but a great effort nonetheless.
Check out how many logos he has. I mean, if you're a pro, you're getting paid for every logo. This guy's still an amateur. I mean, he's got a logo everywhere. Have the rules changed that much, Tony, where you can get paid?
Yeah, they have changed, but, you know, I think they're probably lining him up for when he turns pro as well. You know, we've hooked you. We've got you early on.
He's in college at University of Nevada, Las Vegas, so they are happy to have him there.
It's going to be 10, 12 short of front. No, you're right. Yep. Yeah, still good. Yep.
You know what I mean?
Needs to get 70 out of it to get.
Have some more speed.
Okay, I'm fine with that. Yep.
Should I play at it to try to?
Yes, and play it at it.
Okay.
A couple of things in play here. The lie, I mean, the ball is sitting down, but you've got that tall, wispy grass around it. It's pretty wet and thick. He created a good bit of angle on that, though. Got that out cleanly. That's pretty impressive from that lie.
You wouldn't want to play that one again. That's a beauty.
No. Well, him, I mean, he's obviously got the perfect lie in the middle of the fairway. Shorter distance. A lot less to worry about. Can you get it as close as Burns did?
Yeah, few will be able to match Burns today, especially from where he was. So many players talking about how you just want to... And you think about even Rory McIlroy, you know, trying to be disciplined, hit to the middle, move to the pins, err on the side of the pin.
Yeah, that's going to work right there. He and Danny Willett are both in great shape off the tee at the second hole.
You gave him a little bit of a wriggle on, didn't you, Kurt? This is Bairstow at 9 for eagle this time.
Oh, what a great drive that is. Hole high, too. Ah, every putt he hits either goes in or looks like it's going to go in.
So that one coming back for 2 birdies in a row. It's another one of the lovely stories in the mix. And Robert Dinwiddie, round of 71 for him yesterday. Oh, that's a shame. And there's company down in the Swilkenburn. So this is really the only event on his schedule this year. trying to qualify for this. He's been working in construction, amongst other jobs like we've been saying, but that's a tough start for anyone.
Sebastian Munoz, second shot. He typically a pretty high spin player, so let's see what he can do. Yeah, like a lot of the players before him, just going to err on the long side.
It's a little change up coming your way in the commentary box. Kurt Barham staying, Dale Hayes is in, I'm going, and will be replaced by Jay Townsend in a couple of moments' time.
At the par 4 6th, in from around 45 feet.
Yeah, a little bit back uphill for Sanjay. Really hasn't been able to get much going today.
Yeah, we've been talking about Sam Baristow's putting on the front nine. 145 feet of putts made already through 9 holes. That's a really good one day for 18 holes.
Well, Burns, I mean, after that tremendous shot from the rough, leaving himself a great opportunity to get the 3 under par for his round today and get him into red digits total overall. And I think when you're playing, you know, this early in the day on the final round, you know you're out of the championship, but you're playing to work yourself up that leaderboard and have a good round. Make some good memories of the old course. And another one. He's had so many opportunities today.
Hideki Matsuyama. Get a good look here at it. Oh, that's a beauty. He's become such a wonderful player, so steady since he won at Augusta.
Sungjae just hasn't been able to get going today. 1 over on his round.
Oh, ever so close to running into the bunker. He's right on the edge, Tringali. Beautiful.
Good. All eyes will be on the top 2 this afternoon. Hovland and McIlroy. What type of story will they spin today in the final round of the 150th Open at St. Andrews? A little bit of a dreary morning. Some drizzle, cool clouds. Hopefully it'll brighten up later on in the day. Unlike yesterday, no one's really making a lot of headway today. There were some really good rounds early on yesterday morning. Surprisingly, not the case so far today, but David Law at the 7th long-range putt.
Yeah, tough up and over that huge ridge between him and the hole. He's actually going pretty well here. He's 3 under on his round, so a 2 putt here would be solid. He's going to have to work hard to do that.
We got that stat, Kurt, a little earlier, 145 feet worth of putts hold. Did you ever count what your record might be?
Never. I was a terrible putter, Dale.
Oh.
My average is about 30 feet a day. All in, total.
Used to walk around the back and tap him in.
Exactly. seen this putt all morning here, and a lot of players have left it just a little short. They feel the downhill, especially in the first half of that putt, but as it gets closer to the hole, it starts flattening out, and we've seen that all morning.
It is amazing how the players all look at the same thing. We have the ability to see putt after putt on the same green, same line, and how they all make the same mistake. Maybe they all miss a similar putt on the right or the left. So JM, another fairway.
Unfortunately, this for Dinwiddie is for a 1 over par 5. Nicely holed, beautiful putt. Not the start that he wanted.
Barkley Brown. And we were talking earlier about what a great experience it is for all of these amateurs. He's a rising senior at Stanford. 4 of the 6 amateurs in the field made the cut, which is, I think, phenomenal.
It's incredible. It really is. It really is brilliant. And only one of them was over par.
Matsuyama trying to make his 4th birdie of the day. That one just slides past the hole.
He had a nice up and down on one. He put it in the burn on his 2nd shot and then got it up and down. Actually, got it up and down. He holed it. What am I talking about? He dropped short of the burn and just pitched it right in the hole.
You know, we were trying to think of the year, but one year a guy hit his ball on the back of the first green, putted it into the burn, had to go and drop on the other side and chipped it in. That's pretty strong.
It's a guy I think a lot of people thought should have a chance this week, just based on links golf and this golf course in particular, where shaping the ball seems like it should really matter. He is one of the best at shaping the ball. As we look at his bio, he can go both ways with draws, little cuts. He's willing to hit the shot that's required at any time. He is, you know, he's fearless. So I think probably a little disappointed that he doesn't have a better chance to win today.
Didn't play well last week, the Genesis Scottish Open, 77, 2nd round, 10 over par. How much do you think that maybe hurt his confidence coming in this week?
Yeah, for him, I wouldn't think a lot, but you never know. Golf's weird, so as good as he is, you just don't know for sure.
Hole way in the back of the green here for the 3rd day out of 4.
Good tee shot for Hideki. The par 3, first par 3 on the golf course. Just 2 par 3s and 2 par 5s on the old course. It's actually quite interesting how that hasn't flowed into many other courses around the world. This kind of been, I know it wasn't the first one, but one of the first golf courses. You'd think there'd be more golf courses that would have those sort of numbers.
It's such a cool golf course, no doubt about that. Burns and M are in the fairway. Not much green to work with on a direct line, Karen.
No, there's not, but the angle.
It's a perfect 60, kind of splitting those two.
Yep, I would agree with that. Okay.
The angle that has.
So we got 100. Yeah,
It's a full one, isn't it?
it is. Okay. Trying to fly it right around 95 to 98. Yep, perfect.
The angle that Burns has created kind of opens things up a little bit. The more left on this hole you go, the more up the green that you play, the less the bunkers and undulations you have to deal with.
Well, you won't get much better than that. Brilliant by Sam Burns.
Yeah, they're saying the wind's supposed to pick up, Dale, but right now there's virtually none. If it stays this way, I think once the showers kind of get out of here, it's supposed to pick up. But we need a little wind, or these guys are going to take this place apart.
Absolutely. It would be nice to get up to sort of 15 miles an hour. That's what we want.
I agree with that. So look at him here. A bit of a tougher angle here as he's more down the centre of this hole. There's more of the undulations to deal with.
Just decided to play a slightly different shot than Burns, who went out yesterday, 3 under par 33, had a horrendous back nine. 44 on the incoming 9 for Burns. The estuary is empty at the moment. It's low tide. Maybe the wind will change when the estuary fills and the tide changes. Another look at Burns' shot. This will lead to a sure birdie.
Nothing better than when you see your ball spinning back towards the hole. Nothing worse than when you see it pitch short and it's spinning back to the front of the green.
Katuragawa, second to the first. Will he take on the burn? Oh, he did. And justly rewarded with a good birdie opportunity.
Well, from very long range, this has got to be over 100 feet. At the 9th, it's one of the flattest greens on the golf course. And that looks excellent. Wow, what control.
Seven in the foreground, 11 in the top of your picture. One of the 7 double greens here at St. Andrews, and looks like it's ready to go.
Yes, Sanjay will go. Sam Burns has already tapped in. I mean, Sam Burns' shot was, what, a foot and a half away, so he decided to not wait and go ahead and finish off, and I'm all for that for pace play. Him's put a little bit back up towards it, and there is just a little hint of a breeze right now because the raindrops are falling not straight down but on a little bit of a diagonal. So hopefully you'll get that 15 miles per hour. Now it was up and out quickly.
Van Meel for birdie at the first.
See if he can get it all the way down there to the hole. He's a little even further back. Not even close.
There's that little bit of downhill past the hole that might be scaring about putting it into the burn. Matsuyama at the 8th.
I wonder if there's ever been a major where we've seen so many putts finish short of the hole.
And all the players were talking about during practice rounds were how hard they were working on their speed. You know, they spent about half the time on their speed as we watch Smith. That's for birdie.
He's such a great ball striker. It's only his putting that holds him back.
A great hole location here at the 4th today in the back left. This is Tringali for his birdie. I was saying earlier before you guys got in, I believe this is his 334th event. He's yet to win on the PGA Tour. He shot that opening round 61 at the Genesis Scottish Open last week, which tied the course record. He's getting closer. Just got to put it all together.
A little bit of a wait here on 8T, Karen. does it get the feel like there's going to be a little wind, or is it just going to stay like this for the next hour or two?
It's very strange. I mean, Kurt was talking about, maybe when the rain clears out that the wind will kind of come in, but I almost get the feeling that you need the wind to pick up in order to kind of blow these clouds away and get the rain out of here. It's very pleasant, to be honest with you, playing right now. The little spits of rain are very light, very little breeze to talk about, and if you're not making a score right now, you're never going to make a score out here because it is perfect. Just a hair of softness to the course because of this little drizzle.
The course has been set up really well, nice and firm, just the way the R&A would have wanted it. But it's just a shame we haven't had one really windy day where the players have had to battle the conditions.
Jane, not more than 35 miles per hour, though, because if you get to 35, they don't think they can play this course. So we'll go with 30 miles per hour. Wind would do us nicely, don't you think?
And also, especially since we're sitting in the commentary box. Wouldn't like to have our clubs out there with a 30-mile-an-hour wind.
Good point. I was always a fan of okay playing in the rain, but in the wind it was always so much harder. Give me rain any day over wind.
The wind they dealt with in the practice rounds, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, would be perfect. We haven't seen it.
Would have been fantastic, no doubt about it. Par attempt here for Van Meel. Nicely done after leaving the first one woefully short, but he's in good company there, putting from the back screen with the first. That'll give you some confidence.
It's a hint of a little smile. He knows how important that is to get off to a good start like that with a putter. A little different from when Rory came through here yesterday afternoon with the people in the grandstands. They were packed.
What a great grandstand this is too to watch. I mean, you get to see a whole lot of golf from that one area. Very intimate tee box too for the players.
It really is a lovely golf swing. So slow, precise. Swings it on a beautiful plane. I think I could have hit about 4 shots in the time it takes him to hit one.
Well, his swing is 3 times longer than yours was.
Yes.
Tsuragawa. Can he make a birdie at the opening hole? Just slides by on the left side. Low score on the golf course. Sam Burns, 3 under par through 7 holes, a birdie putt to come at the 8th. No one making any headway on the first 2 pages of the leaderboard here in the final round of the 150th Open at the historic Old Course at St. Andrews. So many good players all around the world here for the Open Championship. Saw some great stuff from David Carey of Ireland. 4 under par through 3 rounds. Robert McIntyre, the Scot, bounced back with a nice round yesterday. Who will be the low Scot? Always a great honor.
Joe, you mentioned McIntyre. He's played 10 majors and made the cut in every one. Now, I wouldn't have thought there are terribly many people that could brag about that sort of record.
Big old Jason Kokrak second. He took on some risk there. Well, he did a lot of winning this past season. He's really become, once he broke through, you knew the talent had been there for years. And once he broke through, he started winning pretty consistently. He's got so much talent.
It's interesting how players vary. Some players win straight out and win early in their careers. Others take a while to learn to win. And then when they get the taste, there's no stopping them.
This is a guy, Kurt Kitayama, who's kind of in that category. He's won over here. He's gotten close now in the U.S., and I think, you know, he's on the verge right now. He's gaining a lot of confidence. He knows he's good enough to win on the PGA Tour.
Not bad. From long range.
When the greens have been really firm all week, and then you get some morning rain like we're getting right now, just soften the greens up a little bit. How much more difficult does this back hole location at 8 up on that shelf become? Because in your mind, you're still thinking the ball's going to bounce and release.
I think it does become more difficult because you know, mentally you've got to try and convince yourself to hit it hard and far enough. And that's hard to do when you've spent 3 days, you know, bouncing the ball up, to suddenly get yourself to do that. And the other aspect is that greens are probably slowed up a little. It wouldn't be much, but we know the players all week have had trouble getting their putts to the hole.
This morning before the rains really started, when the RNA measured, it was 10'3". They actually were a little bit firmer today than they were yesterday. 8 gravities more. Not sure really what 8 gravities are, but about 5% firmer today than what they were in the third round.
So a good line if he gets it all the way. Well, getting it all the way back there's tough today. It's 85 yards from the front edge to the back hole location. So look at this putt he is going to have.
That's like 6 clubs.
That's got to be 150, 180 feet.
We'll hit a wedge to the front of the green and a 4-iron to the back.
Well, it's
maybe not a 4-iron. It's
6-iron. 250 feet. About as many feet of putts that Cameron Smith made on Friday.
That was crazy, wasn't it? Burns.
When I heard 253 feet yesterday, I had to get my calculator. I averaged 31 feet per hole.
That's incredible. We know Cam Smith can putt, but that's off the charts.
This is probably the only place you could actually accumulate that much of putts hold.
Kurt Kitayama. Let's see if he can reach the hole. So many players are coming up short here. And here's another. And that's woefully short from that range. First tournament he won was a co-sanctioned event on the DP Tour in Mauritius. Now, I'm sure you haven't been to Mauritius.
I have not.
The most beautiful island you can imagine. And he won it in style. He really did. He was very, very impressive.
Come on!
Three under for the day.
Used to be when amateurs came out, turned professional, or when they came out and played in a professional event as Kokrak putts for birdie at 1. They were like a deer in the headlights. That's not the case anymore at all.
They're ready. Kokrak. This is part of his game that really improved, and then the big reason why he was able to start winning, he started making a bunch of putts. One of the reasons he started putting better, he says, is he just added an inch to the length of his putter. And for whatever reason, that just relaxed his arms. It made him more comfortable. And of course, once you start seeing the ball go in the hole frequently, you start getting that confidence up.
Potentially it would have added swing weight as well, so some more weight to swing.
Yeah.
Important little touch here for Kitayama. You don't want to start off the first hole with a 3-putt.
Go up to 9 green. Matsuyama drove the green. This a long-range putt for eagle.
If he'd have had avoided the big numbers a little bit more this week, you know, you never know. He's playing some good golf today.
Garrick Higgo at the 7th for his birdie. Beautifully holed.
He won 3 times early in his DP World Tour career, went over to the States, won right away. And since that time, he's kind of fallen off a little bit. He looked like an absolute superstar in the making when he was winning over here. Justin Thomas and Marcus Armitage on the tee. Let's have a look at several of the games coming up. And there it is, the 9:30 group. Thomas and Armitage, they're waiting. England and Australia with Casey and Scrivener to follow. Justin De Los Santos from the Philippines and Tony Finau. Finau would have been expected to play very well here, only 2 under par. Thomas Dietrich and Tristan Lawrence, 2 good young players. One is one. Dietrich still looking for his first win, and Sergio Garcia, former Masters champion, and Corey Connors of Canada. So those are the players we have coming up the next hour or so.
A lot of different countries represented there, just in the next few groups.
And you have to wonder, you know, Justin Thomas, as you said, Kurt, would have had huge hopes this week. He would have definitely thought, okay, this is a golf course that suits me. What is he thinking about teeing off this time of the morning on a Sunday?
Yeah, I mean, he's such a grinder, like the mentality of never giving up no matter what, as we watch Matsuyama for birdie here at 9. So I think in his mind, with the conditions the way they are, he's thinking something really low. Anytime he's got it in position to attack, I think you'll see Justin Thomas attack today, and pretty aggressively. And that's a missed opportunity there for Matsuyama to keep that momentum going this morning. He's 3 under on his round.
Tee shot at the 2nd, 451-yard par 4. He's happy with that.
Good one for Kokrak. So important to hit the fairway, but not only the fairway, the correct side of the fairway. St. Andrews is all about the angles. You work from the green back to the tee. Where's the hole? Where do I want to put it? Let's go down to the first tee, right in front of the R&A clubhouse. If that's not an inspiring location, nothing in golf will inspire you. And Matt Corker is ready to announce the 2-time major champion, Justin Thomas.
This is game number 13. On the tee, from the USA, Justin Thomas.
Perfectly placed. It's all about distance. What do you want to leave yourself at the first?
From England, Marcus Armitage.
The bullet is ready to go. Such an emotional victory at the Porsche European Open last year when he got his breakthrough win on the DP World Tour.
Terrific story. How he got into the game, why he got into the game. Inspiration for a lot of young people.
It certainly didn't come from the prototypical silver spoon background.
That is for sure. It won't be long now before those grandstands are packed with people.
Sam will give this one a rip. That is maxed out right there, and according to that Marshall, it's dead on line. Oh boy. Better hope that's not up against the face.
Well, the thing is, that was dead on line to the pin, because the pin's stuck behind that lone bunker.
Now Tringali. This is for his birdie at the first par 5 on the golf course, and
Remember, he had that really long putt. He had knocked it on there. He was, what, 180 feet away for that first putt?
Ketragala at the second for par. A little bit friendlier hole location at 2 today. Another nice save. It really makes things nice. You don't want to drop shots early. And you know the tough holes are really going to be on the back 9, starting at 15.
Gary Kigo at the par 3, 8th. And this is a monster putt. Just look how hard he hit that. Oh, brilliant. I've never yet seen a left-handed golfer who didn't putt well. The weirdest thing.
I've actually thought about going left-handed, but that's how poorly I putted right-handed.
And now I've just talked you into it.
Yeah, well, you might have. I don't know.
You think about all the wonderful putters, Bob Charles especially. Sir Bob Charles, who one of the best putters I ever saw. Definitely can be mentioned in the same breath as Ben Crenshaw and Bobby Locke.
Look at them all lined up there getting into the merchandise tent. You got to have a souvenir from here.
A lot of things were sold out early. I saw a couple of really nice items. I went in Wednesday afternoon and they were gone. I don't think the merchandise tent has struggled for sales at all. Marcus Armitage in the first fairway, and Aaron Overholzer will be watching these guys today. Good morning, Aaron.
Gentlemen.
How you feeling?
Marcus has got 102.
I'll try and fade it in. Yeah?
Yep.
We'll see until we find out if we're back holding up. What? You will.
Not a breath of wind out here right now. The flags are absolutely limp, but yet this flag you don't want to mess with too much.
Yeah.
Beautiful shot. That's the way to start.
Yeah, Justin Thomas drove it down there, kind of gave himself a little bit of a handcuff yardage. This is just 80 yards, 82 yards, excuse me, to the flag. Well, that's got to go.
And you know, Kurt, I was just going to say, you feel so silly with a shot like that, and you hit it in the water. And you see it so often on this first hole at the old course.
I had a feeling, though, he's going to play aggressively, you know, trying to land the perfect shot 2 yards over the burn with spin. Going to pay the price.
M here, very difficult shot coming out of the semi-rough. Oh, beautiful. Well done. But it didn't actually just catch a part of that pin.
Matsuyama here at 10. Location over on the left-hand side today. Oh, he's trying to send something straight up. Land it softly. Stay there. Great shot. There's a swale just right of that would have collected that ball and taken it right off the front of the green.
Well, he's got to get this straight up and not just stay there. Okay. Very, very difficult. And didn't have a lot of options because he couldn't stand to hit it out to the right. He would have had to hit it left, but then he's playing straight towards some thick rough.
Thomas dropping after hitting the ball in the burn. His ball is one of the two right in front of him.
That other one is Matsuyama's, what we were talking about earlier, where he pitched in from almost the exact same spot here, Aaron.
Yeah, you could definitely pitch this in without a doubt. In fact, him and Bones took half a look to potentially get into the burn and play that thing because only half of it's submerged. They got the skip from rain just a little bit.
Aaron, you don't want to jump in there and get us a souvenir.
I'll pass on that one.
Third shot from Sam Burns here at the 9th. That's nicely played.
Patrick Reed here at the 6th. This is for birdie. Oh, yeah, and he gets it into red figures. Probably not the week he was hoping for either. I mean, he goes in with the mindset at these majors that he's going to have a chance to win every time.
In for his birdie off that wonderful chip shot over the bunker. No. That putter's just not behaving today for him.
You know, we see so many missed putts at the 9th green. It's difficult in its simplicity because it's so flat. Armitage for birdie at the 1st.
Yeah, just coming down the hill. Maybe a little bit of left to right break here. Great opportunity to get off to a really good start.
Now at the 10th hole, the second of the short par 4s, and in the opposite direction to the 9th, and that's a beautiful putt.
Going back to the first tee. It's an Englishman and an Australian waiting to tee off for their final round.
And if you're going to finish
This is game number 14. On the tee, from England, Paul Casey.
Casey lives in Scottsdale, as you know, Jay, not too far from where I live. I see him occasionally out at TPC Scottsdale practice, and I saw him a couple months ago, and he was really in tough shape. His back was very messed up, so it's good to see him do the rehab, obviously recovered. But he was really struggling. I mean, he was definitely concerned about where his back was headed at that time.
On the tee, from Australia, Jason Scrivener.
The Australian, very consistent performer. Good year so far on the DP World Tour. Thomas for bogey after dropping out of the berm. He'll take confidence in that. He's disappointed. But I think, Kurt, you're right. He'll be aggressive, especially maybe more so now.
Definitely. Another look at that wedge shot at 1 that's going to cost him a shot. Just, you know, he has so much confidence in his ability to hit those little wedge shots, and he's playing aggressively. I just think he was trying to land that 2 steps on the green, and he paid the price.
Matsuyama for his birdie at the 10th hole. Beautifully holed. Four under par for the day.
Joaquin Neiman for birdie at the 6th. He was a winner in LA earlier this season, and a good putt there. He'll be on that President's Cup team for Trevor Immelman.
Trevor's been working it hard this week. Everyone's here. A lot of meeting with potential team members for Trevor Immelman. Nothing has changed at the top. No one has gone really low the way Kevin Kisner did yesterday in the final round of the 150th at St. Andrews. Seems like it's a little bit different day. Maybe the drizzle, maybe the little damp conditions have changed things up a little. And I'm sure we'll see some fireworks in the afternoon. And it all depends on what type of conditions the golf course gives. It's changed out of forecast quite a few times in the afternoon this week.
I would personally like to see about a 15-mile-an-hour wind to really identify the best player this week.
Good tee shot down the second from Marcus Armitage. Kept it out of the sand.
Kurt, I'm with you. I like watching players play in the wind just because it gets them out of their normal routine. They have to create shots, play shots, show their imagination. Reed for birdie at 7.
That's the Patrick Reed that we've more used to seeing. Well, that's a high, teed up nice and high.
He definitely hits up on it. You tee it that high, you can't be hitting down on it at impact, and he does. At one time I heard he hits almost 6 degrees up on it when he's really trying to let one go.
Scrivener ready to go from 119.
The flag here at this first hole has been on the front of the green 3 out of 4 days. Really makes this hole significantly more difficult. Didn't worry him though. Beautiful shot.
I think we've seen some hole locations this week at the Open that we've never seen before. They've had to try and protect the golf course because of technology.
Yeah, I worked with Nick Faldo a little bit this week. I've talked to Trevor Immelman, who's played here a million times, Paul Azinger, Justin Leonard, who is an Open champ. They all said the same thing. They've never seen some of the hole locations that they're using. As we watch Paul Casey's second here at the first. Yesterday's hole locations were so difficult. I mean, I went out in the afternoon and walked with one of the groups, one of the pairings, and it was amazing where they put some of those hole locations. I mean, disasters waiting to happen.
12, 14, 16. Never seen those before.
Amazing.
With 13 in the first round.
Over there on the right.
Brutal. 12 yesterday, also brutal. I mean, the one guy 3-putted and we were complimenting him.
Great shot from Burns. You can see the humps and hollows that Burns had to deal with in his second.
Now 135 for Justin Thomas. Great angle, and this is the flag you can get at from over here, even though he's just in the semi-rough.
That's what we expected from the first hole. Just a reset for Thomas on the second tee.
Marcus with 123, a little different angle, but I think this with this flag in a bowl like this.
Damp. It's like a quiet 20 shot. You know what I mean?
Okay, yeah.
A little under a 3/4. Not quite right.
Is it beyond it? He's just because of where?
It's fine. You know, it's fine just past it. But yeah, that's the shot, mate.
A quiet 20. I like that. I'm going to use that. It's a quiet 20, Kurt.
Yeah, just under
120.
3/4, he said. So
Yeah.
let's see if he can feel this one out and knock one in there close.
That's not bad. Kurt, I'm going to teach you a little bit of Afrikaans. That little discussion they were having, we'd call it vergadering. I want to hear you say that. Vergadering.
I had a hard enough time saying potgieter, and I can't do the. So I'm having a hard time with that, Dale.
Matsuyama birdie at 11. Looks like he's a little closer to the 7th green than the 11th.
How about that whole location today at 11? No room behind it, up on top, in the back. Wow.
At the 10th, short par 4 for his birdie. Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going.
It's just going to be one of those days for him, isn't it?
It almost looked like it rocked backwards.
Unbelievable. Matsuyama for par at 11.
I like that little yellow stripe in the bottom of his shoes, which matches his jacket. A little bit like Jay Townsend's dress sense.
I'm going to ignore that, Dale. Casey for birdie at 1. Can he get it to the hole? Have you seen anybody hit it past the hole yet, Kurt? You've been here from the get-go.
I think I remember one player so far this morning that's gotten it past the hole there at the first with that downhiller, or kind of downhiller.
Slightly easier putt for Sam Burns, and that's beautifully holed. Confident, right in the back of the hole.
We'll leave Burns and return to the first tee. That iconic first tee.
This is game number 15. On the tee, from the Philippines, Justin de los Santos.
Justin had rounds of 71, 73, and 70. Quite a debut, and what a place to do it.
Jay, he's from the Philippines. Did you ever play over there in the Philippine Open?
You know, I played in Asia 1 year. I didn't play in the Philippines that year. I only stayed for 5 weeks.
How about you, Dale? Did you play the Philippine Open ever?
No, never did. I haven't been there at all.
That was my first tournament when I turned pro in 1982. And we played at a place called Whack Whack.
Heard of it.
We talked about this yesterday, but they were the grainiest greens I have ever putted to this day.
From the
You
USA,
had to take your spikes off
Tony
before you
Finau.
walked on it. Chewed up your spikes.
Sounds like Swaziland, Dale.
That's right, exactly.
Finau many times has been a contender for the Open Championship. Rounds of 73, 71, and 70. Made a great putt on the final green Friday afternoon to make the cut. gallery. And they're filing in, even in the inclement weather. This isn't bad weather for a Scot, though. This is a nice day. It's not cold, not raining hard, and the wind's not blowing.
I was in fear for that low little camera off the first tee there. Those size 15s almost got it.
Let's see if he can hit it hard enough. He has done that, but not quite on the right line. Jay, you mentioned Swaziland. Those hotels have been closed for a little while over the last few years. A little bit of, I think, issues with COVID, etc. Which is very sad.
That was always a fun event. Pro-Am event. A lot of fun times. Birdie putt for Thomas at the second. Bogey birdie start for Thomas.
This is Wyndham Clark at the 13th. This is for 3 birdies in a row. This guy can really putt. Get there. How's he going all of a sudden? Got it turned around. He had an early bogey. Birdied the 9th, and then he's birdied 11, 12, and 13. That is going the right direction.
Thomas is at the third and less than driver, Aaron.
Now with the 3-wood, just trying to keep it left of, that's the Sutherland bunker down there, correct, Jay?
That is correct.
Okay.
No, at the third, yes, the Sutherland, that's the one he's laying up short of.
Yeah, just trying to keep it short of that. This is a flag that you can really get at. With a good drive. This one down the right-hand side with a little cut should be fine. Ooh, wicked bounce when it landed off of one of the moguls.
I would think the Sutherland line would be pretty good with this whole location on the right side of the green.
I would agree with that. I think with this flag, just about any line is all right, and somewhere in the fairway with no wind. You just want to land it probably in the bowl. You don't want to catch the downslope because it could kick it over the green quite a ways. This one flared out to the right a little bit. This one might have to be careful.
Good luck.
There's the hole tucked just over the Swilk and Burn, panning back. 20 feet now, ready to go. Laid well back, full shot in.
I like that play. I like the fact that you've got a full shot into the screen. I think it's a lot safer, and you can put a nice bit of spin on the ball.
116 yards.
Well, better safe than sorry.
Santos 95, Dale. This is a little bit different shot, a field shot.
I would imagine a sandwich, not even quite a full one.
Players would like to be able to pitch it past the hole and spin it back. The greens are just a little too firm for that.
Frankie Mendoza, 1998. Remember that name?
I do. I know Kurt would have played quite a bit with Frankie.
Back on the Asian tour at the time, absolutely. He was a really good ball striker, good player all the way around. Played a lot of years over there in Asia and Japan.
Players on the course Sam Burns, 4 under on the day through 10 holes in this final round of the 150th.
Par 3, 11th hole, Sam Burns. Been right at the back of the green today. Oh, that's a good putt. That is such a good putt.
Matsuyama's second shot to 12. Trying to skip the low checker in there, and he does it almost perfectly. Great shot.
A lot easier hole location at 12 today than it was yesterday. Tringali, can he make one at 7? When he doesn't make it, he doesn't miss by much. As you said, Kurt, he's such a good putter.
Yeah, really, the strength of his game, just consistency, keeps that ball in front of him and hits a lot of good putts as we watch Matsuyama clean up here at 12 for birdie.
Fifth birdie of the day for Matsuyama. Gets it to 2 under par.
Oh dear.
Yeah, this is the old one-stroke penalty. Right up against the lip, just looking sideways. The good thing is at least he gets to go back towards the fairway. So he'll be able to control his third if he can get it out of here the first try, which he shouldn't have a problem. He doesn't. He will have virtually the same yardage for his third.
Just look at so much space over there to the left of those bunkers. No need to take it down the right. Finau down the hill.
And these are the putts that the players have had problems with over the week, trying to get this up to the hole. And that's a good putt.
From 1 green to 3 fairway, and Thomas.
102. You got to decide whether you're going to land it up top and skip it down there or throw it all the way into the bowl. Looks like he's going with the skip.
Nicely judged. Another birdie opportunity. That'll be for 2 in a row for Thomas. And down to the first tee. Thomas Dietrich and Tristan Lawrence.
This is game number 16. On the tee from Belgium, Thomas Dietrich.
Yet to win on the DP World Tour. He's come close many times. Such a talented player. I mean, this is a swing. If you want to copy one, it's a pretty good one to copy. Perfectly played.
On the tee from South Africa, Tristan Lawrence.
Lawrence, the first ever winner of a DP World Tour event, the Joburg Open, after DP World was rebranded. Super talented player. Played very well last week.
Tristan comes from a town that is not far from a man who's just joined us, Tony Johnson's favorite part of South Africa, next to the Kruger National Park. He comes from Nelspruit, Mbombela.
Yeah, what a place to be. I would be very surprised if he wasn't a huge lover of the bushveld and wildlife, because once it's in your blood, Hazy, you love it as well. So does Jay. It's in your blood forever.
Absolutely. Now this is the third shot for Armitage after driving it in the face of the bunker. Good shot, but quite a difficult putt.
Hole's cut in a tough spot at 3. Ball first, descending blow. That's what everyone at home wants to learn how to do. Let's go to the first. De Los Santos. You just sit here and watch. You want to whisper, hit it harder, hit it harder, hit it harder. And there, according to Kurt, that's the second ball from that position on the green that's gotten to the hole. I'm keeping track now.
You know, the first hour and a half, Jay, we didn't, honestly, not a single person got it to the hole from behind the pin.
There's some flat places at the third green, but not in the back right corner where the hole's located today.
Now, he can't have more than 15 feet here for par, guys, but this has got a couple of different breaks coming up, actually out of a low area into a little bit of a rise in the green in the back.
Well, it's a drop shot for Marcus Armitage, caused by the tee shot going into the bunker. Danny Willett for his birdie at the par 4 6th, and that's beautifully holed. The former Masters winner.
Thomas was going for 2 birdies in a row. It's going to be bogey, birdie, par opening 3 holes for the current PGA champion.
Oh, there we go. I was going to try that, but I couldn't carry the surfboard. It was so bad to be so big.
Poor Tony doesn't know how to respond to that. I do, but I'll pass. Patrick Reed at the 9th.
Yeah, beautifully holed. Beautifully holed. Jay, I was going to respond, but I didn't want to say you'd need an aircraft carrier.
3 birdies in the last 4 holes on the front 9 for Patrick Reed. That putter is hot.
In that gap there. Yeah, you can just go 2 meters left of the pin.
I think those are a couple of young Scotsmen. Dietrich has J.P. Fitzgerald in the bag. 97 yards.
Yeah, a busy spot that's going to be, and so it should be. I think if you hit it close there today, I think you've underhit or misjudged, or you're slightly crazy.
Fourth fairway back to the tee, right along the gallery. The gallery gets very close there, Aaron.
Yes, they do. They are right on top of the players.
I mean, you can certainly go left of that. Yep, good.
And today's flag, boy, I'll tell you what, this is, I love golf courses where you have to look at the flag first and then play the hole accordingly, but I don't think it matters here on 4 today. Just find the fairway and give yourself some sort of control with an iron to that back left flag here.
Softly. God damn it, Justin. Get lucky. Get lucky.
That's up the right.
Oh, he has got lucky. And not only missed the bunker, got just out of that thick grass and doesn't look to be lying too badly at all.
Yeah, it looks fairly clean behind the ball, which is a huge bonus.
I just think, guys, this is a flag that, you know, par is a fantastic score here today with this flag. So I would just do your best, avoid the bunkers down the right-hand side, play more to the left-hand side, take your par and get out of here.
That is great advice. Missed everything. That is now perfect. It avoids divots.
It is absolutely is perfect.
Cottage bunker in the right of your picture. That's the big one that everyone lays up short on. Another look at Armitage's swing. A little bit of drizzle this morning at the home of golf. The Swilken Bridge. Everyone that has ever been a great in golf has crossed the Swilken Bridge, as will today's champion later on in the day. Who will it be? You'd have to think it'd be someone for one of those top 4 names. Dustin Johnson at 10, 6 shots behind. You have to just wonder how much can one of those guys make up on Hovland and McIlroy.
Sam Burns, very difficult putt here at the 12th for a birdie, coming up that massive slope. Oh, that's an excellent effort. Many times on this golf course, when you 2-putt a green, you walk off and you're very excited.
Yeah, utter satisfaction. De Los Santos. Just shy of the crosswalk at 2. Oh. Oh, that's fantastic. Pitched on the downslope. Got the late bite. Great shot.
Let's see if the young South African can hit this putt firm enough. Cross-handed grip. He has hit it firm enough. Wow. We haven't seen anything like that before.
Certainly not today. That was a bit of a surprise. That was the abnormality from what we've seen. The raindrops look like they're getting a little bit bigger at the moment.
Yeah, when you against that dark background, that rain's quite heavy now.
Down on the first tee, Matt Corker standing beside Sergio Garcia and Corey Connor from Canada, and they are ready to go. What will their final day bring?
This is game number 17. On the tee from Spain, Sergio Garcia.
That was the voice of David Lancaster. Dave just had a little switch over, as we often do in the commentary box. Sergio laying back a little further. I've seen him hit 3-wood earlier in the week.
Yeah, I think it's the right play.
Yeah, just on the blue.
On the tee from Canada, Corey Connors.
Jay, I think you want to leave yourself a fuller shot into this green over the burn. That sort of 3/4 wedge off tight lies. Don't know about you, but I didn't really have sweet dreams about them.
Definitely nervous first hole of the day, big occasion. Full shot would be easier. Connors, he's been consistent, 71 each of the first 3 rounds for a 3-under total.
Another man I think who's Trevor Immelman's looking forward to having on his team in the President's Cup. Look across there at the 18th green and that pin placement there right over the Valley of Sin.
Completely blind here for Justin Thomas. Very good lie, though.
You're right.
This one going left, got wrapped up in the grass, needs to cover. Does cover, but that's going to be somewhere on the 14th green, I believe.
Wow, that bounced over the bunker.
Oh, and there's some pots over there that you've got to be careful of.
And the ginger beer's down there by 14.
Well, it's a good break, but he's still left with an uncomfortably difficult little putt or chip.
That one's on the way from Marcus from 172. Not a great angle, very shallow back here.
And will that one feed down? And that is going to be a wicked pitch over the top.
The interesting thing about playing on the old course is often you don't know where some of your shots are finished. It's kind of almost a surprise when you get there and you see what's left, good and bad. Oh, look at this, look at this, look at that. Keep going. Oh, dear.
I'd have to say when Marcus Armitage gets there, it's going to be bad.
Absolutely, no question about that. De Los Santos for his birdie at the second. That beautiful second shot. Oh, dear.
The amateur, Barclay Brown. A little bit of a grassy lie for his pitch into the 7th.
Oh, that's fantastic judgment. 68, 70, and then unfortunately a 77 yesterday, but playing some beautiful golf this morning.
Par putt for Lawrence at the first. Not a problem at all. Always looked like a 2-putt.
Yeah, that'll be a nice little settler, won't it? There's nothing worse than 3-putting the first. You'll be so chuffed with that. Munoz. Little fiddly wedge and golden touch. Into the upslope. That's perfection, actually.
I love that wonderful pitch shot. This is for his birdie. Nicely done. Back to 3 under par, 2 under for the day.
The double greens always add up to 18 here at the old course. There's 7 double greens, 4 single greens, 1, 9, 17, and 18. But now Armitage has a tough one here.
Oh, this is brutal, Jay. He's on a downslope. First of all, how did these guys avoid those 2 pot bunkers? That's amazing in and of itself. But Marcus has got the putter out, and he's looking between the 2 ginger beer bunkers and trying to potentially putt it up. He could use the slope to almost kick it left if he wanted to with the putter, or he could take a wedge, try to carry it over the pot bunker and kind of kill it into the hill if he wishes. But he also, I think that brings in a lot more trouble to a certain extent. You have to clip it perfect. He's on a very dry, thin patch of grass down there.
Aaron, would you say this is the preferred play?
I would say this is the percentage play.
Okay.
Absolutely. It probably would be my preferred play at this point. I mean, you're trying to shoot a score. You're not trying to be a hero at this point. That's excellent.
That's a terrific shot. Really is. Good chance of still walking off the screen with a par.
JT doesn't have the same luxury because he's got this swale right in front of him, so he has to pitch it over the swale, land it on a little bit of a side hill. It's going to kick it left, and then it's got to spin. A lot going on here with this little pitch, also off a downslope. Oh, he hit it too good.
Right on line. It came off very soft with a lot of spin. Connor second to the first.
Yeah, that's very cautious.
Van Meel now at the 5th hole for his eagle on this par 5. Yes, lovely. Oh, that helps the scorecard. Dropped a shot at the 2nd, eagle now, so 1 under for the day.
First eagle of the final round at the 5th hole. Back down to 4 green and Justin Thomas.
Yeah, just a little bit down the hill here, it looks like. It's interesting where his ball is basically at the top of a crown. You go back towards where Justin is and it goes away from you. From his ball down to the hole is also downhill, so tricky read here from about 5 or 6 feet.
That's a pity.
I think it's been that kind of week with the putter for Justin. Guys, he had a rough go the first 2 days with that club.
Drop a shot at the 1st, came back with a birdie straight away. Now another drop shot at the 4th.
Tringale. Birdie putt at 9. He has the purest, smoothest putting stroke you could ever wish to see, and beautifully holed. Kept us entertained royally at the Genesis Scottish Open last week.
And there aren't any reads easy back here at the 4th.
Oh, it's a pity. Played that 3rd shot very well, so it's a pity that he wasn't able to save a par there.
Sergio Garcia, like the majority of players, going safe and long, and that is pretty lousy.
Paul Casey hit ball way below his feet here on that slope at the 3rd hole.
Oh.
And he actually looked like he meant it.
What a golf shot. I like the way he got it to bounce, second bounce on the downslope and keep its backspin.
Now Garrick Higo at the 12th for his birdie to go to 3 under. Go on, beautifully done.
4 under on the day for Higo. Justin Thomas at the 5th tee.
Yeah, scoring opportunity here to get that lost shot right back, right at the 13th tower with a cut. He's watching it. It's getting close to the sisters, but I think it's going to avoid him.
Boy, that stayed in there for a long time, didn't it?
I think that first cut of rough at 5 might not be a bad spot. It might give you a little bit extra run out for that back hole location.
Yeah, when Justin wants to seed the clouds, he can. He can hit it so high when he wants to. Armitage, flatter ball flight for Marcus.
Oh, it's a bit left.
This one's quite a bit ways left, yes. That might need to get lucky.
Oh, it has. He looks like he's got a nice lie in the rough there. This pin is 85 yards on the green.
And 15 yards still to go till the back edge.
Tony, that would take you a month to walk that far.
A minimum. Take me 3 days to drive that far.
Garcia for par at the first, holds it nicely.
Yeah, follows an awful putt with a very good one. Hazy, I'm not falling into any of your traps this morning.
Barkley Brown, a young amateur who attends Stanford University in America. And he's having a fabulous week. Not so good yesterday, but day 1, day 2, and day 4, they've been terrific.
Tony, I've never seen you so defensive, except for when Dale's sitting next to you.
I've got to be on my toes. Man, he just suckers me in, doesn't he?
It will all be about what can Rory McIlroy and Victor Hovland do. They have 4 shots on the rest of the field, the Young and Smith group. McIlroy and Hovland, Young and Smith, they just flip-flop from last to penultimate, from yesterday to today. The chasing pack, Spieth, Cantlay, Lowry, Kisner, can they make up ground? Can someone go out and shoot something really low to put some pressure early on Rory McIlroy, who's trying to win his 5th major championship today? It's been 8 years since he last won the Open, but what a place to do it here at the Old Course, the home of golf, and such a special Open it is. The 150th. You'll always be remembered when you win here. These guys will all be looking to move up the leaderboard in good position, but a good round will be very important. We're about 35 miles as the bird flies from the capital of Edinburgh. And Edinburgh Castle was built in 1103. It was built on Castle Rock, which was formed as a result of a volcano erupting several 100 million years previously. This makes the castle over 900 years old. And amazingly, Edinburgh Castle has faced down hostile forces 23 times, making it the most embattled fortress in Europe. Great look down at West Sands.
Oh, look at that. Enjoying an ice cream.
I haven't had one yet this week. They make good ice cream here.
Now, is that what they call a 99?
99, that's a flake, the chocolate bit in there.
Okay.
Garcia, tee shot at 2.
You could tell with my figure that I know very little about ice cream.
Surprisingly, I know a lot about ice cream, but I'm trying to stay off it right now.
In your case, Hazy, it would be a 397 because you'd eat at least three of them without fail.
Let's have a look at Garcia's swing. Really drops it down low on the inside. Been one of the best drivers of the golf ball for the last 3 decades.
Yeah, absolutely right, Jay. I mean, he has been brilliant tee to green, hasn't he? He really has been his great strength, I'd say.
The lie's just okay for Marcus.
It's basically bang on the red flag.
Totally blind, though. Walking up on top of the hill trying to get a look.
Yeah. We've been lucky.
Yeah.
Really, we're just looking at a puffy one.
Yeah.
Fading right in the pin.
Good. All right, come on.
Now, this is the fun part where you go 233 to the front, and then it's easier to add 100 and take away 15 because it's on 85.
Have you ever seen a pin placement that far back?
Not in my life. No. I think it only happens here at the Old Course. That looked like it went a little left based on the reaction.
Oh, he's caught that third bunker, and it's up against the face, and that is so nasty.
Looks like he's going to have to play away from the green.
Yeah. And how's he going to get a stance in that corner of the bunker? Uh-oh.
Well, Justin Thomas with his 5-foot, 265 yards all the way back there. Lie is perfect. Really good lie. He can do something with this. I would imagine he's going to try to cut this one in there. Fading, might need a bounce.
Fantastic shot. Best we've seen today from Justin Thomas. And maybe that might kickstart him. He'll be looking for an eagle.
It's interesting the jerseys come off. So maybe just warming up a little. Doesn't look like the sun has come out, but it definitely is a little bit lighter.
See, I've heard jerseys, jumpers, we call them sweaters. So he's getting warmer. He's down to short sleeves.
Tringali. Can he get to 4 under par? I don't think there was much doubt. He really is an extremely good putter. Kurt Byron was singing his praises earlier.
Jason Kokrak going for his second birdie of the day, and he holds it right in the middle. He, like Tringali, gets it to 4 under par, and as it stands right now, it's time for 35th.
Sergio. Looks like a sandwich. Second. At the second.
Well, we talked about his driving, but this has also been such a strong point of his distance control. Week after week, year after year, has been just superb.
I think it's safe to say if he'd been a more consistent putter, he would have won so many more championships.
If he'd been a decent putter. You know, he has his weeks, like everyone, where he putts nicely, but generally speaking, that has been his weakness.
Recent winner of the Horizon Irish Open, Adrian Moronk, the first Pole to ever win on the DP World Tour. This long birdie putt at the first.
I'd say 9 out of 10 guys today have left it in that exact spot, 8 to 9 inches short on line.
Well, there's a look at that pin placement at the 5th, the par 5. Just look how far back it is. But then you look at this lie.
I think he can get it out, but the thing is, I think he's going to have to play it right at the 13th hole, where the 13th, Garrick Higo is putting there right now. I'm not so sure he can get his stance to go at the flag.
Par putt for Higo, having a good day. He makes it and remains 4 under on the day. Super talented player. Looking forward to him coming out of his little mini slump.
Hey, there's no doubt in my mind he can get in there and get it out. Whether he can, there's no chance he gets it back to that flag, in my opinion.
And mustn't even try.
This is take your medicine time. Oh, caught the wall, was lucky.
That was very, very fortunate to get out there.
And the way that revetting in the faces is the turf, how it's angled. You look at it, the leading edge points down. Normally you hit into that revetting, it'll just pop straight back down in the bunker. That was a great break, Hazy.
Let's have another look and just see where it does hit. Oh, right at the very top. That was fortunate.
Man, that is so lucky.
I think the bunker was angled just enough, guys, that
John Perry playing with Adrian Moronk. This for birdie. It was a brave one, just barely over the burn and left it right in the jaws. John Perry not playing full-time on tour any longer. So good to see him going through the qualifying, making it into, well, probably the biggest championship he's ever played in.
Hideki Matsuyama at the 14th for his birdie. Get to 2 under. Oh, just a wee bit hard.
From one Japanese player to another. Katsuragara. And for birdie at 6. Just barely got it over the top of the mound that fronts this green. Big false front here at 6. It's the difficulty of this front hole location. Oh, we see some pacing off going on here, Aaron.
Well, I would say that he is pretty much right where the second day's hole location was, which was 37 on. This one today is 85 on. Do the math. That's 48 yards. 48-yard putt or so. And as I was saying, guys, if that face would have been any straighter, any more vertical, it might have come right back at him. I think it was at an angle to where he was able to get away with that and get a little lucky.
Aaron, I think the most important thing here is to make sure, and it sounds silly, but that you strike the ball in the middle of the club. And, you know, so often with a long putt like this, you actually miss-hit it slightly, and that causes you to be either way short or way too far.
100%. Speed control is all dictated by contact, and you got to have good contact to have good speed control, period. Almost made a weight shift.
This is brilliant.
Look at this. Look at this. Unbelievable.
Great effort. 48 yards, Dave. Hazy, if you do that, that's doubled your Fitbit mileage for the week. Just saying.
I do have feelings.
Great effort. It's going to be a good par save for Armitage. Garcia at the second. This one we know swings right to left.
Yeah, there you go. Sergio will be intent on putting in a low one today. No doubt about it.
Let's have a look at the 5th green where the holes have been cut today. 2 in the front, 1 front right, 1 front left. One of them kind of dancing near the bunker on the left, but then today, 85 yards on, and Justin Thomas has hit a fantastic shot to set up this eagle putt.
Boy, to get this pin high from back there, and perfectly pin high, what a shot. To judge the bounce and the roll. And an absolute fantastic look for eagle here. Looks like it's moving a little bit off his right to left, and it's uphill, so he can be aggressive with this putt.
Right in the center. Beautiful eagle for Justin Thomas. I think we might see him now make a little run.
5 holes, only 1 par, as you can see, and 1 under on the day. Let's have another look at this second shot. Out of the rough, uphill lie.
Just immaculately played. Aaron said he was going to try and hit the little slider from left to right. And look at that. I mean, if ever a second shot was worthy of an eagle at the 5th, that's it. Sensational.
It's okay to hit a shot like that, but you have to make the putt to make it count. That's what Bob Murphy told me before I ever turned professional. The most important shot is the one after a great shot. Thomas makes his way to 16. We'll go to Tringali.
This is for his birdie at the par 3 11th. Pin right at the back. Oh, a beautiful putt, just not quite hard enough.
I think 11 we'll see just the opposite of the first. The first, everyone's putting from behind the hole. Everyone's going to be afraid of going over the green at 11. They'll be putting from short. Patrick Reed at the 12th for birdie.
Yeah, there haven't been many better than him from 6 feet and in over the last decade. Gets to 4 under.
Paul Casey. Oh!
Back-to-back birdies for Casey at 3 and 4. He gets it to 4 under as well.
And Justin Thomas with the driver. There's an old stone turret across the sound that I've heard people aim at here and try to cut it off of that.
Give me a miracle. Miracle. Bounce.
The last time he was disappointed with the drive, he made an eagle on the previous hole, so...
Doesn't look like there's much wrong with that one either. It is in the rough, but it looks like it's lying okay.
For a smallish guy, he generates some serious clubhead speed and distance.
And Marcus is going much further left of the turret. Might have to be careful with the coffins down there.
Somewhere between mine.
He just barely missed one, but he's going into what looks to be some of the longest rough in the golf course. We saw John Rahm in there earlier this week, and it was tough for Rahm to get out. Thomas and Armitage stride down the 6th. McIlroy and Hovland with a 4-shot advantage going into the final round of the 150th. There is a good look at the massive green that makes up 13 and 5. Let's go up to 6. Jason Kokrak for par. Well hold. He stays 2 under on the day. Birdies at 3 and 5. Starting to see some good rounds put together. Katsuragawa. Well hold at the 7. He gets to 4 under, 2 under on the day. That is his 4th birdie, 3 in a row, despite a double bogey 6 at the 4th. That is the figures of Taylor Gooch and Robert McIntyre, the Scot. Getting ready to tee off. The left-hander looks to be finding a little bit of form, what he's been lacking of late. Will he be the low Scot this week? Let's listen to David Lancaster as he announced him.
This is game number 19. On the tee from Scotland, Robert McIntyre.
Great support for him out here at the home of golf. And you know what? He'll get great support anywhere he goes. He's just the nicest young man.
Perfectly down the middle.
On the tee from the USA, Taylor Gooch.
Gooch with rounds of 68, 69, and a 75 in the 3rd round. And they're off. The nerves are knocked out, ready to go. Maybe the flattest walk in golf out to your tee shots at the first at the old course.
par 5, 5th hole. Paul Casey's approach to that green. Pin way the back of the green. Oh, yes. Pin right at the back, 85 yards on the green, so it's still probably 45 feet short of the hole, but it's a very good shot.
Garcia into one of his favorite zones again, the wedges. Nice little short backswing. I don't know how you get it close to that flag, I really don't.
Out of a kind of a fluffy lie, that's Armitage on the way. Got to land it short if you're going to get it close. Needs to come up that hill. Not quite going to make it. So that'll be a tricky 2-putt from down there.
It has to be a bit of guessing game, kind of coming out of the rough like that when you can't really control it, Aaron.
Oh, 100%. I've seen it all week. It's just educated guessing. Justin Thomas has walked by me, walked all the way up to the green to take a look. 91 yards is the yardage, guys. The lie's okay. I feel like I've been saying that 100 times about the lies around here because you really don't know what they're going to do. And he walked by me and he said, I think I'm going to have a little fun with this one. So I think he's going to take a little chippy pitching wedge or 50-degree gap wedge, play it low, and we're going to see a proper Scottish shot here. Low, run it up that front tier.
Oh, I look forward to this. Got the hands right down on the bottom of the grip. So I think you're exactly right. That's the shot he's going to play. Sit down, sit down.
That was really cool.
Yeah, there was a lot of arm waving going on before that shot, which I think told us how difficult it was going to be.
McIntyre's wedge shot into this first. Oh, don't, oh no.
No. Oh. When it took a skip forward, he must have been thinking, this is just fantastic. And that's a result of the rain. That wouldn't have happened on days 1, 2, and 3.
He must have clipped that just perfectly to get that sort of spin on it.
And this is exactly why the majority of guys go 30 feet past the flag. That's just heartbreaking.
Taylor Gooch, now I'm sure that's scared him a little bit. He's going to go a bit past. No, not bad. That's a beautiful shot. He couldn't have been watching.
Garcia, similar putt to what Armitage had out of the swale, a little double breaker.
It's actually a very good try. Up that ridge, sort of putting through the side of the valley.
First off this morning. Bairstow. And that is a fantastic week for the amateur. Mom and Dad watching besides the 18th green. Mom and Dad are a little bit more emotional than he is.
Jay, what a week for a young amateur. I mean, look how proud the parents are. That's lovely. And they should be proud. Not many young golfers would get that sort of opportunity to play 4 rounds on the old course at St Andrews in the 150th Open Championship. Fantastic.
The first of 4 amateurs competing this weekend. Oh, what an amazing effort it is from 6 amateurs started, 4 making the cut. Justin Thomas for birdie at 6.
We need a bit of time here for Tony Johnson because he's even crying.
I'm such a crybaby. It's just ridiculous. Justin Thomas. Oh, there you go.
Off that eagle, we knew, we kind of sensed that we'd see something special from Justin Thomas.
He's coming up into the part of the golf course that is really the scoring part around the boot. Already 2 birdies and an eagle for Thomas. McIntyre with his 4th.
And this is not easy. This is a little chip that will scare the daylights out of you, and that is the result. You've got to try and carry that burn by about a foot with that chip, and you get into the impact area and your hands just won't let you do it. Marcus Armitage, a unique character on the DP World Tour. And saves his par. Well done.
We join Corey Connors, a Canadian, at the 3rd. Now he's had the advantage of seeing Sergio's putt from a similar line. And he learnt a lot. Nicely done. Very difficult putt to hold that. Par birdie. Good start.
Gooch attempting to open up with a birdie, not to be.
Good birdie for Burns at the 15th. He'd be able to sell that for a lot of money later on in the day. The American going very well, 5 under on the day. It was a disappointing 44 in his inward 9 yesterday that took Burns out of contention.
The par 3-8 for Mel for his birdie. And that could be 3 under par.
Yeah, an awful lot of red and yellow on the board with eagles this morning, and these guys all know it's such an opportunity to make a big move. No wind, perfect conditions. Going with the 3-wood. Just trying to get it into position. It's an uncomfortable driving hole. 7, you're going up over the mound, you've got that rough down there. If you get it too far, you end up in shell bunker. So many things to think about, Jay.
That whole location today, that's a wicked spot for Thomas. McIntyre for bogey at the first, Dale.
Oh, he needs to try and somehow get this in. You don't want to start off with a double, and he has. Played in, we mentioned it before, but it's worth another mention. He's played in 10 majors and made the cut in every single one of them. It's amazing.
Yeah, pretty impressive stuff. Armitage. It's funny, at 7, I mean, we see such a variety of clubs off the tee and lines taken. He's gone out way down the left.
Yeah, rolls back into a good spot, avoids the divots, does Armitage at the 7th from 7. Let's go to 5 and Casey for birdie. Casey, 3 birdies in a row. And the Englishman based in Arizona on a good run here in the final round. Yesterday morning, we saw early starters making headway. Kevin Kisner made it all the way up onto the first page of the leaderboard at this point yesterday. Not the case today. McIlroy, Hovland, 4-shot lead over the chasing pack in the final round of the 150th Open. These guys on the second page of the leaderboard, great names. Former champion 2019 Shane Lowry, Molinari was on the previous page. So much to play for. And such an amazing championship. Monumental, the 150th. Could it be anywhere else but St. Andrews and the Old Course? No, it couldn't. It was worth waiting for. Scotland is such an amazing place. There's the Highlands, which is also home to many lochs. This includes Loch Ness, which is the largest by water volume in the United Kingdom, containing nearly twice as much water as all the lakes of England and Wales combined. Geography of the Highlands also diverse, ranging from fertile farmland around the Black Isle and Cromarty Firth, dramatic seascapes to the west and north coast, some of the tallest mountains in the British Isles, and the largest blanket bog in Europe. Beautiful landscapes there. Great picture from our airplane, which circles around the Old Course, brings us incredible views. Rod Gunther up there, the cameraman. They're up there about 4 hours. They go back to Dundee, refuel, come back. And there you get an idea of how the Old Course comes right into the old Claret Jug, as they say over here. Even if St. Andrews wasn't blessed with great golf, it's an amazing town, one of the great universities in the world. Spectacular culture, just a great place to be. Made even better this week by the 150th Open Championship.
I think they might make you an honorary Scot after that accent, Jay.
If I was going to live on this side of the Atlantic, I would want to live in St. Andrews.
100% agreed. It's got a charm. You know, the minute you drive into the town, there's just a special feeling about the whole place.
Don't start, Dale.
I'm not sure.
I see something naughty coming along.
I'm not sure there are a lot of Scottish people in St. Andrews would feel the same.
That's hurtful. Aaron, I'm going to ignore Dale. Let's hear about what's going on at 7.
I thought your accent was fine.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's acceptable. Well, Armitage, Marcus waiting for the guys on 11 as let the organized chaos begin at the loop, playing across everything. The 7th, the 8th, the 11th in play, even the 10th to a certain extent.
So look at the double greens, the 7th and the 11th, as Jay pointed out earlier, they all add up to 18.
You're looking at a 110 shot straight at it. Okay.
This was from 123 for Marcus Armitage. Way over here on the left-hand side.
Just came up a bit short with his pitch point, but the next shot is the one I'm interested to hear about. It does not look like it's going to be easy, Aaron. Well, we'll get back to Thomas in a moment. We'll go to the first fairway.
Well, we've seen this shot played so many times, and most players doing exactly that. Hitting it 25, 30, 35 feet past the hole.
That's just risk avoidance, isn't it, Dale?
It's a smart play. You know, the ones that we've seen that try to get a little bit clever, we've seen a couple of them dump it in the water.
Garcia. at 4. He's looking it up and down. Going to get a little bit better too. It's going to come down that slope.
Got a putt for a birdie. Now Abraham Answer at the first. Now he's quite close. He doesn't have quite a full wedge shot in.
Aiming way left and trying to cut this up. It's just a smart play. I think too far down off the tee to be able to even think about attacking that flag.
Tringale second to 13. Little flyer line might help him with this back hole location.
Whoa, I think he wants to get there before the ball.
I guess when you get it going online, you want to go up there and admire your work.
Now this has got to be one of the hardest wedge shots to get close. This is Marcus Armitage now for his birdie coming from just off the putting surface. I mean, I don't know how you get it close to this flag with a wedge today, guys. It is just in a nasty little corner.
Well, we saw Sam Burns get it about a foot, but he landed on a downslope with some side spin. It was a pretty spectacular shot.
It's going to take one to get it that close here today. Now Justin decided to play way up the right side, found the rough, and hit his second to here. And he hit a great shot, but there's no way to stop it out of the rough. It just ran away from him across that ridge. Coming from his right to left here, back up the hill.
Gets to the crest and then just dives left.
Boy, that moved a lot.
Not marking it, not cleaning it. Because he is so confident from that range.
It's amazing, though, guys, that you look at a lot of these hole locations, and you can have, like Justin Thomas had, he hit a little bump 7-iron, or 8-iron, excuse me, on the last hole and made that wonderful birdie. And here he was completely handcuffed with a sand wedge from 75 yards. Nice 2-putt for Marcus.
Couple of pars on a hole they'd be looking to make birdie on. They head over to the 8th, which is not an easy par 3 today with that back hole location. We're down to the first green. Kekwanjana, he too leaves it short, but does better than most.
Aaron Jarvis, this is for an eagle after driving it just about on the edge of 12, and a nice putt too. Dash back to the first. Abraham Answer, first to go for birdie. Oh, okay, good try. Everybody stands on that first tee wanting a birdie, but unless you hit it stone dead and miss it, being pretty satisfied with a par.
Well, 203 yards today total on this 8th hole, and the flag is located all the way in the back, guys. And if I just believe I...
Yeah, 90, 50 or 60 feet. I do think that if you flight it, it's gonna jet, when it hits the ground to some degree.
if he wants to try to hit a shot and get it close, this is the time to do it. There's not a lot of wind. He's waiting to see what guys are going to do on the 7th and 11th.
I'm with you. I don't want to hit it to this pin. I think I just go a little lower, and I mean I can go the other way with it too.
Well, that's the thing. Do you want to draw it in there and get the skip and try to run it back, or do you fade it in there and throw it into the green a little deeper and try to stop it just over this spine where this hole is located? Trying to go with a low draw and skip it back there.
Scoop, scoop.
It's listening. That's a fine shot.
Two in a row for Sam Burns. He's to 6 under par out there for his round today.
Now Armitage would love to copy that. A little bit higher trajectory, kind of hanging out to the right.
Yeah, he didn't like it. He knew he was going to have another one of those big putts, which are such a common feature of playing at and watching the old course.
Just look at those stands. They'll be packed and heaving. Ooh, nice little airport over the back.
I tell you what, I find that quite disconcerting. That's our camera on the wire, and it looks like the grandstands are evolving.
It's moving, not you, Tony. That's all you need to think about. I know you're on a swivel chair. It's always dangerous. Delighted to say Sir Nick Faldo's back in the commentary box with us. Morning to you, Nick.
Yeah, good morning all. I'm delighted to be with our resident ornithologist. Can't wait to see what we discovered here at St Andrews.
Well, that is the kindest thing anybody's called me this week, because I've been getting it 5-0 from this crew. You know that, Nick.
Deservedly so.
I mean, I can't even mention it on air.
Yeah. Have you seen the Dartmouth warbler up here yet?
No.
No. Because it's made a comeback, of course, after COVID. I'm not sure if it made it this far up into Bonnie, Scotland.
Are you a keen bird watcher? Are you just making this up?
I am going to be, because I mean, we are heading to Montana, and I actually have a golden eagle resident 50 yards from the house.
Oh, wow.
And 2 and 3 bald eagles, so I'm going to get a serious camera. Spoke to Mr. Dave Cannon, of course, for some advice. And I'm going to sit there and I'm going to try and match you with some of my photographs. So give me a month or so, and I'll be sending you eagle shots.
Good man. I look forward to it. And some good binoculars. Don't forget.
I've got them. I've got a nice pair of binocs already. Yeah, that's a must, isn't it? Yeah.
I've never seen a bald eagle.
Really? Oh,
No.
they're to a penny up there. We've got 3 of them. Seriously. Oh, here we go. Look at that. There's your common or garden seagull.
Yeah, the seabirds here are.
So what do you call a seagull that lives in St Andrews Bay? A bagel.
Oh.
Should have seen that coming, shouldn't we?
No. We fell for it.
He's got the early walk again. Cameron Tringale. He's done that a couple of times today.
We will never know whether he liked it or didn't like it. Give it a slap. Sunday, kind of out of the running, and you're just out for a nice stroll. Maybe you can learn something today.
Would you play poker against him?
Yeah, I'm good at poker as well.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah,
He's got the most deadpan expression I've ever seen.
Stop pacing putts. That's very important here.
Well, there's a lot going on here on the 8th green with this whole location, considering where Marcus has hit it. You can peruse this from all kinds of different angles and potentially get all kinds of different reads. basically is coming from a low area up to a crest, and then at the top of the crest, about I'd say 7 or 8 feet short, it goes away from the player a little bit down towards the hole. So very difficult to judge the speed here. And not for Marcus. Fantastic.
He did judge the speed, didn't he? Absolutely inch perfect.
Okay, Tony, what's...
Grey heron.
Mm-hmm. Up to his knees.
Yeah.
We hear that David Carey's unfortunately already found the burn.
Well, the problem is this morning, it's so humid. It's 79%, and that's why the ball is gripping and coming backwards. We've seen a couple of guys spinning it. Now, obviously that was short. It's got a tiny roll for a yard, so you can't go near it. I mean, you've just got to land it minimum flag high, hop past, bring it back. That's the absolute optimum shot if your yardage is perfect.
Does the humidity affect the flight or the grass more?
Yeah, well, it definitely affects the grass and the grip, because we noticed that day too. This is kind of the in thing. I went back in our day, we didn't know about humidity, which is hot and sweaty and that sort of, but we now know it affects the green so much. It's amazing how, if you want to take your research a bit further.
That's a good 2 there for Justin Thomas.
Yeah, there's a wicked pin on 8, all the way to the back of the... More problem with it rolling off behind.
Jason Kokrak for a birdie at 9. Never going anywhere else. Well holed, his 3rd birdie of the day, no bogeys, out in 33. That's what he was looking for when he was having his breakfast this morning.
This is no fun. Drop it, just pick it gently.
It's just a horrible chip, that, isn't it, Nick? Off a slight
Really
downslope, you've got to carry the burn by 2 feet.
Yeah.
What's the order?
Give that a twitch, should be still in there.
Ju Young Kim has the company of Harold Varner III out there today.
Did you see that? I went to hit it and it went on the ground.
That'll be a chatty group. Tom Kim, as he's known. Lovely young man.
You don't need to follow this because it's not strong enough.
This is game number 22. On the tee, from the USA, Harold Varner III.
I can trace my Scottish heritage back about 400 years now. I always wanted to go to America and say, I'm Tony Johnson the 29th, just to see the reaction.
Yeah, just one of you is enough.
On the tee, from South Korea, Ju Young Kim.
Nick, what would you say is the perfect distance to leave yourself in off the tee?
Well, you want... yeah, good point. You don't want a full wedge because you're going to get too much... You're at max spin, so you want your next really comfortable 3/4 one that you really can trust that you can obviously nail the number. Or you could even give a bit... I go for a nice 3/4 swing with a bit of rotation so I know it's going to just skip forward. You don't want the real biter one, do you? Now you give it a bit of arm rotation on the way through just to roll the face over.
So they're up and running as we move just past 11 past 10 here local time. HV3 and Tom Kim, off they go.
David Carey. This for a par at the first. It's an unlikely one, but you never know, and it's a very good try. But it will be an opening 5.
Yeah, he's had problems with the first. Hit it long left yesterday. So it must be very interesting to see how close they can get to this green. In flat, calm, dampish.
Get in there.
Good call.
Miss the bunker, please, Lord.
Here we go. That's great. There's the edge. Flag is on t'other side of the green, 45 yards away. We watch this pan across. There it is. So, birdie chance, or equal chance. Sorry, yeah.
Sam Burns into 17.
Oops. Look at that. It's 500 yards. He's got a gap wedge. He's mishit it. He's going to hole it. How about that?
That might be the only way you get it close there today, is to make a complete mess of things.
Well, you got to get it. They're miles down there, but obviously they are now. They can. Drives are going pretty close to, well, easily over 350.
Just enough for Kei Konjana. In the SMBC Singapore Open at the start of the year. Very tidy little birdie there.
Tristan Lawrence, winner of the first DP World Tour event when it changed name at the Joburg Open. Nicely done.
It is. It's such a good trivia question, isn't it?
I only know it because you said it earlier.
And it's written down right in front of you. Burns, I thought this man was going to have a good run this week, but obviously didn't happen.
Just 3 days late.
Yeah, just really great, strong ball striker.
Well, he's 7 under par for today, at least, but all the damage was done in the opening rounds for Sam Burns, especially yesterday. That round of 77 moved him a long way back the pack. So there's the state of play. It's McIlroy and Hovland at 16 under par with a 4-shot advantage over the rest here in the Open. Shane Lowry lit it up around the turn yesterday with consecutive eagle 2s at 9 and 10. Patrick Cantley as well, just sliding up under the radar as much as a former FedEx Cup champion ever can. There he is there, just making his way to the golf course. 2 hours and 45 minutes out at 2 o'clock. It is 11:15 here, apparently not on daylight savings time, as I said earlier.
You were close. You were 11 minutes past 10, and it's 10 minutes past 11.
It was a tricky read, you know, on a 2 count. It was very tricky.
Yeah.
Ju Hyung Kim
posing. Yeah, so that's exactly what you got to do for safety.
All day long. Known as Tom to all his buddies. You know why he's named Tom?
Yeah.
Oh, you know it. Oh,
yeah,
I thought I was gonna catch you early on. Thomas the Tank Engine. He loved David Law rolling one in to the delight of the crowds.
And a nice way to finish off his week, given the way he punched his ticket here on his final putt at the Horizon Irish Open.
Which concoction of grey seals. Right at the end of the golf course, on the flats. Tide must be well out. Wake up there, morning snooze.
We do need you for a tide update.
I'm working on it. It's a big build up.
Okay, yes, sorry, I don't want to go early.
I don't want to rush it. I've given you got the time right for you. I've given you the humidity.
So true.
Slow down, Gal. I've been in there 17 minutes. I've got a full day to fill.
So true. Aaron, help us out here from long range with JT.
I'm waiting for the barometric pressure report as well from Nick. Well, boy, JT, Nick, you said it. This is 45 yards.
30.16. Sorry it took me so long. And falling. So I don't know what it means, but it's just numbers. I mean.
Now, I've got this one inside left.
Yeah. It's actually the flattest part on the golf course. It's actually a tough green because you've been on so much slope, you're suddenly grinding on a reed. I think he seriously got it wrong.
Well, you just got to look at it in generalities from that distance and just get the speed. The speed was good, but he definitely missed the reed by quite a bit.
He went for a 10-foot left to right and it moved 6 inches.
Garcia on the upslope. Don't really know if that's hurting or helping him with the flag as far back as it is.
Yeah, this whole location is hilarious. I've never known this, and it will probably never be. It could be equaled or better, but on 85 yards, that is hilarious, isn't it? We've never
sort of 6 club difference from front to back pins. Marcus Armitage, good try.
One of the other men in golf I've heard say that he comes in, he's an emotional guy. He says each day he comes in with kind of an emotional plan, depending on how he wakes up in the morning. Tony, I know yours was just anger management.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. My one emotional plan was try to behave. Didn't often work.
Just try and be nice to yourself, yeah, for starters.
That's a good start. It's such a variety of characters, weren't there, Nick? Some guys were club blamers, some guys were self-blamers, some guys were caddy blamers.
What was Hovland? All 3 of those.
Oh man, he was a legend, wasn't he?
Yeah.
He was the funniest man I ever met. I don't know about you.
No, I agree. He was
Simon Hovland, the legend, the late Simon Hovland, who we all miss.
Well, this one, gentleman, to go 5 under for his last 5 holes. On a bit of a run here. Eagle, birdie, par, birdie, and this for another birdie.
It doesn't matter if it is from 146 feet. A 3-putt is still upsetting.
It's been a much better day for Hideki Matsuyama. Dropped one at 17, but this for birdie at 18, and it's a round of 67 in the end for the Japanese superstar. So we need to save the best for last.
Harold Varner. Chance to get to 5 under on his opening hole. Beautifully done. And you're off and running. Neiman has found the thickish straw.
Where's he gone long? Oh, look at that whole location, right on top of the rise or the roll. It's a great strategy. Knock it long and come from the back of the green.
Eagle putt for Garcia. Just underread a bit, but pretty good effort. So many slopes in these greens, it's frightening sometimes.
There's Jordan Smith at the 13th. At pace. Right in the heart of it too. That's the club that's been working against him the last few days. Such a good ball striker. Worked for him there.
Wow. Not used to seeing him get it quite that wrong with the putter. He's deadly with that stick.
Yeah, playing in, by my calculations, 1,064 his round today. Never to win on the PGA Tour, but he's contended so many times, including last week at the Genesis Scottish Open, where he led the way through that opening round. But it's a front page of superstars in the game, befitting the special occasion today in the 150th Open. World number one in there, in the top 5. Scotty Scheffler, Dustin Johnson, Victor Hovland looking to become Norway's first male major champion. Good round as well from Thomas Pieters yesterday. A couple of consecutive 67s for the talented Belgium.
A little bit of a breeze now starting to pick up just a little bit. Into off the left here. There's 3-wood. That was actually 5-wood, excuse me, on that flight.
Yeah, a couple of bunkers down the right to be avoided. Not those two. That's going the other way at 9. But it's a strategy hole, the 9th right. Sorry, the 10th right now with this hole location. Right, look at that, right in front of that scoop.
And Armitage also playing it more strategic, Nick, with an iron off the tee and going to leave themselves a full shot they can spin.
Yeah, either a full shot or maybe the wind will change and they'll be able to get a driver up, you know, really close. They can putt it through that little valley. So just pull out there. So you see the couple of bunkers. No point risking any of those. Actually, that other pot bunker, the one that Rory holed, that amazing bunker shot, is back in play, that bunker.
That was marvellous yesterday. This whole place absolutely erupted. They probably heard it out there. Nice little sailboat out on the water. Plenty to do here in Scotland. They make it look so calm out there. It's quite nice up along the ridge as well. We've got the Nevis Range and the Glentress, I think it's called. Seven Stains Glentress on the Scottish border.
That looks fun. Oh, no.
It did. Hopefully a soft landing. You might be, can you do that in, where are you going, Montana, Nick?
Yeah, whitewater rafting. Yeah, it's big up there, obviously. And haven't got many beaches in Montana. Sit there on a lonely beach and contemplate. Look at that, bro. Oh, you're not far from the chippy, so you're fine.
Supplies nearby. It's only around about 200 metres away from the first tee here in front of the RNA clubhouse.
One of the 4 amateurs to make the cut, Filippo Celli from Italy. He's leading amateur.
They're actually all quite tightly packed, aren't they?
Yeah, it's
so they've got a great battle today. That's an exciting day for those young guys.
Race for the silver medal, the coveted silver medal.
Yes, he starts today at 4 under par. Barclay Brown is at 2 under par as well, so he's picked up a couple on him.
Wow, it was a beautiful strike, wasn't it? That, oh, yeah, a little too beautiful. A little bit of apprehension, crunch in that one for the opening hole.
Known as Mr. Steady in Australia. Brad Kennedy plays up in Japan.
Here we go. I thought they were going to write the odds. That's fun.
There've been some absolute masterpieces. It must have been by them down there throughout the week.
So all you need is a rake. That's it. Off you go.
And a bit of talent.
I'm sure
That's what I'm lacking.
I'm sure it's no ordinary rake. Yeah, it's just a. Don't aerate your grass in your back lawn, Tony. I'm sure you've got one of them.
Yeah, I've got a couple of those, couple of tine rakes. That's a great skill he's got.
World number 1 arriving.
Very important to let the world number 1 in. You know, no messing.
It is comforting to see that they have to get scanned as well. What a finish this would be for Sam Burns. He's gone and done it too. 4 to finish his day.
I need to show him the wall that I step over every day and nobody notices. You know, I can get in, no problem. Sneak round the back of the gorse bushes and you're in.
You know all the spots, Nick. Great round of 64 for Sam Burns today.
Nick, have you ever seen this flag before here at 10?
Yeah, they've used the front edge a couple of times. But this, right in front of this scoop is a little scary.
107 for Justin. The wind's picked up just a shade. That's safety.
Yeah, that's sensible.
You can see the ball of Marcus Armitage down in little ditch before it. He's still in search of his first birdie. Hasn't been an issue for Justin Thomas today. He's 3 under par for his round.
Jordan Smith, second into the par 5, 14th, 604 yards. Known just as Long. Every hole has a name.
Oh,
and what a shot that is.
Oh, how good was that? You can drop it out your pocket any better than that one. I was thinking you got a choice, short or long. How do you get it flag high? And he does that straight away.
Garrick Higgo, renowned for his putting ability. Sweetly hold, birdie at 17. Oh, that is going to be a serious rarity today.
Brad Kennedy putting back towards it at his opening hole. Started doing some work with Dave Allred recently, so that's really helped his game. He's had a string of top 10s coming into the week over in Japan.
He's not really up to his knees in rough, but he's obviously got some wicked hill right in front of him. And my goodness, he did well.
Yeah, that's just brute strength. Nick, that would be up to my armpits.
We have to send a search party out for you.
Jelly for an opening birdie. Not that time round. Back to Armitage and Aaron.
Yeah, he's got to come up this ridge very steep, very quickly. And then away from him to the right. Justin Thomas will do well to pay attention to what this does at the end because it's on the direct opposite line of where he's putting from.
Yeah, not bad. An awkward putt. That little hollow is going to catch many a soul today.
Yeah, Tony, he was about a yard away from being perfect with his second. Justin taking a look at this putt from a couple of different angles. Where he's standing, the ball is seemingly below his feet, which would tell you that it's going to go to the right. But at the hole, it almost looks like it's going to go back to the left. So a couple of different breaks in this one by my eye. From about, I'd say, oh, it's got to be 18 feet, 20 feet at most.
Burns the edge of the hole.
Just a little formality for a fork. And it goes. A question for both of you: when you play St Andrews and you get to the loop, how much kind of pressure do you feel in terms of it being a scoreable section of the golf course, or does that change day by day?
Yeah, I mean, it is a little easier. That one particular, 7 green, if you get that right, you can get close. 8 can be very awkward, though, because you can't see anything off the tee. And where they've been putting these new hole locations, it's in that back corner, and it's actually pretty tough. 9 is your real chance. 10, as you saw, is a very awkward, and 11 is scary. So it doesn't mean it's easy. I mean, 11, you cannot go long. They've pushed it on that back platter. They've used that twice, as opposed to using behind Strath Bunker. Well, in the good old days, it was almost 4 times behind Strath Bunker.
Jordan Smith just tapping that one in, made it look so easy, didn't he, for eagle there. So he's to 5 under par for his round. Tringali's doing all sorts of things on the greens today.
Garcia's got a monster here at 6. Oh. Great try. I'd love to know what the longest putt is that's been holed this week at the old course. There must have been a...
Well, there's the Porter one right across the 9th on day 1.
Yeah, that was a
45 yard, I think, or it might even be given more.
My maths hasn't been great today, so I'm not going to try and give you that in feet. There's so much to look forward to when you look at that leaderboard, the front page of it here today in the final round of the Open. Some of the best names in the game right at the top.
Yeah, there is Strath Bunker. But they've pushed it further back today into the back section.
Justin?
Yeah.
I just would like to feel hurt with that.
Yeah, I would too.
You know, part of the issue with picking the right club here today, guys, is that
Here, if it was hurting, we'd feel it.
where he's standing, the grandstands is blocking the majority of the wind from the left, and you can't really feel it. And there might be a tinge of hurt, just a little bit, but enough to where you got to pay attention.
Well, you're definitely not going to fly it up. You're trying to fly it into that upslope.
Yes, sir. You're not flying it back there.
Yeah, you need some brakes on this one. Oh, it's coming in. Well, that's okay. I mean, if it releases and gets all the way up there, fantastic. But if not, well, they pushed that way back. Especially being burnt down that right-hand side, Tony. That's serious, isn't it?
No, that's nasty. Just nasty.
Where's the line for you guys here? Do you like it on the right edge of the tower for these players? Kind of hit it there, the 11th tower?
Yeah, I think you're going to go left, aren't you? Little left. And as I said, we've got 184, so you're looking to really try and land at 175 max. I think that's the most important thing, is just the number where you're going to land it. So if it's What's that, full sevens for these guys? Maybe
this one leaking right, though. Needs to hang on.
I want to see how this lands.
Mick, I've got a great little story. Mike Clayton sent me a message about Strath Bunker.
Yeah.
Named after Davy Strath, who finished second in the Open 3 times. Third time he tied and he refused to do a playoff. But he was told he got consumption, TB. He was told to go to Australia for his health and passed away out there. And he was buried in an unmarked grave, and a friend of Mike Clayton's discovered the grave, and the RNA sponsored a nice headstone.
Oh, that's sweet. That's cool. Nice. Very nice. Oh, yes. Oh, that's the way to end your week.
He's got a happy face, hasn't he?
Yeah, Adrian Aussie said he really wanted to lean into the experience this week, make sure he enjoyed it along the way as well. Round of 72 to finish off his campaign. But it's been a good year for the Spaniard, winning for the first time on the DP World Tour. He's got some fans out there.
Gosh, one green looks small all of a sudden, doesn't it, compared to the rest? But it's still a monster for a one green.
Like so many before him today, online and just shy of pace.
Well, it rolls off so much after that, you don't want to get too carried away.
Endeared himself to so many, didn't he, last year at the BMW PGA Championship at Wentworth. Chris Kirk giving himself a very nice look here.
Yeah, I think in the future there's going to be a nice, European run maybe at the end of the kind of autumn time, as we call it in Europe, to bring more American players over and play a nice little run around Europe. And I think they would really love the culture of that. That's what we always enjoy, going to major cities across Europe. There's so much character, isn't there? I mean, it's, if you can embrace it, if you're not expecting the same food, if you all the time, if you're going to enjoy that, it is fantastic across Europe to play golf.
No birdie that time round for Garrick Higo. He's had plenty of them today. Nice little eagle at 9 as well. Round of 66 for the South African. Out to 11 with Armitage.
Better part of 60 feet here, I think, for Armitage. And it's just absolutely 73 feet to be exact. And I'll tell you what, this is a wall he's putting up. Extremely slow. That's got to go. That has got to go. I can't tell you how many times I've seen guys come up short to this flag, these whole locations up here, Nick.
Yeah, it's probably
both days.
Probably the slowest putt on the golf course. That's just a steady climb of probably a good 3%. And the octopus is having fun.
Munoz. Right to left for birdie. And nails it absolutely dead center. Beautiful putt.
A slightly easier putt for Justin Thomas here, coming halfway up that hill. Has a much better visual. Still can't get it there, but good putt.
tiny bit of breeze picking up there as well now.
Earlier today in our coverage, we saw them cutting the pin back there, and Tony and I both laughed with up in that back corner. One birdie, one bogey there so far today.
That's a long way back. I mean, if you go over, it's 8 feet deep. The hollow, I call it the moat over the back of 11 there.
No one survives the moat, surely.
No, I don't think he would on that.
I think they should officially name it that now. That wind, Nick, to your point, has really picked up right now. This is a good club. It was barely a half a club on the tee. Now it's a solid club coming across this green.
Oh, stay straight. Good save.
That's really well holed on a day that hasn't had that much momentum after the drop shots at 3 and 4. All pars since then. Doesn't add another to the tally, Armitage.
Varner the third. For a 3 at the third. Yeah, he's got a bit of bounce in his step, hasn't he?
It's because he wears Jordans. That's why. Another one of the guys has got a collection of Michael Jordan's boots. Don't think he can beat Pat Perez, who rumour has it's hundreds. He's got hundreds of pairs.
It's for eagle at 5 for Robert McIntyre. There we go. What a great bounce back as well after the double on 1. Birdie at 3. And he's back in the red for the day. Zooming back toward the 12th tee.
I've got the wind pretty much straight across, dead out of the southwest, so maybe just ever so slightly into their face.
That might make significant difference, wouldn't it? Whether they can, it's going to be interesting where they can get to.
Well, he's definitely trying to take the first 3 or 4 bunkers out of play with this play, Nick.
You know, that's about 260 plus.
Just got to keep it short of that one way down by the green.
No, he's up parallel with it. That is actually a great spot. I mean, obviously that bunker guarding right in the front of the green is going to be seriously in play today.
They've done a great job of over the years of keeping all of them in play. That's always been the goal. Biggest hazards on the golf course.
And not quite the same distance as Justin. This one going left.
Oh, will it? No. This hole's got the better of Marcus Armitage the last couple of days. 2 drop shots on Friday and Saturday. And that looks ugly there with the next to come.
Yeah, hard to tell if it reached the course, but it looked pretty ominous.
It was glassy out there earlier today.
It's still on the out. Just having a quick look. You know, it's always, it's important, isn't it? It's going to be all the way to just 12:09, low tide, and then obviously the high would be all the afternoon. You know, right away to gone 6 o'clock. So that could be interesting. Obviously, when the leaders go out at 3. Seven, they put the flag on that little right-hand side of the Rhodesian Ridgeback. It's a serious ridge.
Nick, it's amazing how things have changed since our era. The playability of the course with modern equipment. Some of the shots that they take on.
Well, the 350-yard drive this week is the norm.
Yeah.
Is the absolute norm. So it's, you know, when we played it, St Andrews was all about the size of the greens and there's the 2 shots into the green. You didn't do any chipping. If you played well, you didn't do any chipping. But they're now driving so far, it's become really important, the pitch shot, because it's their pitch shot for the second shot, not missing the greens, and obviously in long putting, because they are driving the greens and then having 30 and 40-yard putts for their eagles or whatever. So it is a completely different strategy now.
Good bounce back there from Jason Kokrak after the drop shot at 11.
You know, 5 and 14 were 2 woods, really, to get to that. Many a hole was, on the way in. 15 was a 5-iron for your second shot. I mean, now it's bomb it down there and pitch and run.
17, go back in your
17
memory.
with 3 irons.
Drive and 3 irons.
Hey, we were hitting 3 irons intentionally left of the bunker.
Yep.
You know, so that's another strategy. We look at when Tom Watson was against Seve, that was a 2-iron.
Well,
so,
do you think there's less strategy now, like Rory coming down the stretch yesterday? On 15 and 16, just bomb driver.
You got to practice eating your 99. Come on.
But now listen, when I left this comms box yesterday, you had one, Alison had one, everybody had one. The only one that didn't get one.
We want another one now, please. Can we put our order in? I'm working. I'm going to start my waistline in another month. I'm just giving in.
It's the only place in the world you have a breakfast cone, isn't it? Open week here. This is for birdie for Sergio Garcia.
Yeah.
It's that canary yellow shirt that's.
Are we going to see another birdie at 17? Oh, we most certainly are. One of the most iconic holes in golf.
Simply couldn't believe the numbers coming out of 17 yesterday. Less than 10% of the field hit that green.
Oh, yeah. What was it playing about? Oh, here we go. 4 points. This is smart, I think. He's going to back into the gorse bush. Could be very nasty.
He's putting his armour on.
Yeah, very sensible.
I'm telling you what, that is something that an American player first time over here would have no idea to do that. That is brilliant.
Yeah. He's been there before.
Those things hurt.
Oh. And you know what, Aaron? I tried that my first year on tour, and unless your rain trousers are made out of Kevlar, it's not going to help. You just get punctured on your posterior. It hurts for weeks afterwards, and you can throw the rain jacket, the rain trousers away.
I was going to say,
like
but the worst thing is when you back in, you can't you got to man up, haven't you, and stay there.
Absolutely.
It's like, oh my God, it's like, and you start wincing and think, okay, I can't move now. Give me the club.
That is a brilliant play. Needs to sit down a little bit. I give him an absolute 11 out of 10 for effort right there.
You've got to experience everything. Got to come well equipped when you come and play Scottish links golf with gorse bushes around.
It's wicked stuff, isn't it? It really is.
Yep. Tip of the cap to you there, Marcus Armitage.
Now Justin decided to play the hole a little more conventional. Just missed the bunker in front. There's still plenty going on here though, with this low area that he's got to come up this big rise. Just so many options. Do I bump it into the hill? Do I putt it? Do I take a little 7-iron? And just past that flag, it falls off pretty quickly.
What's the alternative? I mean, it's like that little dark patch. I'm thinking of kind of hitting like a 56, like a little bit of a cut, kind of like similar to the one yesterday, where it kind of has like a little bit of flight, and then kind of not like spin, but just like slow down. I think it's either that or a 5-iron. I mean, it's just
I like the wedge. Trust your instincts. Come on. Have fun with it.
He's so creative, guys. Though he could easily just take the 5-iron like he talked about and do the same thing. But Bones is right. Have fun with it.
Yeah, it's a good call because it conjures up some fun in your visualization. I mean, the fun would be see it land, see it run, see it hit the pin, see it go in. There's your fun. I didn't see it coming from that side.
Yeah, the fun's all gone now, isn't it?
Now there's no more fun.
That's golf. All that marvelous anticipation and then But you've got to keep doing it though. You just that's the thing about golf. You've got to keep going every time, thinking it. You can do it because it's such a negative game. The results there, even the good shots get rotten results.
Nice in there at the opening hole for Christian Bezuidenhout. And it's always been a very good TJ at supporting his home tour as well.
Yeah, he really does. And he does a lot for junior golf out there. And he's off playing on the PGA Tour. We miss him over here. Billy Horschel. Looks good, looks good, looks good. Yeah, well done. He'll be back to defend the BMW PGA Championship at Wentworth later in the year, I believe. And it'd be nice to have him back. He made so many friends that week.
That can only be one man, Richard Mansell. Round of 68 for Richard yesterday.
I had a pair of trousers like that once. My wife put them on the wrong drying cycle.
They're called shorts with you.
Nicely done there for Chris Kirk. Par at 1, birdie at 2. So why don't we roll you through a couple of the next couple of games to come out. Sahith Theegala is out with Minwoo Lee. Talk about young talent in that group. They're at 5 under par. Lucas Herbert is right there as well, as is Xander Schauffele, the most informed player in the world at the moment. John Rahm has the company of Victor Perez, who's won around the old course before, a former Alfred Dunhill Links champion, who's based not far from here, just to the north in Dundee. The big hitting Nikolai Højgaard is there with Will Zalatoris. So a lot to look forward to in the next little while as well, not to mention the last couple of groups. So there's Minwoo and Sahith down there.
This is game number 26.
Have a good day, bro.
On the tee from the USA, Sahith Theegala.
Such a bright future ahead for Theegala.
Such a fun character. Unfortunately, he made a mess of the 18th hole just a couple of weeks back, trying to get his first win. He's another man that don't react to his follow-throughs. He drops the club, he goes, and that golf ball's 10 feet from the hole sometimes.
On the tee from Australia, Minwoo Lee.
Could say he comes
the bush and the blue, yeah?
Out the left.
Comes from a golfing family. It's actually their mum, Clara, that taught he and Minji, twice a major champion in her own right, his sister now. But she says it was his love for the game that got her more involved in it.
Singing. Yeah. Happy golfers. Hope they're still happy when they're coming up the other side of the fairway at the end of the day.
It was a pretty good alto that night too, wasn't it?
Looking at the gulls. Drinking it all in. How special it is for us to be back at St Andrews for the 30th time in Open history. And we have a mouth-watering prospect ahead of us today. We hope you stick around for the rest. It should be good.
It's going to be a buffet, isn't it, of wonderful golf, I think, this afternoon. Richard Mansell. A safe shot, and oh, wow, that took a little dive right at the hole. We haven't seen much of that. Most putts that have been dead on line, 8 feet short, have stayed there.
So that's for par in the end, putted up the slope to there. But a disappointing one. This for birdie at 16 for Aaron Jarvis. Oh, very nice. I wonder what the kind of impact he'll have in the Cayman Islands. Hopefully getting more kids into the game. It's not that popular there, but hopefully growing. Eagle for Kei Kunjana. So he's to 3 under par for his round. That puts him at 7 under total, so he's climbing just inside the top 15 now.
Yeah, old school, going left over that TV tower.
I think if you want to be aggressive today here
Far left.
on 13, you got to take it down 6, Nick.
Yeah, well, it's gotta
that might
avoid-
be too far left.
Fortunately, well, it dug down. This is where Cam Smith came to some disaster. Hit it right up against that, outside the lip of that one further forward, and could only duff it forward into the gorse bushes.
All the players using reusable bottles here. There's no disposable plastic water bottles on site, part of the push towards sustainability from the R&A. They've got electric mowers, a full fleet of them here as well. Back to 1 with Minwoo Lee.
Well, the wind is up a touch, but direction with all those flags is at least predictable.
So we're in a little over 20 feet left for the next. They're great, aren't they? The viewing stands been built up all around this golf course, and you kind of need it in a way because so many of the paths go around the perimeter.
Yeah, it's a great walk around the outside. That's how you view St Andrews. And then all you can do is cross on certain crossing areas. So you've got to plan your route for the day. You were watching TV this morning, anything 1 yard short of the flag was gripping and spinning back into the burn.
There's Shane Lowry rolling in.
He's got his sandwiches for the day.
What did you take out with you?
Well, we're backing out. It was bananas. That's all we could afford, you know. And then we elevated to a banana sandwich, banana and peanut butter sandwich, and then later a piece of chicken. Another decade later.
Interesting. That goes in for Jordan Smith. So he's on the tear. 4 under for the last 4.
So David Ledbetter was all about eating, a sack of grass and herbs and a bag of nuts. So he gave me a bag of nuts on the golf course, and because I took a handful of those and could choke myself to death because they're dry, just dried you up. So that lasted one time.
What a perfect time to bring in Trevor Immelman as well to the conversation.
Good morning. Bananas was all you could afford. Is that
That's
what I
it.
just heard?
That was it.
I feel like that might have changed as it went along.
Yeah.
Times have definitely changed for Sir Nick. It's all kind of calm and benign out there for the players right now, isn't it?
Almost flat calm. Humidity is really up. That's what we've noticed. So that's we're back to like when we were calling it day 2. We're getting some grip on the ball on the wedge shots, and no crosswind. He's having to go with the paddle. He thought that was fun. One day, Dad, I want to be a marshal. I can stand there and wave the paddle. There's your professional drinkers.
Well, it's gone noon local. It's legal.
A couple of plus handicappers in there. Let's go back down to 1. With Thigala stalking his birdie putt.
Got quite an interesting putting style. He has the ball position way forward, and then he has quite a large forward press of the hands to try and match that up.
There's always a lot. He's a mover. It's not still for long. 2 seconds. Look at the head speed, and then boom.
Good looking putt.
We've talked about the practice putting greens and how they're not big here. How did you warm up for the Open when you putted?
Well, funny enough, way back 1990, we were in France, and I walked onto the putting green and went, oh wow, suddenly there was a 60-yard putting green there. I think we were in Chantilly or something like that. And so Fanny and I said, okay, this is time to start practicing our long putts. So we started practicing, that's a good month before, get some idea of whacking, as we'd been talking, 30, 40, 50-yard putts. Because you have to have a bit of movement, because, all the other time you're trying to just keep the body super still, but when you get to 50 yards, you need a bit of give over in your knees or your hips or wherever you want it. You've got to soften your body so you can give it a good slap and get it down there.
I think that's such great advice. Is trying to figure out which works best. Is it better if you let your wrists break down, your elbows be a little softer?
Yeah.
Is it a bit of hip rotation? Got to figure out what works for you to where you can still catch it in the middle.
So similar results for Thigala and Minwoo Lee. Down at the first, that's the next group to play. Lucas Herbert out with Xander Schauffele.
Just breathing out your left again, mate, 10:30. Yep.
This is game number 27. On the tee from Australia, Lucas Herbert.
Twice a winner on the DP World Tour, and then went on to win in Bermuda last year, pretty quickly after his win in Ireland on the PGA Tour.
Confident young player. Got a bit of a whippy action at the top. Watch how that club shaft narrows and then a ton of power through impact.
On the tee from the USA, Xander Schauffele.
Three wins in the last couple of weeks alone for Schauffele. Had the perfect warm-up at the Renaissance Club last week, taking the Genesis Scottish Open title. Just never really caught fire yesterday in that round of 72. So no divot for him down the first. The unmistakable Nick Pugh on the bag of Lucas Herbert, who he hasn't been back to Florida. He's got a place in Orlando. He's been practicing in Chicago because it's been too hot in Florida for him in the last couple of weeks.
Too hot in Florida for that beard, that's for sure.
Comes in handy with the wind with Lynx Golf. So off they go. Means so much to so many, this event, playing it back at the home of golf.
I want to see this putt. This is the third green. You can see exactly what is guarding this flag.
So he's at 2 under par, the only of the amateurs under par at the moment.
He's found a little more of a flat spot that he can putt through here. It's got a bit of speed to it. What do you think of the whole locations for this final round, Nick?
A couple of belters, so that's a good one. And we're loving the fifth hole on 85.
It's a full lob wedge from the front.
It was an afternoon stroll from the front edge. There it is. Look at that. Never seen that before. Way back there.
So the red flag over there on the left is the 13th. You can actually see that from 5 fairway. You can't see the 5th pin, funny enough. And Justin Thomas is back there.
Now he is closer to the front edge of the 5th than he is the front edge of the 13th. He caught a little bit of a flyer, kind of knuckler, landed and got past this flag, which is a no-no today on this left-hand side.
We've got a double chip off going on.
100%, Nick. I think they've got a. I think he I don't even think he.
This is like
waiting for the guys to play over at 5.
Yeah, it's like landing at Atlanta with the double runways.
or Heathrow.
Yeah, when you come look out the window and there's somebody else landing next to you. Oh my God, that's fun. So he's going left.
He's got to be going left.
He's going for a red pin. Okay.
I think the best you can hope for is just beyond it, some 15, 20 feet.
Be a good time to hit the flagstick.
Yeah.
That was pretty well done. Just kind of almost almost a layup to a certain extent. Leave yourself a decent look at it for par.
Just amazing how quickly this golf course, the old course, can humble the best players in the world.
Got to be playing at least flying at 125. That's okay. That's all right.
He's a very good putter for a big hitter of the golf ball.
Absolutely. Is actually second in the stats, the putting stats on the PGA Tour this season. Here's another good putter.
Billy from out of the hollow. Oh. So Billy up to a nice start. Wind picking up there. Look at the upper flags. Oh, that's as good as we've seen so far today. Should be. The man's really good with his wedge play.
It's a game that travels as well. Got to watch him win his gold medal in Tokyo. He's won all around the world. Now Xander Schauffele back to Justin Thomas.
Just to pick up some momentum going into a reachable 5. He's putted well today.
So do we call that an up and down, even though he was on the green in regulation? I'm pretty confused. What are you going with there, Aaron?
I'm going with, you know what's funny? I honestly think you got to go with a 2-putt. I think statistically that would call it a 2-putt because he was on the green, even though he used a wedge.
A lofted 2-putt.
A lofted save, I'd call that one. Here's another one. It's down the front of 17. It's always slow, slightly uphill.
We've got a nice tussle going on here for the amateurs, don't we? Jarvis at 1 over. He's got 18 to play.
Yeah, it would be good. A couple of ending birdies would be nice for him. Well, just the one. He's only got one left. This for Eagle for Harold Varner III. Bizarre seeing Ji Hyo Kim taking that full swing to that back pin, green side.
You have to come with your imagination here.
He needs to hold this first with Filippo Celli not off to the best of starts. He's back to 2 under par after starting the day at 4 under par. So
That's
he's
huge.
He's trying to post that number, isn't he?
If he can post even, it'll be an interesting next few hours for him.
Second fairway really is unbelievably firm. Burnt all the way.
The wind came up. Gosh, dang it, go.
No, you got it, everything all right. So there's that little bit of grip. We didn't have that day 1 and day 3, did we?
Well, we spoke up his putting earlier, saying how well he's putted out in the US this season. See if he can make one here at the first.
He kind of needs it in a way because his style of game is to bomb it up there and then just try and get up and down. He's got a very good short game as well.
Yeah, very aggressive player, which I think suits him because that's his personality. He's lively, he's outgoing.
I was speaking to his dad last week. Lyndon and Meredith, his parents, are over, and from Bendigo, country Victoria, and he said he's always gone for the gaps. He could never talk, even when he was 13 years old. If there was a gap in the trees, he was always going for it.
He coloured outside the lines, eh? Ah. One of those children.
See John Rahm down there. He's out alongside Victor Perez.
Tell him to wait till he tees off.
Cue announcer.
This is game number 28. On the tee from Spain, John Rahm.
Perfect timing there as ever from David Lancaster. It was all down to the start, really, for John Rahm. 73 in his opening round. It's been better since then.
That'll work.
Chip it as much as you want, starting at just a fraction more right in the bushes there.
On the tee from France, Victor Perez.
Just take a touch off of it.
Yeah, I just let him hit.
New look there for Victor Perez. Just the one open appearance, missed the cut last time round. And he's having a much better season after winning the Dutch Open a couple of weeks ago. Finished third as well at Porsche European Open. Printing a good season.
Thank you, James.
What's the mind frame for players like Rahm and Perez today?
Oh, John Rahm, it's easy for him. He's just going to try and do something crazy. He'd like to believe he could shoot 60. Can try and play as aggressive as possible. He doesn't need to think about bailing out for safety. Just try and find a way to work it a little bit closer than normal.
And there are opportunities out there. You've got the 2 reachable par 5s. You've got a few par 4s that you can drive. So multiple eagle chances are on offer, but still a long way back.
Ah, got our outfit ready.
Cheers. See ya. Thanks.
Going in Jack Nicklaus yellow on Sunday.
Thomas trying to bomb one down the par 5 14th. Oh boy, there's OB there.
Best kick you've ever gotten in your life.
Oh, that's gone. That's well and truly over.
It's the merchandise tent over there.
Not many yardages from over by the cash register. Another par tester here for Filippo Celli. Up to the task that time round. Had a brilliant second round of 67. Nicely rewarded there with an opening 3 for Xander Schauffele.
Answer at 7. Trying to pay off the good approach, and does. Spoke to him earlier this week. First time to St Andrews, having an absolute blast, just like everybody.
Birdie putt here for Sahith Theegala.
It's quite fidgety, isn't he, Nick?
Most definitely. A lot going on. It's good to keep moving under pressure, but you don't want to be moving that much where that putter face is changing angle. Oh, no. Oh, no. That is too close to the lip. It's going to have to go backwards now. His week unraveled yesterday. He was going so nicely. Tried to help it. I went for a big swing, trying to scoop it. And it's such a scary, brave bunker shot. It's crazy. It's dead flat, you see. There's no help. There's no little upslope in the sand. Nothing worse. Now you got to thump it out backwards. Gosh, now you're there for 4. So his chances of the silver medal have just been dashed right there in the road hole bunker.
Yeah, it's a similar part of the course. It's almost a carbon copy. He dropped 4 shots on the way in yesterday evening. Will do well just to drop 1 or 2 there. Back to 1.
John has to be careful. He can really spin it. No, he's not going to like that.
Finau for birdie at the short par 4 12th. Rolls that one in nicely.
Yeah, good move back after being 1 over through 3s to 4 under par for his round today. 6 under total. Back to Perez.
Lovely simple action, isn't it? Oh,
careful.
No, that's... There's a couple. There you go. Been in there this morning.
And that's what you were saying Rahm had to be careful of.
Yeah,
and there's evidence.
Got his numbers wrong on that one. Oh, now he's got to lob it across the corner. But that for a double. definitely going to get a bucket hat deal, isn't he?
Westwood trending in the right direction. Couple of birdies in the last few. This is second at 7.
This is going to be very good. Normally that whole location's quite difficult, but with a little bit of the fire taken out of the greens, you can now use that spine.
He knows this place well. Tyrrell Hatton, twice a winner of the Alfred Dunhill Links. But that form finally transforming its way and translating into the Open. Missed the cut last time it was here in 2015.
Clubs are already here in the bag room. Oh, Yucksville. That's his 3 off the tee, Aaron.
Yeah, this is his 4th, and he's just trying to play it down the 5th fairway, guys. Same with Marcus. Marcus Armitage was also down there, played it down the 5th fairway, and now they're looking at 3rds and 5ths from there.
We got it. That's what we used to do back in the day. Went down left down the 5th, and then you come to try and get round the back. Oh, the green's actually round the corner, but they got a different hole location this time, right in the front left corner. Wouldn't like this for your first chip of the day, Trevor.
No, off of a nice tight lie.
Tight lie, little down slope. Don't overplay it. Ooh, just.
That was brave.
Yeah.
Only landed it a couple feet over the edge.
So that next to come will be for a 5 for Perez. Been a couple of them, or worse, on the opening hole. That Burns made its presence known out there on the opening hole. It's just such an amazing piece of land.
Something happened with his seconds. He must have come up and back down. So square on up the Valley of Sin. So that birdie we thought he could make to get into the red. Or was he? No, he's 1 over. Wasn't trying to get back to even.
Yeah, but with Sam Bairstow a couple over, he's done for the day. Trying to get in as low as you can and keep the pressure on Filippo Celli, who still has 13 holes to go.
Let's see if Rahm can get this putter going. Seemed frustrated on the greens so far this week. A lot of hands on hips and head shaking.
So this group's already been announced. Nikolai Højgaard and Will Zalatoris. Identical scores all 3 days, 73, 67, 71. By far the longer of the two twins.
Pretty good pairing. This is two of the new, really talented youngsters from both sides of the pond, or both sides.
Will Zalatoris.
American Europe.
This guy's a special ball striker. Isn't he?
Yeah, I thought if St Andrews played longer, like we were talking about, this guy would have had probably a different week. Been a bit more demanding, you know, for those second shots at more length, but it's really been bomb it as close and so many wedges and knockdown running shots.
He's actually leading the DP World Tour rankings at the moment. Zalatoris after his 2 runner-up finishes in the USPGA and US Open. Trying to do what Colin Morikawa did, becoming the first American to win the season-long race over in this part of the world last year.
So it makes that to save the bogey, but not an ideal start.
This would be for a birdie, double birdie finish to come home for Jordan Smith. He only had 2 pars on the back 9 alone. See them there. Round of 67 for Jordan Smith today. So it puts him just outside the top 30.
This is game number 29.
Important 1.5 foot for Aaron Jarvis. So we'll see how that stands up as the day progresses. In the race for the silver medal. A couple of big names have won that in the past, Trevor.
Yeah, sure have. It's all going to be dependent, I think, on how Chelly plays that loop, because he's got some birdie opportunities there. He really can build himself a nice cushion to finish if he plays that loop well. Now at the second, Schauffele.
They got room on the second to land it and stop it. There you go. Nothing like as far as days 1 and 3.
Five pars to start the day. 3 birdies in a row for Abraham Ansah. So he's inside the top 15.
The bunker just left to the target line. Really been in play today. That's original.
Bunkers not going to be.
Yeah, that's fine. That's a great one.
In play for this one. Fantastic.
That fella was early on. My first couple of groups of 2 guys in that fella. Hangs on. Do you like that left wrist? Say, shut club face and then powers the body to open up the face.
Really is interesting to me how the modern golfer, we'll call them, how much they release that front foot.
Yeah, I know, you're right. Well, that's part of martial arts, isn't it? If you flip your ankles round, you get more power, you get more speed. So it's they're applying that science of how to get. If the ankle goes fast, obviously the knee does and the hip does. So I tried it. It did me in.
And you haven't done it since.
That's right. I was trying it in the gym for my my power kicks, which were very powerful.
Good 2 birdies to start the day there for Xander Schauffele. Down at 14.
Oh, where are we now?
Yeah, Marcus Armitage just lipped out violently for birdie, but a good 5. This is for the 6. He hit a beautiful shot from 112 into the bank, killed it, stunned it, and trickled to here. This for the 6.
What a hole the 14th is. It's right now.
His day suddenly went, oh, Yucksville.
Yeah, had it to 3 under par back on the tee, wishes he could have a mulligan at the par 5.
Got to believe this guy will hit it close. Oh, smashed it. He doesn't need a smash factor on the wedges. Pretty good swing for this guy. Oops.
Mentally, I'm sure a little dejected after the issues at 17.
Exactly. We're right up on the front of the tee.
Okay, Jelly now for eagle at the par 5 fifth.
Yeah, the green is 100 yards long. Flag is on 85.
That's beautiful touch there. So it looks like he's going to bank another one. Tap that in to get back to 3 under for the tournament.
That should be great for European golf, being from Italy. Ryder Cup going there. It's not the most popular sport in Italy, golf, so it would be a nice boost for an amateur to get this medal.
Yeah, wouldn't it just? Lots of good youngsters coming out of Denmark these days, on both the men's and women's side. He'll enjoy the teach with the next.
I'm going to give Thomas Bjorn all the credit for that, but don't tell him I said that when you see him later.
Secret safe with us.
That's at least a nice way to end the day, end the week. Ah, there's a bib.
Yeah, go Rory. Is he caddying out there today?
Yeah.
Smiling.
Everybody loves being at the Open.
From down that little collection area on 3.
Go.
Nothing but net for Sahith Theegala. So he's to 6 under par.
One of those coming up.
For openness to start your day. I mean, the greens are tracking very well, really.
Has been all week.
Yeah, very. Only single cut them for the final day. Well, we just saw with Schauffele that very doable this hole. Rather, this reaction on the green should be able to get it to stop. When he's on, he's usually has at least one kick in a day. But that is dreadful. He's pulled it again.
So a little length on the next for John Rahm.
Obviously not dropping the club face. His club face is obviously coming in left a little bit. Maybe it's as simple as club face is a little shut. I mean, you know, just went straight there, didn't it?
That's it. Finish off with a birdie. Wishes he could delete the last couple of holes. No question about that for Barclay Brown. But great to see that next generation coming through. So around a 75 in the end for him today, which puts him 1 stroke more in the clubhouse than Aaron Jarvis.
Did he learn a little something from Zalatoris? Not much.
What he learnt was don't do that, and he did it. He's going to go first, otherwise Will will be standing on his coin.
It's for par at 13 for Tony Finau. Little tester up to the task. So he keeps that momentum going with that. 5 birdies in the last 8 holes. So many players leaving that birdie putt short, and it goes for par at least for Nicolai Højgaard. He's another one of the electric few to come in the next generation. The things he did in Ras Al Khaimah to take the title earlier this season on the DP World Tour were things you'll never see again. That's a leaderboard you might very well never see again. The likes of Scotty Scheffler, Rory McIlroy, Victor Hovland, Dustin Johnson's there, as well as a couple of the UK faves in Fleetwood and Fitzpatrick, Shane Lowry too. What more could you want here on the Sunday at the Open? It's shaping up to be a good one. We're getting to that part of the day where you can start sorting your leaderboards by score rather than by grouping. Moving towards the pointy end of things.
Like so many other flags today, you can choose to fly it past the flag or be aggressive and try to skip it down this ridge and get it close, just like you can here on 15. This is 174 for Justin. Trying to draw it in from the right.
That's a good solid shot. But it's been a frustrating week for him. He was one of the favourites coming in.
There is 15 and 4 running opposite directions. Needs to find some oomph, doesn't he, in his game? It looks like Abraham Hans has managed to trickle one to the front third of the 9th. Beautiful position. That little front bunker will be in play.
He's going to have that left for 4 birdies in a row to finish this out with 9.
Yeah, 9 is 350 yards on the nose today. It's a good angle. You saw where the flag is in amongst the top side of all these humps and moguls, and release. Oh, fantastic. Beautifully played. Nice low one. Skipped it through there.
So this for the par for John Rahm. Just out of position, really.
Oh yeah, he needs to get. You've got to be inside the 15-foot circle when you've got wedges in your hand.
Yeah, proximity's been lacking there on the opening too, hasn't it?
That's where you want to be.
There's Anthony Quayle. Plays up in Japan, qualified through the Mizuno Open, but grew up in rural Australia, up in the Northern Territory. Used to putt to tin cans in his backyard. There's no golf course for about 6 or 7 hour drive from where he grew up. But it's been a bit of a grind for a lot of guys in Japan with the quarantine measures the last couple of years. He says he's just trying to get back to enjoying the game again.
Now, he's been playing some good golf. Like you said, Mizuno Opening, that's how he got his qualification. Finished second there, and the next time he played 4th.
And it'll be a nice pairing for him with Ian Poulter out there today. Do either of you remember the first time you know, when you were youngsters, before you were the big names, who you were paired with and how that felt to play?
Very first Open. Wow, you got me there. Played with Billy Casper first time I played at the Masters. I'm trying to think who I played with. I was qualifier in 1976. I led the qualifying at West Lancs and then came across to Berkeley. I don't remember who I played with.
Schauffele second at 3. My first Open 2002, I played the final round with Bernard Langer. That was a thrill. Learned a lot that day playing at Muirfield with the great champion in Langer.
Two good ones in there for Schauffele and Herbert. So they've got 2 good looks to come. So does Abraham Ancer out at 9.
Oh, goodness me.
A little extra right hand there, wasn't it?
Wow, he just gave a simplest of 3s up. Oh, very nice.
I got an idea, fellas. Should we all wear the same shirt tomorrow?
Pink ferns. That's different. His phone's going to light up and he's going to say, "You're on telly." Look, a right bunch of Charlies.
This is some start from Xander Schauffele. Could it be 3? Yes, quite quickly too. And with that, he gets to a tie for 11th place. Gosh, they're streaming in.
It's going to be an electric afternoon, isn't it? So much anticipation. Fan favorite McIlroy.
Yeah.
You got Hovland trying to break through, create some history for his country.
Little wedge at 2 for Zalatoris. And a very nice one at that.
Yeah, there's X grip we're talking about.
I'm just judging that first bounce to perfection. Watch that skip right there.
Yeah, giving them some room at 2, giving them some room at 15 to get close.
5, even though it's way back there, you can bounce it in.
5 is, yeah, a lot. We've had eagles galore, but so it's got no fire in it. There's a couple of tight hole locations, but if you're smart and just throw a little bit of caution, don't want to obviously go long at 11, but $13 is way back right. That could be fiddly if the wind did pick up. Nice. He's going to have a real cushion soon.
The cushion's 5 right now for Chelly.
Nice bounce back after a poor start.
Yeah, the kid's got some mettle, doesn't he? And hopefully, like you say, the Ryder Cup in Rome at Marco Simone breathes some life into Italian golf, and he might do it as well. If he could take the silver medal here in the Open, in the 150th edition, wouldn't that be something? Good move in the right direction today. You see the name of Abraham Ancer. He's 3 under after the trio of birdies and 6, 7 and 8. So that puts him at 7 under collectively. And the rounds of Jordan Smith, Patrick Reed are done for the day. 67s bested by the 66 from Garrick Higo. He's won all around the world now. A good bounce back birdie in the end for Lucas Herbert after the drop shot at 2. It's great to have Billy Horschel over at Wentworth. He amassed some fans that week, no question about that. It's at 16 for birdie for Justin Thomas. 15, apologies. Either way, it didn't drop.
Been an awful run since the 9th, hasn't it? With a bunch of scoring opportunities.
So many chances. Bit of a long birdie chance for, but it's going to work. If you get yourself a giant 4-leaf clover, you're going to have plenty of luck.
And the man from Dublin
Is that what I'm missing?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was lucky when he shot that 57. It's the only, I think, ever in a world ranking event. Apparently, something. What is it about the first and putting back towards that pin that you see time and time again, 95% of people coming up short?
Yeah, you just look, it rolls off more than we can see on television, and it's opening putt of the day, and as we've been describing, it's a small putting green, so that's the first distance putt. You have to go a little bit on memory.
Three now into par 5.
Oh, this will work. This is perfect. You use the slingshot there.
Now just settle.
I think it will. That is exactly what you're going to need to do. That's what Rory did yesterday there. It gave him a nice easy birdie 4.
Ball on the way for Jason Kokrak.
I think that's a putt we're going to see quite a lot today at 16, because that whole location is so tough to get close to. So players are going to bail out 20 or 30 feet to the right and have that putt.
Especially if they're all in the left-hand rough.
Yeah.
They've all been favouring the left, and they're going to have no angle. They're going to have to play safe.
And I think, what's the number about? Listen, I think the plays you got to land it up top and let it hop down and check. Hit a 60, let it land up top. Exactly. Yep. That's the right play, bud.
So they've given the strategy away, trying to fly at 60, pitch it on the top ledge and skip it down into the bowl.
I'm not sure he gets so much spin whether it's going to get there. No. He could have landed it where that ball is and skipped it up with the trust with the amount of spin he puts on it. Yeah, he crunches it beautifully. He's got his hands very close to his legs. There you go. Keep your eye on the divot. You can keep your eyes on the divot where you let your chin go. Don't have to glue your head down.
I like that. I like the chin releasing a little bit.
Yeah. So if you can look at something where the chin goes, you don't have to stay static so your back of your neck's frozen. So the old keep your head down. It's not so great.
Ted, I'll just tell him. I'll see him now and tell him to come out here.
Oh, he's got a bit of mum's cake there.
He doesn't eat cake. Look how skinny he is.
He's got the chef over, doesn't he, too?
Yeah, what a life, eh? They all bring chefs now. I mean, seriously.
And you couldn't afford bananas, you told us.
Exactly.
Did you ever cook on tour? You know, did you rent houses? I can't picture it.
No, it was nothing like that.
Okay.
No, seriously, it's nothing like that. We struggled sometimes in Europe to get food because restaurants open so late. That was the other problem when you go to Spain and you finish at 4 o'clock and there's nothing to eat till 8 o'clock when the restaurant's open.
So Aaron Oberholz has hot-footed it back to this group with John Rahm and Victor Perez.
It was pretty simple, Allison. I was just walking down 16 and I looked to my left and I said, oh, look, there's John Rahm.
Left turn.
Left turn, U-turn.
Can't blame you.
Why not? You want me to do another loop around here? I would be happy to. This putt should move a little bit to his right, coming in from this low area. This back right section of the third green. I think we both read that incorrectly.
This tournament, probably more than any other during the year, you see putts from inside of 20 feet coming up short.
Rahm just waiting for the guys. Trev over on 15 to putt.
Well, yes, they work hard to get the greens to just 10.6. That's the fastest of the week. I mean, in America, it's always be 13 plus, or after that, they don't tell us where they are.
He would have learned something, Nick, for sure, from watching Perez. Those guys were separated by a foot on the green. Virtually the same distance.
He needs to just get into bashing mode. I mean, he's out of it. Just wants to have some fantastic day.
Well, he listened.
Definitely did the bashing bit.
Yeah, the plot thickens a little with the next. Just outside the circle of comfort.
Yeah, these will make you a little uneasy around here, considering where they can put the flags.
Saw it breaking to the right on the first putt, so this one probably just trying to run it up that right half.
I would think it's inside right, Trev, based on the first one, yep.
Lovely, super weak left-hand grip, blocks it, blocks it. John Rahm, he's going to be livid after that, isn't he? Pitches it in there and 3-putts it from there.
Yes,
that sums up his week, I guess, right there.
Yeah, he has struggled on the famous greens here at the old course.
Yeah, 36 putts on day one.
Really? Wow. That is a bunch for these guys.
Second at 4 for Xander Schauffele.
It's beautiful. This is one of the tough holes, a great hole. And a true championship hole location. Old school, right back in the neck, where it turns towards the 14th.
Yeah, that was probably a 9 out of 10 right there, wasn't it? It's a good shot.
Yeah, Schauffele's on the move. Finau wouldn't mind this either for eagle at 14.
Hey, nice run there.
Slings it right across the top edge. Great try.
Just looking at his record in the Open, this is his 6th start. He's never missed the cut and had 2 top 10s. 3rd in 2019, so he likes links golf.
Little slinger off the right for Kai Kanjana. Two birdies and an eagle to his name so far today. He's just outside the top 10. He was the man of the moment, wasn't he, back in those 3 months over the turn of the year. Won 4 times. From, I think it was October to January. Playing alongside him, Abraham Ansah.
So all those birdies and the messy 3-putt in and amongst it at the 9th. Could have been on a serious run, but still, great round going.
We've seen that it's out there. Sam Burns with that 64, wasn't it, earlier on? So they can be stitched together. That's what Xander Schauffele's done nicely so far. Trio of birdies to here. It's my first time doing tournament golf here, and I just find St Andrews so disorientating. And the fact that with the double greens, you're constantly looking and trying to work out where their targets are, even when you're following them off the tees.
It's tough. It's even tougher, obviously, without the TV towers and grandstands, because there's no aim points. just hope your caddy didn't have 1 too many the night before when he gives you the line, you know. After a wee dram or two, sir. Aye. Just over that wee brow there. Oh, sorry, sir.
So just the par for Schauffele that time round. I've heard of Opens gone by, people getting local caddies as well, almost on as consultants.
Just for the stories, I imagine. Oh, we have a victim. The big Jason Claret. And quite kind of happy just to escape in one.
The numbers coming out of 17 today are unbelievable. We'll get back to that in a second. Meanwhile, this for the par saver for Lucas Herbert. Yeah, well done. He's been very loyal to his team over the years. Kind of started making representative sides and was kind of exposed to other coaches. He said, no, I'm staying with Dom Azzopardi, I'm staying with Jamie Glazier, and just didn't change. It's not easy to do when you go through the ranks. Nice there from Paul Casey.
Borrowed Rory's shirt from yesterday.
Well, we know these guys can make it stop, so this man usually is very bold. Yeah, there you go, got it up there.
That's what you were telling Rahm to do, land it down in the flat.
Why they were getting carried, especially because they know how much he spins it. I'm surprised they were trying to make that one hop forward.
Looking down on the 5th.
So that's the front of the 13th on the other side. Don't get your yardage book upside down. You make a right mess of this one, but boy, he has some shuffling. How about that for a move?
He sure does.
Wow. He's got both lines matched up perfect. Let's see if he's read it perfect. Doesn't want to break. A misread.
Yeah, actually went the other way. But going to be a nice birdie.
Great crop of young PGA Tour rookies coming through. Cameron Young amongst that bunch as well. He'll be off later on today.
He's got the angle here, Nick.
Oh, most definitely. That was intentional. That is brave. Oh, that's the only way to do it. Well, that's an interesting. I can't imagine the leaders, if you really needed, send one down the OB fence there.
If I had the lead on 60T, I'd be aiming further and further and further left.
Yeah. I think you could. So this is how they start the 5th. The low fade has the marker post of Rory hit day 1. So that's perfect. The low fade off the tee on 5 is really working well.
Okay. Right. 13's good. Can I have it on the windsock, just the right of that?
So this for the par for Jason Kokrak. It is the hardest hole on the course. There have been 4 others already today. And there's going to be another bogey to the mix there.
It was pretty close to what, 4.7 yesterday, something like that.
Yeah, about 4.6 so far today.
Wow, and it's calm. Wow, awkward stance. I assume a bit of a hook for the first yard. And will it go back the other way? It does, the rotter. How about that?
Get a lot of break and a lot of elevation change, even from 10 feet around this place. Answer for birdie again, this time at 11.
Oh, he's given it a good hit.
He's lit the spark. 4 birdies in the last 5. Back to John Rahm.
156. And this is a little punchy 7-iron is the signal I'm getting. It seems like a lot of club from this distance.
Sure does.
That was definitely not a 7-iron.
Yeah,
that was a 9-iron.
Yeah. Oh, John. Okay, I'm just going to leave him. He's officially having a rotten week now.
Look at that lie.
If that's through a 9-iron, that is...
There's no way he's going to be able to get that out going toward the flag.
He's got to go, yeah. He might hole it out on 13. Then what do? Oh, that's a good point. If you hold, but you lay out sideways and knock it in there, we need a ruling on that one.
I thought we had a deal that you wouldn't ask me tough questions.
Ooh, Kunjana. He steps it in at the par 3. So he's inside the top 10 now.
Come on, Bobby Mack. As for Eagle here at 12. Get in there.
You can see by these guys' faces that they're a bit shell-shocked. It's been a long week, hasn't it? It's not like, whoa, jubilation, I'm having so much. It's like, oh, finally I get the result I want. Nice one, though. 2 at there, 12.
Yeah, he's had a bit of everything in that round.
Yeah.
What's Minwoo Lee got for us here? A birdie at 5. Always got a little pep in his step.
All right, I'll love and leave you then.
Yeah, I guess that's it, isn't it?
Thank you all.
Well, thank you, Sir Nick, for everything you always bring to the broadcast. Your insights are a second to none. We've been lucky to have them. There is plenty more to come, but how special it's been at the Open so far. Second at the par 5 for Schauffele.
So like we said, this whole location at 5. 85 on and 12 from the right.
Yeah, it's over.
Ooh, that could be awkward.
Who'd we see in there earlier? That's getting a little bit of a workout. A little roughy knoll down there, the depression.
Yeah, strike looked really good. I think he was trying to hit the baby fade in there to that back right. Now Herbert with the iron.
Big roping swing.
So much lag in the downswing.
Where's that going to end up?
Don't go in there. Okay.
Ooh.
Okay.
See, this is where the pan back helps. This is the kind of stuff I'm talking about. Trying to work out where the ball ends up in relation to where it was meant to be going. This was where not to go for John Rahm.
This is just a brutal spot.
Yeah, it takes discipline, doesn't it? You know, he kind of only had one option there, but to play away from the flag time and time again.
Yeah, it's demoralizing, and at the end of a long week, you know, you put so much effort and preparation and time and energy preparing for these major championships, and it just slowly but surely starts to wear you down. It's tough when you get a break like that on the Sunday.
Oh, that's going to be brutal. We'll see that where that ended up for Justin Thomas down at the road hole. And just in time for it, Nicholas Colsaerts has joined us in the commentary box. There it was.
Good afternoon, everyone. As we look at Jon Rahm, he actually had much more of a swing, we thought, out of that bunker. We thought he was going to struggle to get it out. It's a long putt, this. It's a good weight.
But it's been a very untidy start. Poor iron shots into 1 and 2, making pars there. Then the 3 putt from short distance at 3. And now looks like another bogey at 4.
It's always very quick when you putt from that side of the green on 15. From back to front, from left to right.
For number 3 of the day, for Chris Kirk, 7, down into that little bowl. And he rolls it in.
Love that. It's going right in there.
Just left of it?
Correct. Yep.
Can you hear the chat then between them two?
I'll play like a 105.
Perfect.
You can see this flag barely moving. And a bit of a stretch there for Theegala. You can see him. How high he was looking at this.
Very easy to like the cut of his jib. So his Theegala, he's had some massive roars and a lot of nice receptions around this place. Obviously building a fan base.
Just going out sideways at 17, Thomas.
Could see how much of a swing he needed to get it out away from the green. It gives you an indication of how high this lip is of the 17th.
Yeah, last time we were here, let's take a look at this first.
I mean, pretty much taking a driver swing here. Look at that right leg jumping right off of it to get as much speed as he can.
Yeah, it played as the toughest par 4 on the PGA Tour back in 2015. The 17th. This is for bogey for Jon Rahm. After he too had to get creative from the bunker.
My.
Man. He's not having much fun out there right now.
Back-to-back 3 putts.
I think so. Nick Faldo that just walked out of the truck, explained it in perfect way. It's official, a rotten week for Jon Rahm.
Yeah. Putter here for Lucas Herbert.
Kind of surprising to me. Thought he might have taken the wedge and lofted it over that first ridge. Oh, he's done very well. Fantastic touch.
This is at 18 with Jason Kokrak. Very tidy with his second there. So many players are playing a little flat face 4-iron as well from down there, back to 5.
Look how awkward this is. Ball well above his feet. See, try to account for the ball being above his feet by having the face way open. But really a guessing game from a standpoint of knowing how that ball's going to come out of there.
Justin Thomas on 17. Remember, he was in the bunker. That's his 4th shot now. It's pretty well done. He had to negotiate the shoulder of that bunker. The road hole bunker, of course.
So this for a final 3 for Jason Kokrak. A little bit of an adventurous finish with a birdie, bogey, birdie, but it's a round of 68, I should say. He'll sign for today, just outside the top 25. So this for bogey for Justin Thomas.
Well done. He'll keep grinding till the finish. Learned that from his mentor, Tiger Woods.
Xander Schauffele for birdie on 5. Come a bit of his left. Just a bit shy on the pace, a little bit firmer. That would have probably stayed and hold the line a bit more.
So 2 consecutive pars after the trio of 3s to start his day.
Yeah, 5 doesn't feel good at the 5th today. That hole playing 3/4 of a stroke under par so far.
Kind of almost have a classic with, well, a bit of a futurist really, isn't he? Bryson DeChambeau out in this group with Francesco Molinari. Great to see Molinari trending in the right direction after that 66 yesterday. And it's going to be DeChambeau to play first.
This is game number 33. On the tee, from the USA, Bryson DeChambeau.
The box. Good deal.
Same club as the last couple of days.
That had a nice sound to it, didn't it?
On the tee, from Italy, Francesco Molinari.
Champion golfer of the year at Carnoustie, not far from here, 4 years ago now.
Such an elegant swing. Swings within himself, great balance.
Is there, Nico, a side to favour with that pin today down 1?
I don't think there is. You know, we saw 3 short pins just over the water, so I mean, I think the R&A would have tried to bring the water as much in play as possible. It's not an easy one to get. I'm only a couple of paces on.
Lovely reception there. What a year it was in 2018 for Molinari. 3 titles, including the major. We duck over just across the way to 18 with Justin Thomas.
Right bounce.
On the tee, from Italy, Francesco Molinari.
Just missed the value of sin, Justin Thomas. He's going to have a pretty flat putt from there to finish his week off.
This for birdie at 5 for Lucas Herbert. So a nice little putt up to there. So that's 2 birdies in the last 3. Has the whole clan over with him this week here in St Andrews, staying in town.
Tony Finau. 16 for birdie. Right in the middle.
In the US, we talk a lot about his putting. Sometimes struggles. That was a beautiful looking stroke. That ball was rolling in with some authority.
Now Chris Kirk from a drive patch at the back of 8th. Oh. Got off an amazing start, Chris Kirk already. And makes another long one. 4 under today. Gets him to 8. 8 under.
Yeah, that is a bonus. That's pretty cheeky at the par 3.
Now the young Aussie. He can give it a big hit. But it's not all about power. At 6, you need some accuracy to skirt those bunkers, and that heather right there. That is going to be a tough spot to the front hole location.
Wherever that guy is right now, even just right.
So let's check in again with Filippo Celli at 9.
Historically, I've had pretty good performances from young amateurs in the Open. Matteo Manassero back in the day, to another Italian on the first this time. That's a pretty good result for Francesco Molinari. The strike is so important on that first fairway. One of the hardest and firmest fairway on the golf course.
Yeah, that's actually one of the better approaches we've seen into the first so far. Players have been cautious here for the most part.
Yeah, there and thereabouts as well for Bryson DeChambeau. It's only 6 paces on the first.
Driven the ball quite well there. And obviously known for his power and distance, but plenty of fairways. You got one of those hats in your collection, Nicholas?
I was wondering which one would I pick out of the 4.
Was it at 0 or 1?
Difficult decision, yeah. Very difficult decision. Xander Schauffele on 6. Hit a good one here. You can go a long way down this fairway.
Take a look at that swing right there. Shift into the front side. Head staying well behind the ball. Powering that club head down and through.
Justin Thomas on 18. Chip in this. What an amazing try. That would have been some finish for Justin Thomas, almost holding out for eagle on 18. It will most likely be a birdie.
Yeah, disappointing week for him, but nonetheless been a successful major championship season with that win in the playoff at the PGA Championship, getting his second major win. Get the feeling that there's more majors to come for him as well. His game adapts to any kind of conditions and courses.
Absolutely. Round of 70 in the end for Justin Thomas. It's him at -4 for the week. Not the result he wanted, but it would have enjoyed his trip over. Came over early, went played some golf around Ireland as well. His renaissance last week.
Always find the first green, especially the front part of this green, difficult to read. There's never really much in those putts, but it's always difficult to favor a side. Down the green, DeChambeau for birdie on the first. He was hoping that was going to move right a bit, but it didn't.
Just into the first little cut of rough. Nothing drastic for Xander Schauffele.
Go. Go. Oh, it hit right up there.
You have to be extremely precise on 6 to pitch it there and leave it there. You need the lie, you need the contact.
This is at 10 for Harold Varner III.
Now Molinari. His birdie try on the first.
So 4s for them. And next out, the duo of Trey Mullinax and Tyrrell Hatton.
This is game number 34. On the tee, from the USA, Trey Mullinax.
Incredible last week he's had. Winning in Kentucky at the Barbasol last Sunday, punching his ticket to this 150th Open. It's been a solid week for him here as well.
Nice little draw down there. That's about as good as it gets, doesn't it? Your first PGA Tour title and punching your ticket to the old course for the Open.
On the tee, from England, Tyrrell Hatton.
He was my pick this week. He's always had a fantastic record here at St Andrews. Be a great opportunity for him to finish this on a great note.
Good shot. Try and hold you up.
Got to wait until it stops rolling, don't you? Just to make sure it doesn't just go into a little depression down there at the first. There's Tyrrell Hatton chatting as ever. Okay, back to the golf. They're underway. So he starts the day 9 adrift.
Finau into 17. How aggressive will he be? Looks like some kind of short iron. Looking way up into the air as well. Is he trying to take on this roller hole bunker? Oh, he was, and now he's in trouble.
Hasn't made a bogey since the third. It's been a lot of birdies, 7 of them since then for Finau, but he's up against it there at 17.
Herbert on 6. Bit of a ridge in front of him there. That will come off the right now. And he'll be thinking the flag stick, because that came racing. Lucas Herbert.
Yeah, he's building a little momentum now, isn't he?
He has a good record on links, Lucas Herbert. You know, we've mentioned this before, Australians have always done well.
That was going 10 feet by if he didn't have good aim.
Easily, easily.
Inside the top 50 in the world. He's pretty desperate to improve that to make the President's Cup team. It's for par, though, for Xander Schauffele. From down the bottom to there, it's going to cost him one. With just such a short club in hand.
Not even looking toward the flag. Just trying to get it out there to 30 feet or so. McIlroy, he's got his hands here to try to get the ball up quick. How much of a factor will that famous bunker be come this afternoon?
I think it was either Jordan Spieth or Justin Thomas who said you can't let your guard down because this course just builds to such a crescendo. Things can go the other way quickly on 17. They can come your way again on 18.
Yeah, we were talking about the pin positions on first. You can see like those 3 basically identical, just one in the middle, one left and right. Now Mullinax from 122. That'll be a full shot in.
Down. Down.
That's what you do on first normally, on a regular basis. Just split the middle of the green.
When those hole locations in the front, you always find yourself giving it a little extra at the bottom, knowing you can't come up short.
Just gripping down on that a little. For Hatton. A one-stop drop. Appearance at the Open. It's had a top 6 before that, came back at Troon in 2016.
Dylan Frittley, who makes a birdie on the second. 1 under after 2 holes.
So he gets to 7 under par, just inside the top 20 as well.
Corey Connors, birdie on 15, big swing off the right.
3 under for the last 2 after the eagle at 14 as well for Connors. So he's in a share of 12th place, coming home strong, 3 left to play.
Finau, who hit it out of the bunker. On 17 to save par. It's always very slow from there, 17. A slow left to right putt.
A little way over to 2 with Bryson DeChambeau. Pins 18 on, not far from there. Like Nick said, they've got a little bit of room to work with on the second.
Now that's one man's swing that everybody wants to have.
So the next 2 to play, Shane Lowry and Brian Harmon. He lit this place up, didn't he, yesterday with the Eagles at 9 and 10, Lowry. Bogeyed a couple on the way home, sadly, but it was a round of 69 nonetheless, and they start the day at 7 under par. He's got the company of Brian Harmon as well. And it's Kevin Kisner and Thomas Peters. Great to see him challenging in a major title. He's got the talent, we know that. Both of these players do as well. Jordan Spieth's done it before, back in 2017. So he and Cantley at 8 under par. Adam Scott and Matt Fitzpatrick at 9 under the card. So all of these with work left to do. Just ticked past 1:30 local time, so about 50 minutes or so to go before Tommy Fleetwood and Dustin Johnson head out there. And it's Scotty Scheffler, the world #1, and Siwoo Kim, who's found some form. How easy he makes it look when he is playing well. Wasn't the day that Cameron Smith was hoping for yesterday. He was challenged out there. And a Saturday round of 73 for Smith yesterday. And there's the final pairing of Rory McIlroy and Victor Hovland, who start their day with a 4-shot lead. Down to 1. A little over 40 feet here for Trey Mullinax. Beautiful start, opening 3. It was an Open that we'll never forget. When it went to Royal Portrush and Shane Lowry made that walk up the last. He's got the iron out, he's ready to go.
This is game number 35. On the tee, from the Republic of Ireland, Shane Lowry.
Just a little look over to the 18th green. A touch of management required down at the first. Good time as well for Jane Townsend to join us in the commentary box.
Thanks, Allison. Great ovation for Shane Lowry. You saw the champion golfer of the year in 2019.
This is the only one, right? Yeah, it's here. Same one. You're not announced me. Oh, look at this.
Brian Harmon waiting to be announced.
On the tee, from the USA, Brian Harmon.
Nico, you heard him say to his caddy, they can announce my name. He was waiting.
Not the longest of hitters, Brian Harmon, but a fierce competitor.
Thanks.
A couple of good ones right down the fairway. Hard to miss the fairway, but you can put it in the wrong spot. And clearly, distance from the hole for your next shot is going to be so important. What do you feel comfortable with the hole cut so close over the burn?
Such a crowd favourite, Shane Lowry. Well, as they walk down the first, that's it from me. I'll be handing you over to Dominic Collier in a couple of moments' time to take the reins for what should be a brilliant afternoon. I hope you both enjoy it, boys.
Thanks, great stuff. And Shane Lowry is always enjoying himself on the golf course. Go up to the first green, and Tyrrell Hatton. It's a putt that most have left short. Right in line, good read, but he's in good company. They're all reading it the wrong way for speed. Shambo at the second. So easy to miss that on the low side.
Corey Connors for par on 16. Makes it. It's 5 under today, the Canadian.
Kwan Jana has moved up to the top page of the leaderboard through 13 holes. Corey Connors, as we just saw that birdie, he too having a very good day. Patrick Cantlay, he'll be one of the antagonists this afternoon, the chasing pack, trying to chase down the two co-leaders. Good day for the Scott Robert McIntyre. Fantastic round from Sam Burns, 64. Just a dreadful back nine yesterday when he came home in 44. 8 over par. Oh, what if it might have been for the American. Jordan Smith, great ball striker, out early this morning with a 67, as was Patrick Reed. Garrick Higo, talented South African. Let's hope he comes out of his funk. Well done today with a 66. Robert Dinwiddie opened with a 67 and a 77, finish nicely with a 69 in the final round for who is now a construction worker. Pretty cool story. Matt Young was out early, 67 for the former Master champion, but only in a tie for 70th. Let's go down to the first fairway. Second shot for Lowry.
Just a bit past the hole, but a sensible play on the first for Shane Lowry.
Do you think that shot is extra tough because everything is so flat? There's no kind of depth perception there?
I think what's difficult on that first is how bare the fairway is. You know, this is one of the fairways in the world that sees the most traffic with people walking it on the Sunday. It's very firm. You tend to, you know, de-loft the club a little bit to make sure you get the good strike, and the result of that was, or is, a slightly longer shot.
So that wind graphic, only 2 miles an hour wind at the moment. Good shot for Harmon. The old course really does need some wind, at least some, to protect it.
Yes, it does. Like any links course that you play in this part of the world. And Tony Finau on 18. From the Valley of Sin. Most likely a birdie to finish with for Tony Finau.
It's 66 for the American. 8 under par and Under normal circumstances, it would be a good week at any major championship, but low scoring this week.
Tyrrell Hatton on the second. An accessible hole location today on the second. We've seen a lot of good shots into the second already today, and another one from Tyrrell Hatton.
Kekwonjana, birdie at 14, uphill right to left. Ty picks up another birdie, gets it into double digits under par. 6 under on the day, and there is, you'd have to say, the favorite in Rory McIlroy, just starting his warm-up routine. Co-leader with Victor Hovland, both on 16 under par, and they are 4 shots clear of the chasing pack.
Shane Lowry on the first. Always treat this putt with a bit of caution, because everything slopes towards the water.
So once again we wander back to the first tee in front of the Royal and Ancient Clubhouse, because we've got Thomas Pieters from Belgium and Kevin Kisner, who lit up the morning play yesterday, and they're about to get underway.
Yesterday I had a tee in the ground, ball on it, walking in when he said Trey Mullinax.
Oh no, oh that's horrible.
I thought I was first.
You just go, man.
Yeah.
Who cares?
We were first off.
Really good for Pieters to be 7 under par through 54 holes. Shot 75 the first round, 3 over par. It's been a great fight back in the second and third rounds for the Belgian.
I don't know. He said German, close enough. Thanks, buddy.
It all seems very relaxed down there, doesn't it?
He does look very relaxed, and he was very relaxed the other day and played well, so I'm hoping good things now for Thomas Pieters.
This is game number 36. On the tee, from Belgium, Thomas Pieters.
Perhaps surprisingly, hasn't actually managed to crack a top 25 finish in an Open to this point.
Playing nothing? Yeah, nothing right now. Yeah.
On the tee, from the USA, Kevin Kisner.
Runner-up behind Francesco Molinari 4 years ago at Carnoustie. 5 under par through 6 holes yesterday.
Both in good position. Pretty easy fairway to hit, but it's not an easy second shot. Take a deep breath. Nerves are over. You hit the first shot in anger. The day gets easier.
Harmon for birdie on the first. Not a lot of movement in this. It's very strange, the first green. We've seen those ones stay there, and on the other side it doesn't really come back either.
Kekwonjana, tee shot at 15. Very good tee shot there. Should come off the, well, it should have come off that mound. It didn't. Got hung up in the grass. Not a terrible lie, but it's going to be a side hill lie.
Team McIlroy down on the range. Dustin Johnson on the left-hand side of your picture. And there is the world number one, the man who is just ahead of McIlroy in the rankings, Scotty Scheffler.
Current and 2 former world number ones, 1, 2, 3 on the range. That's a pretty good spot to view from up in those grandstands.
10-3, so just about an hour to go for McIlroy and Hovland, who will take this 4-shot lead into the final round over the rookie Cameron Young and Cameron Smith, the Players' Champion. What a move out there today from Kai Kanjana. Eagle to par 5 fifth. Has just made that birdie at 14. Now he gets a tougher stretch. 15 through 17 before the opportunity at the last. It's another good open for Robert McIntyre. Switch of coaches recently. And I wonder if we'll see him returning to the sort of form we know he's capable of. He's just been off the boil so far this season. Out to 3 and Molinari.
A little bit uphill for Francesco.
And he makes it.
Nico, we keep looking, don't we, for the spark that's going to get Francesco Molinari moving again. He's had a tough couple of years.
Plays a lot of golf in America now, Francesco. As we move to Scheffler on number 8 for birdie. And that was a really good try from the American.
Kistner into the first.
I'm looking forward to seeing the second shot ball positions on the first green at some point this afternoon, because they're all about that spot. Taking the burn out of play.
Peters. From 124 yards.
A nice full swinging shot. You can actually play the yardage as opposed to some of the guys that have gotten it up there kind of inside 115. Now it's a field shot. I like that tee shot and leave for Peters at the first.
We saw the drive of Kai Kanjana at the 15th. He's got a good lie by the look of it here.
That was a lot of check. I thought I could have easily run down a bit more and closer to the hole.
Still got 1 or 2 spots of rain out there, haven't we? Not amounting to very much. Minwoo Lee walking that one in. Played in the very first 3-ball alongside Paul Lawrie, which was 6:35 on Thursday morning. I'm pretty sure he will have caught up with his sleep since then. Wouldn't be at all surprised if Minwoo Lee, before he hangs up his spikes, wins an Open.
9T. Schauffele can reach the green. But do you want to challenge the left side where the hole's cut? Worm it between the 2 bunkers in the fairway. No, going the right route. That's a safe route today.
We hit the same shot as yesterday, right?
Yeah, pretty similar.
Not the right droid.
Happy with that?
Yeah, I am, mate. 4 o'clock wind.
So following the birdie at 3, here is Molinari at the par 4 4th hole, known as Ginger. 496 yards of it.
85 yards over the mounds and rough. Landed on the downslope. And it should be just right of the Sutherland bunker.
Back to the opening hole. And it's going to be Kistner first away.
This is the slow one we've seen all day. Most are coming up 1 to 4 feet short. Only a couple have actually gotten it to the hole. Overall, that's a pretty good effort. Be stress-free par 4 at the opening hole.
Shane Lowry on the second. Good shot from the Irishman.
Well, good chance here, Nicholas, for an opening birdie for your fellow Belgian.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of guys putt from down the line. Now, a slight different angle from Peters, probably coming a little bit off his left. I'd like to see him get off a good start today. Another one that's treating this putt with a bit of caution on the first. That's a par 4 to start.
As Joe mentioned, a great fight back. 75 on the opening day. He didn't make a birdie on day one, or an eagle. Nothing. Had nothing out there.
Pretty amazing for Thomas Peters. He has the length to reach several par 4s into both par 5s. DeChambeau giving it the full business at the 4th.
It is standard reaction from the crowd now. When he hits a driver, you hear giggles and people amazed by the power that he's able to produce and the length of his drive, of course.
Kai Kanchana to get it to 11 under par. You can see where he's looking. Quite a bit of left to right swing on this one.
Oh, that much swing. That's a pretty good effort there. Less than a foot away. Stress-free, tap in. You don't need any extra stress with 3 4-footers. Thomas Dietrich has driven it to this position on the 18th. Downhill right to lefter for eagle.
He's happy. Look at him. An eagle two to finish for Thomas Dietrich. So happy he's left his partner hanging.
7 under par, just inside the top 20 at the moment. Brian Harman at the second from what, 50 feet or so.
It's always a slow putt up that hill. You hit your second shot in here to 2. You can't even see the bottom, maybe bottom third of the flagstick due to the nature of the slope coming off the bunker that guards the front portion of this green.
Rory says he likes to get to the facility about 3 hours for his tee time. He likes to go through his routine, his stretching, maybe a light workout. Take his time, have the right nutrition, of course.
That's interesting. We saw him come in gym clothes. Clearly was going to do some exercising. Arrived, as you said, much earlier, where Tyrrell Hatton was getting out of the car an hour and 3 minutes before his tee time. Everyone has a different routine.
Yes, and I guess the important thing is to stick to that. Although the only time he didn't really, which was at the Ryder Cup, wasn't it, at Medina, he did okay.
That worked out well for him.
I think he showed up at the golf course 20 minutes before his tee time or something.
Yes, I imagine Jose Maria Olazabal was a little concerned at the time. Lowry for birdie at 2. As he said, he was really disappointed after yesterday's round because he got it going with those 2 eagles around the turn. Then he dropped, I think it was 3 shots coming in, and birdied 18, albeit. But he felt he could have gone really low out there. 7 under's probably too far back, isn't it? Well, it's 9 shots back of the lead.
Molinari only 162, but a very poor angle into this whole location at the 4th. Be aggressive at your own peril.
Only 2 birdies so far on 4. A difficult flag to get to.
South Africa's Dean Burmester with an eagle putt at the par 5 5th. Burmester to 8 under. Nice move. Good start.
We saw Schauffele drive it long right of the drivable 9th green. This is a long putt. This is a slow putt, just gently uphill right to left.
From this far out, it's almost a guessing game. You know, we saw Ian pull the holders the other day, which is an absolute miracle, but Brian Harman on the 2nd for par.
That's nice. A bit of left to right in it for the left-hander. He is a good putter though, isn't he? Next up on the first tee, we've got last year's FedEx Cup champion, Patrick Cantlay, who will play with the 2017 champion golfer of the year, Jordan Spieth.
This is game number 37. On the tee from the USA, Patrick Cantlay.
Who got himself in position with a good front 9 yesterday, but he shot 3 over coming home, including a double bogey at the 16th.
Starting at 8 under, 6 shots behind the 2 co-leaders. Only 4 shots out of 3rd. You can't see getting help from both McIlroy and Hovland, though.
On the tee from the USA, Jordan Spieth.
A little bit like McIlroy and maybe Shane Lowry as well. He can just make things happen out there with his short game.
Excuse me, these guys are 8 shots back.
Been a long week, Jay.
Poor math, it has been. Driving iron for Spieth. These guys are probably just trying to finish 3rd, you would think. That would be their goal at this point. Maybe they have a number in mind. Clearly, to do anything, they're going to have to get off to a hot start.
Crowds will build that over the next hour or so. 5 more groups to go. Let's go up to Hatton. Birdie putt down the slope at 3. Oh, nicely done. par birdie start for Tyrrell Hatton.
Par putt for Hovland. Putted to this position from the left fringe. He was actually in the rough, wasn't even in the fringe. Well holed. Birdied the first 3 holes, and it's been even par play since.
Well, isn't that nice? There are some Norwegians in the house.
You better enjoy them when they're around. I think it's going to be mostly Rory when you're out there today. It's a home game for McIlroy. Make no mistake about it.
You can't help but warm to him, though, can you? He smiles his way around the golf course. He's got a lovely disposition, he really has. Remember, he only turned pro 3 years ago, in June of 2019, after the US Open. It has been some rise in the game of golf. This is a whole nother level for Victor Hovland. He looked pretty comfortable out there yesterday. Yes, I know he holed a few long putts, but he is side by side with McIlroy. A little bit of separation then, as we build up to the climax of the 150th Open at the home of golf here at St Andrews. It has already been a wonderful week. I wonder what we have left in store this afternoon.
Into off the left a little bit.
Cantlay will play first into the, I beg your pardon, that's Spieth, isn't it?
Yeah, 15, 16.
I'll take over, Don. Jordan Spieth. Little bit of wind into, not much.
Should be a little off your left.
I'm just going off the flags and what we feel.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
Barely a movement in these flags at the back. And you can see the scores there. Jordan Spieth 42 under. Over all the Opens he played. I think they were making this rather complicated for the little amount of wind there is.
Well, they definitely have a chat, no question. They can make it overcomplicated, but that was an aggressive shot. Maybe Jordan Spieth said, I'm going to go aggressive right from the get-go.
This is Patrick Cantlay.
Will Cantlay follow suit, take on the burn? He does. Collectively, those are the 2 best shots we've seen today.
Up to 16, and the second shot into this par 4 for Kai Kanjana.
Coming in from the left, he has no shot at the pin. This is going to be 30, 40 feet right of the hole. Or not. Are you kidding me? How did he play that shot over the bunker? That's unreal.
These young Thai players have amazing hands, Jay. I've seen it from my own eyes.
I just didn't see that shot.
Corey Connors up the steep slope out of the Valley of Sin. Has he got the pace right? Very nearly, well done. Nice move on Sunday from Connors. Round of 67 with a birdie there at the last, and 8 under par, just inside the top 15 currently. Back over to the range, which is beginning to empty out a little bit. There's McIlroy.
I see Ken Brown over left of the Nikon sign. Look at him over there in the orange shirt. blue jacket. He's checking out Rory. There's a lot of people kind of inside. Iona Steven. Everyone's lurking right behind Rory, trying to get a story, see what's going on. It reminds me of when Tiger was at his best, that big scrum behind on the practice ground warming up at majors.
As he continues his warm-up, we will go out to the first screen. And Jordan Spieth for an opening birdie. You've been watching for a while now, guys. We've seen a round of 64. What do you think's possible out there today?
63 is the record here at the old course. The wind's not supposed to get up. I think the dampness, you know, the little bit of drizzle, some rain we've had, it's going to make play easier in the afternoon. Spieth missed a good chance there. I can see 63 or better this afternoon, no doubt.
I think any of these groups, DNF now, need to shoot 30 on the front to have any chance of being a little bit closer to the mix. And yeah, is there a 64, 65? Yeah, I think there is.
Well, Burns has already done it at 64. There've been, you know, 65 today. I just think the golf course is there. The rain this morning have softened things up. I think it's gettable with no wind. But I think that Hovland, tied for the lead with McIlroy, has to putt well to have a chance to win. I think Rory, he can cruise around here without putting well on 67. I don't think anyone can catch him. The only person that has a chance is Hovland. I mean, if Cantlay shoots 62, ties the Open record, Gray shot 62 at Birkdale, I mean, that only gets him to 18 under.
It could make it interesting, you never know. It is Championship Sunday. It is the 150th Open. Nothing is guaranteed, that's for sure. Abraham Ancer at the 16th for a 3. And to get to 10 under.
This is game number 38. On the tee from Australia, Adam Scott.
Celebrated his 42nd birthday yesterday with a 2 under par round of 70.
It's difficult to be more elegant swinging a golf club, Jay, isn't it?
I was just thinking, if I was going to take someone's swing, I'd want Scott's.
On the tee from England, Matt Fitzpatrick.
The latest major champion on the US Open, where he won the US Amateur at Brookline just a few weeks back. Hoping for a big Sunday. Actually hasn't had a top 10 finish in the Open yet.
Squeezes that fairway wood out of the first.
He is starting to look like a different sort of player though, isn't he, Matt Fitzpatrick? The way he contended at the PGA until the final round, and then how he won the US Open as well. He's added a bit of length and that certainly helped him.
Well, I didn't think he could get it here. This is uphill right to left for birdie. And why not make it? It was an unbelievable second shot that set up that birdie putt. I mean, not in my wildest dreams did I think he could hit that shot, but he has. Keiko Njana now 7 under on the day, 11 under total, having a great week.
Fifth hole, the par 5, DeChambeau.
Now that's heading left. Curious to see where that finishes.
Go, Bryson!
He gets actually a bit lucky there.
Yeah, it's not too bad. He's going to have a fairly level lie. A lot of times you get a big side hill lie when you miss it left at 5. Let's go down to Hatton. Hatton birdied 2 and 3. Can he make it 3 in a row?
Fitzpatrick off the second.
As long as it doesn't kick
Oh.
off, it should be fine.
Well, I'm just warming up, obviously.
Do you not want to talk about Jordan Spieth today?
No, I've had a bogey start, haven't I? It's going to get better from here.
I've started a lot worse than this, Dom, to make you feel any better. Varner the third on 14. Second shot on the par 5. It's a very difficult pin to get to 14 today. Or not. Is this how you're supposed to play a shot into 14? That was incredible from Varner, hitting the flag stick.
Well, that was unreal, wasn't it? And he's got a short putt there to get to 9 under par. Excellent stuff. Let's go back to the first. Adam Scott.
Looking up the flag sticks atop the grandstands for some wind. I don't think there's anything to look for.
Isn't this funny? It's 2 groups in a row that we see this, asking where the wind is. You have a couple of flags there to look at.
Exactly. Every direction there's flags. .126 yards for Scott. Pull it a little bit, but that's an aggressive shot distance-wise. Bit closer, 109 for Fitzpatrick. There you can see the wind into and from the right, but only 4 miles an hour. Hardly anything to speak of. Safely on, no problems at all for the U.S. Open champion.
Tommy. How you doing? You all right? Yeah, very good, thanks. Dustin's card.
Dustin's card.
Dustin's
Thank you.
card. That's all you need. Play well.
Tommy Fleetwood will play today with Dustin Johnson. There's the Claret Jug, the most famous of golfing trophies. A couple of minutes before they go. In the meantime, let's go to Patrick Cantlay and his second from the light rough on the right-hand side of the second fairway. Oh, it could be interesting, couldn't it? Just greened up a little bit with the overnight rain that we've had. 1 or 2 spots still out there. It's an overcast afternoon at the moment. Really nothing in the way of breeze here at the old course, which is very unusual. But it helps to explain some of the scoring out there. Sam Burns round in 64, Kai Kinjana 7 under 2 to play. And he's out with Abraham Ancer, who's 6 under par. Little change up in the commentary box. And we've got Thomas Bjorn and Trevor Immelman watching Jordan Spieth at the second.
Well, from the perfect position here in the second fairway. A little wedge in there. The all-out attack with the rain overnight and a little bit this morning. Beautiful shot from Jordan Spieth.
Almost no wind to speak of at all out there right now. Course is definitely gettable.
Kai Kanjana has found the fairway at 17.
Well, of all the places you didn't want to be, and that's the one.
Well, he hasn't put a foot wrong so far, Salam Kai Kanjana, but issues there. Fitzpatrick at the first. That'll be an opening par for the US Open champion. McIlroy making his way through the bag.
He is going to be loving the fact that there's hardly any wind. Suits him, his ball striking to a tee. Likes to fly the ball high through the air.
Let's see if Adam Scott can start with a 3. Flag in. In fact, he and Fitzpatrick are a couple of the only two players really, not the only two, but who actually leave the pin in these days. Most people have reverted back. Answer at 17.
Yeah, there's probably not a golf shot in the world you have to commit more to than this one. He's done perfectly with that one. That's exactly where you're trying to go. And there he is, Mr. Slumbers, the head of the R&A, watching from his office up there. And whoever's been fortunate enough, I have been fortunate enough to be in that office. It's a wonderful place to sit and look out over the old course and the first and the 18th. And it's the best seat in the house for this championship.
This is game number 39. On the tee, from England, Tommy Fleetwood.
He's trending this week, Tommy. He's got 3 shots better each round. If he continued that, he's going to shoot a 63 today.
Here's a good call. Conditions are there for it.
Right.
On the tee, from the USA, Dustin Johnson.
Started well yesterday, didn't he? Then he putted into a bunker. Then he thinned one off the 18th. It's very unusual on the back 9.
Well, that wasn't high, was it? It's going to run forever. Yeah, it all just unravelled a little bit for Dustin Johnson yesterday.
Look at this, he's right down at the front of the green.
It's all a bit...
Maybe AJ gave him the wrong number there.
Here we go then, Kai Kanjana at 17.
Don't get too greedy here. This is very good. Brilliantly played.
the Italian amateur, Filippo Celli, who is leading the race for the silver medal. Beautiful.
Really have been extremely impressed with how he's bounced back. Look at that poor start there with bogeys at 2 and 3. Played some magnificent golf since then.
Another interesting one.
Yeah, this is tough. I mean, this is so much downhill from over that bunker. Just take on too much, being a little bit too greedy.
To the second, and Fitzpatrick.
Oh, is that headed toward that bunker on the left there? It sure is.
That's a big mistake, isn't it? Not the sort of mistake he usually makes. It's a good plotter around the golf course. Back over to 17 and the birdie putt for Abraham Anser.
This hole playing more than a half stroke over par. A birdie here would go a long way. He's running out of steam, though. His best finish in the Open last year, tie for 59th, so bettering that by some margin this week at the old course.
Spieth at the second.
That'll do. Good start for Jordan Spieth. Well, we saw a lot of birdies on the first yesterday with that pin position. Not so many today, only 6. And it's all about the whole location. It's an optical illusion, the first here. Everything looks a lot closer than it is. There's just so much dead ground between you and the flag.
The best shots we've seen here so far today are pitched by the hole, and they've checked on the second bounce and left themselves about 7-8 feet or so.
Yeah, only about 3 paces from the burn to that flagstick, so nobody really wants to land it in that zone. Solid shot there from Fleetwood. Kind of an awkward number here. Can you get enough spin from this close? Oh, yeah, he can. Brilliantly played.
And it was a lovely putt up and over the shoulder of road hole bunker. Can he make par? Not quite.
First bogey today for Kai Kanchana. Got a chance to get that back at the 18th, of course, to Fitzpatrick.
Oh, he looks like he's got a lot of club here, Thomas.
Well, the last time he was in a fairway bunker, he did
That's
pretty
true.
well.
Okay, good comeback. Oh, it's a good strike. Really good.
What a shot that is. I don't think I've ever seen anybody get on the green from that bunker, ever.
He didn't have much space for a follow-through either, did he?
He might need to start rethinking his game plan and including bunkers in the strategy.
That's right, he was trying to tell us it's one of his weaknesses, but it appears not.
Well, there's a country up in the north, in Norway. They'll all be sitting in front of their TV screens in the summer. They normally sit in the winter and watch skiing. We've got a new hero in Victor Hovland.
He said he used to sit there as a child, watching the Open on television. Now he's playing in the Open. Now he is alongside Rory McIlroy going into the final day. Dreams do come true. Harmon, beautiful.
How you feel with Tommy Fleetwood? He has to get this extreme fast start, and that will help.
Well, you heard it from Dom first. 63 on the cards today for Fleetwood. That's a good start. Headed in the right direction.
Yeah, we got to look at it as a player that, you know, McIlroy or Hovland, one of them is going to shoot in the 60s today, aren't they? And then that's a number you got to get to. One of them will be at 19 under or more, but 19 under would be my number if I was lying in third or fifth there. Well, I have to get there.
What's up, Brian? Have a good one.
Scotty Scheffler and Siwoo Kim next to go. Birdie for Fleetwood. What about Dustin Johnson at this opening par 4? Gosh, they're annoying, aren't they?
Now you've done most of it right, and you're just a few revolutions short right in the middle of the hole. I've seen a lot of putts come up short this week. Green's running just a shade over 10.
Tee-pad goes in the ground for Scheffler, the world number 1.
This is game number 40. On the tee from the USA, Scotty Scheffler.
Knows he's got to go out and shoot low today. He said he felt he was very close yesterday. Some of the putts just didn't drop. And that's fine from the Masters champion.
On the tee from South Korea, Siwoo Kim.
Beautiful swinger of the club. Has quite a weak left-hand grip. So sets that club face a little more open at the top than some. Hits that power fade out there.
Youngest ever winner of the Players' Championship, so he knows what it's like to contend in big tournaments and finish in big tournaments, but he's got a task on his hands, like Scheffler, both starting 5 shots off the lead. Off they go. Just 4 players left now to begin their final rounds. Cam Smith, Cameron Young, McIlroy and Hovland. Here's Fitzpatrick. Well, not a bad effort. If he makes his par there, that will be more than decent.
Now, what is Spieth going to do here? Is he going to skip it back there or fly it down into the bowl? Seen players do both. He's begging for it to sit, so he's flying it down there. Oh, yes. Brilliantly played.
This is for birdie for Adam Scott. It's a pretty simple putt straight up the hill. I like him better with the long one, Trevor, I have to say.
Yeah, I agree with you. Stroke is much better. Actually turned himself into a good putter over the last few seasons.
To the 18th tee, and Kai Kanjana. Oh, he would have loved that to roll on another, what, 20 feet or so. Filippo Celli has reached the 15th hole. He's got another chance here. Remember, he eagled the 14th. Off the downslope, Hatton.
He's electing to go with the putter here. Well, he shouldn't do too much to the ball running through that rough. It's so burned out now. And that's a good effort. Well, it's never good enough for Till Hatton, though, is it?
Spieth trying to pay off the good wedge and just sneaks in the right side. The back-to-back birdies off to a nice start here. Gets him into double digits under par.
Yeah, he looked a little bit uncomfortable over that one, but it went in.
So back to the opening par 4. Siwoo Kim on the left of your picture there. There's Scheffler.
How far is the pin again?
112.
12?
Yeah.
Like a 20 shot? Because it's definitely some hurt, right?
Yeah.
That would be about, let's play 5 a hurt.
Hurt's just behind it. 11. Just left of it.
Sure.
Voice of Ted Scott, his caddy. He's hit this tee shot so far down the left, he's probably bought himself a couple more yards of angle here between the burn and the flagstick. Let's see if he can use it to his advantage. Well done.
Yeah, this is a bit more in the middle of the fairway for Kim. And there really isn't a lot. It's only 6 on the flag here. And it looks so close when you're over the ball here. You've got to trust your number. Oh, this is a good one. Excellent shot.
Didn't come into this week with a great deal of form. He's missed his last 3 cuts, including the US Open, but he's obviously found a little something on the sandy turf of the old links. Dean Burmester from South Africa continues his nice move out there today. Definitely chances coming up at 9 and 10. Oh, look how open this club face is.
Interesting choice there, Thomas.
Yeah, it's almost impossible to chip it from there, but I think he felt like if he used a putter, he was going to go so far right. As Cam Smith arrives on the first tee. Big day ahead. Really didn't get it going yesterday. He got off to a little bit of an iffy start and it just never really materialized for him. He saw everybody, or the other two, passing him, and now it's all about getting a low one to give himself a chance. Fleetwood on 2.
None whatsoever.
Oh, so after the birdie at 1, he's in there nice and close with a good opportunity at 2.
There's Cameron Young. Once again, he's going to play with Cam Smith. They were last out yesterday, second last out today. They've traded places with McIlroy and Hovland. So from the first tee, just across to the 18th green, not that far away. And the downhill putt for a closing birdie for Kaikanjana. What a brilliant round of golf that is. On his Open debut, he has shot a final round 65 and he leads in the clubhouse. Day to remember, that's for sure. And Thailand may have a new young star. From the tee at the first, up to the green, and Scheffler. Just a par.
Seconds, gents.
So back for the penultimate time this week to that first tee in front of the Royal and Ancient Clubhouse. The golfing gods, Cam Smith said, were simply not with me yesterday.
This is game number 41. On the tee from Australia, Cameron Smith.
He is determined, he says, to stay aggressive. He actually said he may make a change to the game plan out there today with some of the tee shots, try and give himself a better chance.
On the tee from the USA, Cameron Young.
He played nicely. He's played nicely all week, hasn't he? Led after an opening 64, then came slightly undone with a double bogey at 16.
Thank you, guys.
PGA Tour rookie making his Open debut.
There's a lot of freedom in being in this position. If you're a good player, you can go out there and just be attack all day and see how it goes. Really not much expectation of you to win. It's all the pressures on the two out in front. So get out there and just attack these flags.
Lovely wedge into the first for Siwoo Kim.
Shouldn't be all that much break here. Oh, and he thought it was going to sling down to the right. It stayed there.
over the bridge. And down towards that first tee comes Rory McIlroy. Trying to stay in his bubble, he says this week. He appreciates the support, and my word, it got rowdy out there yesterday when he holed that bunker shot at 10 for eagle.
Yeah, it's a big occasion, this, and it's even a big occasion for Rory McIlroy. The 150th Open Championship at this golf course. It's a lot to take in.
Abraham Answer to match his playing partner, Kai Kanchana, for the closing 65, so he's also in at 11 under par, and they share the clubhouse lead. Well, no birdie at the first for Dustin Johnson. How about one here at number 2?
Well, it's a disappointing putt on the first, just stopping short, but this one made it.
Back on the tee, Scheffler.
This will suit his eye. Likes to hit the fade with a driver.
Light the candle, Scotty!
Oh, but this one is headed a little too far left. Oh, what a break. He thinks it's in there.
Well, it couldn't be anywhere else, really, but he was a bit lucky. As I guess good things happen to people when you're world number 1.
McIlroy and Hovland glancing over towards the 18th green. From that practice putting green by the first tee, let's head out to the fairway. There's Cameron Young. Jamie Spence is going to be watching the 2 Camerons today. Jamie?
Yeah, this should be fun. Good afternoon, everybody. They need to really attack these flags, these 2. Young first from 119. Nothing out here, no breeze whatsoever, flat calm. Take dead aim today. Cam Smith down the right of the first. Just over 90 yards. He's a wonderful pitcher of the golf ball. Will he attack this flag? You've got to be pinpoint here. Try and get a bit of spin. Pitch it 3 or 4 by. The water's lurking though.
Yeah, nice and sensible. The Swilcan burner has claimed a few victims already today, including the PGA champion Justin Thomas, who went for a swim there. He was quite shocked. Tyrrell Hatton. He's already 3 under par today.
Oh, there's one more. What a start Hatton is off to. It's going to be a sprint out there, looks like, with these conditions.
On to the first tee walks the world number 2. Works with Dr. Bob Rotella, who reminded everyone guys can try too hard to win, which is almost impossible. You have to get lost in your own little world and just play your game, says Dr. Bob. It's a little less jokey and smiley down there on the first tee today than it was yesterday. Understandably so. There is so much at stake here on Championship Sunday at the home of golf in St Andrews for this very special week. It is the 150th Open. The grandstands are full, every vantage point taken. And you see over there on the grandstand the logo. Everything has led to this, and everything has led to this. The final group on the final day of the 150th Open. Not long for them in the meantime.
Yeah, this is a lengthy one for Cameron Young. And we've seen that most of the... I don't know if it's because the burn's behind. You just kind of think if I get a little excited with my right hand, it'll just go into the water.
What are these moments like, guys?
Extremely nerve-wracking, these last couple minutes, because you just want to get going. You've put all the preparation in. Really, in essence, you've spent your whole life preparing for a moment like this, ever since you fell in love with the game, and now you're so close to getting started. Thoughts, all sorts of thoughts rushing through your mind. Just trying to find a little peace and quiet out there. The sooner you can drop into your game plan and your strategy and start to get comfortable, the better, Thomas.
Absolutely. I think you build up so many thoughts during the day, and you're you know, negative thoughts, positive thoughts, and it's just emotion you go through. It's a long way till that tea time in the afternoon. Once you're out on a golf course after 1 or 2 holes, you're always like, what was all that about? You know, what was I actually thinking during the morning? So you just want to get out on the golf course and do what you know how to do, you know, and golf is a funny thing. A lot of emotion in these two guys right now, and they just want to get going.
This is game number 42. On the tee from Northern Ireland, Rory McIlroy.
McIlroy leads the field in strokes gained off of the tee through the first 3 rounds.
Certainly leads the tee in crowd, or leads the field in crowd support, that's for sure.
On the tee from Norway, Victor Hovland.
He's got his supporters out there as well, hasn't he?
Well, it's impossible not to like this guy. If you're around him on the range, in the locker room, anytime, there's always a smile on his face. He is simply one of the most likable guys I've ever met in this game.
And they're going to keep a close eye on each other there in the first fairway. Those balls not that far apart.
We should really have a decibel meter up there, shouldn't we? I'm not sure we're ever going to have a noisier Open than this one. So they're all off and running on Championship Sunday. Up to the green, and Cameron Smith to open his account. Putter was cold yesterday, hot the day before.
That's a par start for Cameron Smith, and we go up to the second birdie putt for Scotty Scheffler.
Push that putt on the first. See if he can put a better release on it here. It's 2 putts in a row he's missed out to the right.
Cameron Young lagged it down to here. I say lagged it, but that's a yard or so on it.
Well, it is the kind of putt that you don't want to leave yourself on the first green. That was very tentative, that. And that's all nerves, but it's very understandable that you have nerves.
Dustin Johnson to get to 12 under. This at the third. So that gives you an idea of how McIlroy and Hovland got to this point. It is going to be Rory first to go, and Anthony Wall will be following the Norwegian and the Northern Irishman on this Sunday.
Thank you, Dominic. Well, what an afternoon in store. Quite magnificent. No breeze, as Jamie was saying. A little bit of give in the fairways, actually, just walking down there. And both these balls are around the 100-yard mark, so 2 nice numbers. Looking maybe just past this one to take the water out of play.
Nicely done.
Well, that set's just all out early, doesn't it? That was impressive. That's as good as I've seen here for a while. As I say, the fairways are nice and even, and there's definitely a little bit of give in them, which I think helps under the pressure early on. It's not too crispy, grass isn't too sparse. So something similar for Hovland.
What an answer that is from Hovland. 2 high quality approaches into the first in the final pairing.
Second tee, Cameron Smith.
Also edging down the left-hand side, needs a good bounce. Okay, exhale.
Yeah, he won't know that. He can't see the fairway from where he is, but he'll be happy when he gets there.
To the third tee, and Scheffler.
Gearing down. Just the fairway wood. A location all the way in the back right.
It was noticeable he did that a few times yesterday, playing with Dustin Johnson. Quite often when Johnson took driver, he didn't. So he's clearly got a plan out there and sticking to it. Down to the first green. McIlroy first to go.
Well, how about that? 2 great shots in the same group. Just a little subtle left to right. Not much in both of these, but McIlroy out first. He's a little bit down the hill, so just needs to be careful. And it's all about just containing your emotions and just take your time and just try and dig deep. It's going to be a long day for these guys.
Good looking putt that. Thought it might just catch that left edge and drop down. The speed was perfect. So it's going to be an early opportunity for Hovland to take the lead. Up to 2 first, and Smith.
Yeah, we saw him missing the bunker. And now it's only a little wedge up here. So this is all out attack at this flag. That's how you do it.
Brilliant stuff from Cam Smith. Right, back to the first, and this chance for Hovland, and it's a good one, Anthony.
Yeah, it is a good one. Just a fraction up the hill, so he can be a little bit more aggressive with this. To see it dropping in from left half for me.
It's putted beautifully all week.
A bit aggressive there. Just hung it out to the left, and with the speed it never really broke. Hit it through the break. I think we all have the hopes for 1977 or 2016 Open. 77 Nicklaus against Watson and 16 against Stenson against Mickelson with these two today. Nice and solid on the second one though. And they're off and running with 2 pars.
So pars at the opening hole for McIlroy and for Hovland. Cameron Smith's got an excellent chance at the second to go to 13 under and within 3. Third hole, Scheffler. Look how baked it looks out there. Yeah. Using the slopes nicely. McIlroy at the second.
And driver, just anything right at Cheap's bunker. It should just bound on down. Open up the green nicely for McIlroy.
Comfortably avoiding Cheap's bunker. Lovely drive from McIlroy.
It's quite a wide fairway, but really you can't see any of it, so it just adds a little bit of pressure to this, but Hovland shouldn't have any problem.
Also good from Hovland. Little change up in the commentary box. Nico Colsaerts and Jay Townsend alongside myself, Dom Hollier.
Cameron Young didn't get off to the best of starts at the first with the putter. It was a pretty unconvincing par putt that he missed, but a good par at the second. These guys played alongside each other yesterday and nothing got going. There was no chemistry. They're going to have to hope to get something going early to put pressure on the final pair.
Siwoo Kim looking for his first birdie today.
Cam Smith now. See if he converts that birdie on 2. And he does. But just missing out the fairway bunker, but makes 3. First birdie of the day, Cam Smith.
Yes, exactly what he needed. Scheffler, meanwhile, up ahead.
Not really a very flat portion of this third green.
Gosh, it's the same story of yesterday. He said he burned a lot of edges out there. He's done it again. He could easily have been 2 under through the first 3 today, Scotty Scheffler. Yeah. Little bit of frustration. Back to the tee, Jamie.
Yeah, Smith with a 3-wood. A little bit of breeze picking up now off the left-hand side. 3 bunkers down the right, but a big fairway to hit. Not a problem.
Looking to bring it down.
Spieth already a couple under par today. This for eagle at the 5th. This would certainly put him in the conversation. You always perk up when he has a putt of that range. He has a tendency to make long putts. Pretty amazing. Good effort there. It'll be his 3rd birdie of the day in 5 holes.
Up to the 10th, the hole named after the great Bobby Jones, who won the Open here and the Amateur Championship.
I would have tried to hit the green on 10, Burmeister, and hits a lovely pitch. So you almost give me range.
Been taking lessons from Shane Lowry. Hovland and McIlroy have both found the fairway at the 2nd. This is interesting. They both come up to the green.
And I think they've just teed off in front, so maybe it just helps to ease the nerves a little bit. Have a good look at it, get a good picture. And what they will see past the pin is the play. Nice flat spot all the way to about 20 feet. So no real need to play with that downslope and get a funny bounce. You can pitch it on the flat and it should pull up pretty quick.
Is your front, 111 is your hole, okay? Just a hair left of that flag, to the speed right.
And a good line for Hovland. As Jamie was saying, a little bit of breeze, maybe just turned a little bit into now, just maybe half a club in off the left. And the greens are definitely a little bit greener today. That rain this morning has definitely softened them. So every chance of getting this close.
Safe play, taking the down slope out of play, as Anthony said, past the hole.
Yeah, just the 90 odd for McIlroy. That actually just caught the bottom of the downslope, Jay. If you can pitch this one maybe just past, I think it will pull up quicker. That had a bounce. So a good number for McIlroy.
Similar positions, kind of mano a mano so far. No one has made a move yet. It's only the second hole. Who will hole a putt first and get momentum? That's a big question.
Fourth tee, Scotty Scheffler.
That's a good start from Scheffler on the fourth. One of the difficult par fours on the front nine.
Up one to Patrick Cantlay at the par 5. Chance to go 10 under.
You have to think it was just a matter of time before he started holding some putts.
Filippo Celli driving on the 18th.
Ola. Vai, bucciolo, vai vicino. Vai vicino.
Look at this from the young Italian amateur. He played the low runner all the way 18 and finds the green.
Alberto Bernaghi caddying for Celli, longtime player on the DP World Tour, and he's in charge of the Italian team. So great coach.
Well, coming back towards the pin, I couldn't see an awful lot in these. McIlroy up first, and they definitely are just taking a little bit longer, which I think is just the way to do this. Just ease into it. I think you go off like a train, who knows, get excited, but two good chances. And it's just slightly up the hill, so maybe just needs to hit this one. It'll be interesting to see whether he can get it there. I think it's quite slow.
It has been, Anthony, and most have missed this to the left. It does have a little break right to left, although we have the advantage of seeing many of these before.
Yeah, I can see that. The hole is definitely sloping that way, but on its line is very little early on. I think maybe just a little bit as it runs out of pace.
Didn't have to break at all. Dead straight.
That was a good putt.
Definitely looked like he hit it right where he aimed, and that's all you can do.
Cam Smith on the third, but it off the club. Wants this to stay there. Yeah. Have a good look at birdie on 3.
And I saw Hovland's more straight, to be honest. So this will be interesting to see if this maybe does just ease right, if we did get the first one slightly wrong.
Well, you've now gotten them both correct. It did. Didn't quite have the holding pace, but both stress-free pars at the second.
Off they stride towards the third tee. We'll go up the course to the par 5 fifth and the second shot for Australia's Adam Scott.
Pretty good shot from Alan Scott from the rough with a fairway wood. Almost finding the green.
And what a lovely walk this is for the 21-year-old Italian Filippo Celli, who qualified for the Open by winning the European Amateur Championship at El Saler down in Spain last month. So he's already had a great summer, and he is on his way to collecting the silver medal for the low amateur here at the Open.
What a great achievement from a young Italian player that we'll probably hear more of in the future.
Quite a wide fairway, pin on the right. McIlroy can certainly open the shoulders. Just keep making good swings. That's what you need this time of the afternoon.
Narrowly missed some bunkers yesterday in that round of 66. He's been challenging them all week. Can he make it through 72 holes?
After the birdie at the second, Cam Smith with another chance here. So this is to close within 2.
He was holding all of those in the second round when he amazingly holed 253 feet of putt going to the third, and Hovland. Driver. Perfect scoring conditions, very little wind. No need to look at that one. He just starts walking. Always worse than when it starts rolling sideways, though.
I was thinking the same thing, Jay.
Young for birdie. Awkward putt this. Should move a little bit left or right, but it's up and over the ridge. It's not easy, this, for the birdie.
Well navigated by the Open debutant Cameron Young. First birdie of the day, makes up for the drop shot at the first, so he's back where he started the day at 12 under. And we'll head up to 18 to Filippo Celli.
I mentioned this before, earlier in the broadcast. You know, the good performances from Manacero back in the day in 2009. So we're going to have another Italian winner of the silver medal. He might be 5 ahead, but look at the family. Saw the same thing yesterday with, or this morning actually, with the family from the young amateur that went through. It's a great moment for them as well. Got me thinking of my parents too, actually.
Yes, Dad looked as though he was trying to hold back the tears a little bit there. Very proud moment. Now, is he going to finish with a flourish? What a great effort. Yeah, it did look as though it was going to drop. It really did. It is a closing birdie, and it's an excellent round of 71 for Filippo Celli, who is the winner of the silver medal here in the 150th Open.
Told you about it. It gets to the family. Amazing moment for them.
Lovely. To win the silver medal at the 150th Open, that's something special, isn't it? Back to the contest for the gold medal and the Claret Jug. Birdie for Adam Scott at the 5th.
Young tee shot at the 4th. Aiming left, trying to cut it back. It's a long carry right there on that line. He has plenty of firepower.
Hovland at the 3rd.
Yeah, a little bit like the second, Dom, really. I do think you want to try and pitch this in the dip. I look at the downslope about 10 yards short of the flag. It is quite steep. It will really shoot it forward. It's a little hollow about 6 short of this. That is perfect. Just a low sort of gap wedge.
He did just catch the bottom of that downslope, didn't he, Victor Hovland?
He did. Anthony was spot on there. If he carries it a yard or two further, it stops much quicker, likely closer to the hole.
4th green. Scheffler hasn't made a birdie yet. Another one slides by. That club needs to warm up a little bit.
Yeah, he hasn't really been putting normal Scheffler style this week. Back down to number 3.
And again, they both walked to the green separate times on this occasion. Every bit as hard as Hovland shot this one for McIlroy. Slightly different angle, maybe more of the slope in play.
Shot. He's got an uphill putt. That is perfect for McIlroy. And that's the shot that Rory McIlroy has taken so much criticism for over the last several years, the wedge shot, the inability to play that little low-flighted shot. We saw at the Canadian Open when he won earlier this year. He had really gotten a hold of his wedges, and that was a perfect example.
Cam Smith on the 4th. Bit left, he'll have to go through the rough there. Carries the rough.
He's the closest challenger at the moment, 3 behind. Here's Scheffler at the 5th, the par 5.
You want to be careful there down the right on 5. Couple of small bunkers.
Seven Sisters down the right of the 5th. 6 of them look exactly the same, but one's a little wider.
Last week's winner at the Renaissance Club, Xander Schauffele. This at the 15th, his 2nd. Beg your pardon, par 5 14th, his 2nd. How about this? How about this? Oh, stop it. Oh.
We've almost seen 2 albatrosses today on 14. That would have been incredible.
Looking down over the third. Hovland first away here, Anthony.
Yeah, I got a sneaky feeling this might just drift left on him. This is the third time he's gone with the aim point, so clearly not convinced of what he first saw. Yeah, he's moving the ball again. All about pace though, isn't it? How you're feeling. Are you confident enough to wrap it in the back, or are you going to drop it in the left-hand side as it just curls away? But two wonderful pitches. Difficult pin.
One of these shared greens, very much a feature of the old course. They're looking across to the 15th. Just waiting briefly. Well, this is where the run started yesterday for Victor Hovland. Birdied this one and the next three.
Started just a little bit right of where that black line was aiming.
It was interesting, the line of the ball and the line on the putter didn't match up. The line of the putter was going right of the line of the ball, which is where the ball started. Didn't look like a bad putt, just to started it in the wrong spot.
So McIlroy with a chance to land the first blow out there today.
And I couldn't see anything in this. But just early on, maybe just pace is just down a fraction on both of these two. Huge respect for these two, obviously. Ryder Cup compatriots, so much on stake. But again, I think maybe just keep the pace up on this. I don't see anything really outside the hole, pretty much at it.
Both missed great opportunities. I think it was an easier putt for McIlroy. I think he read it like Anthony did, played straight and went a little left. McIlroy's looking at it like the break of the putt surprised him. As long as you keep hitting good putts, you've done your job, though. That's the most important thing. You want him to go in. You need him to go in. You're not going to make them all.
Been a long time over this second shot to the fourth. Cam Smith had to wait for the bunker, which is in front of him, to be raked. Players playing the 14th. Little 7-iron for Smith, might be a big 8. Gets a press with that over the bunker.
Wow. You'd have to think that was a pull there. That bunker should have never been in play.
It's actually a good lead from where he is now. Dustin Johnson on the 5th. His third shot. Coming through the baked part of the back end of this green. Will most likely be a birdie for DJ.
Yeah, that'll take him 2 under on his round and a 12 under for the Open. Only 4 shots behind, and every hole that goes past without McIlroy or Hovland starting to make a birdie gives a little more hope to those chasing.
Cameron Young, we saw the aggressive tee shot up the right at the 4th. Good angle. Looked like a reasonable lie. Nicely done. That's going to leave a little downhill putt.
Tommy Fleetwood got off to a good start today. Birdie at the opening hole, hasn't made one since. Oh yes, he has. So he moves it to 11 under par. Back on the tee at 4, McIlroy.
Yeah, that was interesting. A couple of misses again. Interesting. Need someone to find a putt and get this game going. I love the 4th. Just Just trying to carry the ridge, get it kicking forward.
That's a Nicholas Colsaert's carry with the 3-wood. Didn't even come close to hitting the rough. Easily carried.
I thought so too, Jay. I thought it was perfect.
Yeah, 290, no breeze, not a problem. Definitely widens it up a little. There's always a premium on being down the right if you can on the 4th. Pretty much all these holes going out. Looking pretty happy with himself, Hovland, walking onto that 3rd green. Looks really relaxed, chatting away with his caddy.
That was a 3-wood for McIlroy, a driver for Victor Hovland.
McIlroy just has that extra gear with those long clubs.
To the par 5, 5th, 3rd shot here for Scotty Scheffler. Remember, he drove it into the fairway bunker.
Bit of a hanging lie here for Scheffler. Trying to find the right line, working this left to right. He's done quite well.
It's just the 85 paces up the green, that whole location, the pin position. It's the 5th. Let's go up to the 7th, Jordan Spieth.
Tough hole location here. Only about 5 from that front right fringe. It's going to come. Oh, it is. Works it off the slope. Brilliant shot. Well thought out from Spieth. Maybe looking to pick up his 4th birdie in 7 holes.
Well, Smith has found the slither of green between the 4th and the 14th, and he's not a bad spot here. Putting downhill, and it will turn right to left once it goes over the slope in front of him. About a 35-footer.
He's dodged a bit of bullet here, Cam Smith, with his 2nd shot. He's got a short putt left for par now.
Yeah, Nicholas, I think he was just between clubs then and just tugged a little 7. Don't think he could quite carry the bunker with 8 there, Smith. Super shot in from Young. Little 9-iron for him to hear. Unlucky not to release. Just a little bit of movement from the left, I would say. Do you concur?
I'm going to say yes, Jamie.
Good answer. I see a little bit left to right, just on the edge of the hole.
Just like that. So it's back-to-back birdies for Cameron Young. He moves alongside his playing partner at 13 under, 3 off the lead.
I think the important thing about the 3 off the lead is there's only 2 ahead of them. 3 off the lead, if there's 10 guys ahead of you, that's a big margin. This is just a formality here, straight in, uphill, if anything, right center. If you were playing at home with your mates, pick it up, let's go. A little different here today. He also happens to be one of the best putters in the world.
Par 5, 5th is next up for them. This is Brian Harman with an eagle putt at the 9th.
It's looking good for Brian Harman. It's a very quick part of the green there on the left-hand side of 9. That's a very well-built birdie.
A good front nine. He's got that to go to the turn in 32, which is 4 under.
Exactly. Yeah. Perfect, isn't it? Yeah.
168 for McIlroy. I think he can get 9-9 there. It's pretty warm. Just needs a bit of a bounce. I'm not sure he'll get that. But with the left-hand pin, maybe just turn it over, which is natural ball flight from right to left. And once more, only a few yards between them, even though they're using different clubs off the tee. It's an interesting battle early on. As I say, just 3 yards nearer for Hovland, so that's a marker for him. He can try and draw this one in, which I know he can't do, but I think that's what he needs. If he can, back foot it and just whip it over.
Hovland's going to get a test with the putter here. That is a tough putt coming up. First real test of the day for Hovland. Spieth saw the brilliant shot in. Looking to pick up his 4th birdie in this final round. Unlike Smith, I think you have to watch Spieth hit those. He makes those exciting sometimes.
Really good start from Spieth. He moves it to 12 under within 4. Here's Cameron Young on the tee at 5.
.186 ball speed. That's pretty high in these conditions. Not overly warm, a little damp.
Coming towards the end of his round. This is under Schauffele into the 16th. He's had a good day. He's 6 under par at the moment.
It's an amazing shot from Schauffele coming from the left-hand side rough on 16. We move to Cam Smith on 5.
To hang on. Close to the left rough. Not bad. Looks like it's sitting up, and maybe a little bit of a flyer that won't hurt you. Land on the front part of the green, and it releases back to the back hole location. 85 yards from the front edge where the hole's cut at 5 today.
Well, let's go up to the green at this par 5 and a par putt for Scotty Scheffler. I'm not sure the putter's going to survive much longer after this week.
Oh, he wouldn't give it to Tony Johnstone. Wouldn't do it. Certainly not behaving the way it has when he's gone on to win 5 events this season.
Now this is an interesting one, isn't it, for Victor Hovland?
Yeah, very much so. He's sort of coming up 2 waves. The second sort of step is more pronounced. Sort of up, then down, then up again, then quite sharply down. So this is pretty difficult to judge, left to right overall for Hovland.
Could see McIlroy moving in there. He was hoping to get a little teach off that one, but I'm not sure Hovland's shown him an awful lot. To 16 and Schauffele.
To get to 12 under par, this should have a little left to right in it. And the left to right was after the hole. good second shot to set up that birdie opportunity. If the greens were firm today, with that hole location at 16, it would be near impossible to get it close to the hole. We saw so many balls in that front bunker earlier this week when the hole was located in a similar position. I believe it was the second round it was. Tiger hit it in there.
McIlroy, birdie putt at 4. It's another good putt, but it's another one that hasn't dropped. He talked about patience earlier this week.
But the one thing I'll say that he hasn't made one yet. They've all been perfect speed, Dom, and I think that's really important.
He's actually only 1 under for those first 4 holes. The scoring has tended to come from the par 5, 6th onwards for McIlroy. Let's go to 8. First of the 2 par 3s here at the Old Course.
One-handed finish for Jordan Spieth. He usually got those right.
And work to do for Victor Hovland for his par here, Anthony, at 4.
Yeah, very much so. It's a real sort of camber in this. It's a beautiful bit of the green. It's probably not a popular spot for the visitors during the year, so it's all about what's in the stomach right now and what's in the brain. Just got to keep the pace up because this will break.
That bogey's really a result of the second shot from the fairway from 172. That was a wide second shot. Very poor shot for a player of Hovland's ability, especially, you know, he's at the top of his game. 16 under par through a portion of his 4th round. That initial putt was always going to test him.
He's not done yet with this either, is he? So, first drop shot today for Victor Hovland. He now falls 1 behind Rory McIlroy. Let's go a hole up to Cameron Smith.
Long iron. Trying to go and find this spin today on 5. That's 85 bases on. Bit unlucky with the first bounce there. That could have bounced a bit firmer and released another 10.
.244 yards for Cameron Young. He can easily pitch this on the green. Key is to hit it with a trajectory where it wants to release. Needs to be careful here. That's the bunker that I was concerned about. It's okay, safely on the green, long eagle putt.
It's not often you have 160 yards to the front and 244 for the hole, isn't it?
Yeah, once again, that was kind of a wide. Even if you don't get the distance right, you shouldn't be that wide. McIlroy ready to go.
And the perfect time to get your day going. Keep yourself away from the chasing pack. Same play all week for McIlroy, just looking left half. Stay away from those bunkers down the right. Big cluster.
He's leaning slightly left. That usually means things are going right. Right over everything.
It's the second bunker today that he's missed by a whisker. Rory.
Well, Adam Scott has a chance here at 7. 3 under through the first 7, and the 2013 Masters champion gets it to 12 under.
And the last of those 7 sisters, Nico, 311, so big hit. Not quite convinced Hovland can fly all the way over that.
It's going to leave a very awkward second for the Norwegian on 5.
Well, he went down the safe side, and it looks as though he may pay a price for it as well. As McIlroy munches his way through another protein bar, he is one shot ahead in the early stages of this final round of the 150th Open from the home of golf, St Andrews, but they are beginning to pile up behind him. Great round today from Xander Schauffele. What form he's been over the last 3 or 4 weeks. The US Open champion Fitzpatrick just 1 under par. Scheffler, the world #1, going backwards at 1 over. Lucas Herbert, just 2 holes to go. Good day for the Australian, 5 under par for him. Trey Mullinax, winner of the Barbasol Championship, the last man in this week to the Open field, and making the most of it as well. Thomas Pieters, 3 under par. Will Zalatoris, the nearly man of the majors this year, also finishing strongly at St Andrews. Long putt here for Cam Smith, Jamie.
Yeah, just a little bit. Tom, it's about a 35-yarder. Smith has found the middle of the green, but still got a long way to go to the back of it. And at the end, it should go a bit left to right when it eventually gets there. Gotta go.
Dean Burmester has reached the par 4 13th. Yeah! 6 under par today is Burmester. Par 5 next up. He'll be able to get home in 2 with his power as well. Cameron Young wandering over to his ball, which is somewhere on the 13th green.
Yeah, it is. It's way over on the left-hand side as you play the 5th. He's got it pin high. Huge tee shot down there from Young. He's really long off the tee, as that ball speed would suggest. And he's got a right to left to here. It's really just 2-putt and wander off, really. When you're putting from this sort of range, what's he, about 80 feet here? It's really the last 15 feet you want to look at. That's where it'll break, and it should be coming from the right.
Our low camera angle, we can see kind of the little waves he has to go up and over and down. Pretty subtle, but they're there, and that is great touch for Cameron Young.
Spieth now on the 8th, the par 3 for par. That's not Jordan's best stroke, isn't it? He looked a bit hooded and a bit inside on the way out.
Can't really afford any bogeys in his position. Chasing pack, 5 shots behind. Cam Smith.
Well, you got to think it must make, really. Doesn't want to give up too much ground. It's a pretty easy birdie hole. This 5th, got a little bit in it, this one, for Smith. He's not filled the hole up this weekend so far.
That's what we saw on Friday. Maybe that will be more to come. Climbs 1 shot closer, now only 2 behind the lead of McIlroy. Cameron Smith walks over to the 6th tee. Welcome back into the box, Thomas Bjorn.
Thank you very much. So we have a look at Xander Schauffele from the rough on the left on 17. All about chasing it up there. This is going left. Nothing misses that bunker.
Cameron Young. Birdie on 5. Oh, that looked a bit tentative. It's a 4 though. So he moves to 14 under.
Just hacking forward, sitting really down for Hovland. It's just about getting this in play to give him some sort of line in.
He's back in the fairway. That's the key thing. Not often you pay such a penalty for missing the fairway unless you're in a bunker here at the old course, and just short of one of the 2 spectacles at 4. Excuse me, at 5.
Pretty straightforward for Tommy Fleetwood on 7. See the flag there, and this should be dancing around the hole.
Well, that's some really good dancing, isn't it?
Had a little moonwalk at the end to it, didn't it? Beautiful shot. Always a crowd favorite. Six eagles here. They can see what wind there is directly from the left here at the 5th. McIlroy surveying things, trying to figure out, okay, where do I want to land this? What do you think, Anthony?
Well, the first thing he's got to worry about, he's actually sitting on top of an old divot that is really knitted in well, but I think it's from this week, so he needs to be careful. I'm hoping he spotted it, because it could easily just drop away as he makes contact with the ground, and he could hit it 200 yards, not the 250 odd he needs. This pin here in 2015, I think is actually quite a good pin. Just got to try and make yourself hit it far enough. It's so far on, 85 yards. I haven't seen him look down at it yet. It's not obvious unless you really stare at it.
Interesting, last European winner here at St. Andrews, 1990, Sir Nick Faldo. The Americans and South Africans have been dominating the Opens at St. Andrews in recent times.
A change of club might be just the fact that the wind has just picked up. I got it somewhere near a club now, helping. Such a big green, even if he goes 10 by it, it's not a problem putting back. Just keep an eye on this strike.
Oh, that was good, wasn't it? Straight up in the air, landing in the heart of the green. And that's a good eagle opportunity coming up for McIlroy.
Cameron Wrong with driver on 6. Want this to move right, maybe a little bit more.
See that turret thing with the green flag in the tail?
He's found the rough and it's disappeared a bit in that long grass there.
Scheffler, par putt at 6. It's back-to-back bogeys for the world number 1. Back to Hovland at the 5th.
And just a wedge down breeze. Challenge is, can he get it all the way back the 85 yards on this green?
That's a good shot from Hovland. Important one, knowing Rory's in close.
Cameron Smith with the drive on 6. You can't see the fairway here on the 6th hole, so you've got the bunkers down the left-hand side and down the right-hand side. Just to turn this one over a bit. He's past all the bunkers, but he's nestling down in the rough. That's not a good place to be.
shot for Schauffele at 17 in the road hole bunker.
Yeah, he's almost sitting on the lip of the bunker. And that's the only way out of there. Good shot.
You have to love the bunker cam. He did fall back against it in the end. Great shot.
Tommy Fleetwood to go to 12 under par. Perfect. Just kind of getting himself into the tournament. Got to keep going though.
4 behind for Fleetwood following his third birdie of the day at the 17th. There you can see Fleetwood tied for 5th. The Camerons tied at 14 under par, 2 shots behind McIlroy. Even par on the day, but looking good at the 5th. Nice round by Abraham Answer, a 65, as well as Kei Kwanjana. Great stuff from the tie earlier today, 65.
And this is for par for Schauffele. So one of the big favourites coming in here. He's given it a decent effort. He'll probably be slightly disappointed, but it's been some great weeks over the last month or so for Xander Schauffele.
A simply brilliant second shot, right to left, just down a little plateau for McIlroy.
Ours at the opening 4, but it's an easy birdie for at the 5th. First birdie of the day for the man who was last champion golfer of the year 8 years ago. Now has a 2-shot lead. Hovland might have something to say about that. Has a birdie putt to come.
Play the ground here, Cam Smith. A couple of big mounds and hollows in front of this 6th green. And that's why he didn't want to pitch on the downslope on one of them. And that's got nothing to stop it. Until the back edge, pretty much.
Oh, Victor Hovland. It's been a little bit of an adventure up this hole, so this is for birdie. Slides by. Not been a great start for Victor Hovland. 1 over par through 5 holes. You look for more around St Andrews. Just going to settle the nerves and get into this. He needs one of these putts to drop. Get a little bit of momentum going.
Rory gets his lead to 2. The crowd seems to get a little bit more energy for McIlroy as well.
This is a tricky one for Cameron Young. Just got to pick your spot. Just hope it does all the right things, but that landed way too far. Got a bit of a flyer. And then you face these kind of putts at St Andrews when you don't get it right.
See who came on 7. We saw Tommy Fleetwood's shot a couple of minutes ago, dancing around the hole. That's tracking, only a couple of feet short. You see who came.
High view from the camera looking down at 6T, and it will be McIlroy to hit first.
Hey, he's off and running, Jay. Not really put a foot wrong. Driver taking a brave play. Looking down the right, I would suggest. Just love that big high draw.
He loves it. And why wouldn't you? That's a long way down there. Might get a drop from there. Oh, you will get one if he wants it.
Incredible delivery. Textbook.
Same play for Hovland. And you just love to hit it like that.
This is the first real difference we've seen on the day. They've been, as Anthony said, fairly equidistant after their tee shots, except for now. Different club choice for Hovland, going with the driving iron.
Yeah, I actually like Hovland's play a little bit better. I think Rory McIlroy is too close to the green, and it asks a lot of questions of the next shot. I think Hovland has a little bit of an easier shot with more of a full lob wedge. As we head up to the 8th, Tommy Fleetwood.
Cool.
A little bit left for Fleetwood. It's not an easy flag to find at the back of 8th, the par 3 today.
Well, it's all a question about pace putting from here. It's pretty flat green, this. Just a little bit uphill at the end. And that's a fairly poor effort from Cameron Young.
Siwoo Kim all pars the first 6 holes. This for his first birdie of the day. And the Korean finally makes a birdie. He gets it to 12 under.
Up to 18. Sander Schauffele.
Down, down, down.
Just a bit heavy-handed, but a classic downhill left to rider on 18 with the classic Sunday pin position.
And Cam Smith learned a little bit about the pace from his playing partner Cameron Young. So you'll have seen that it gets slow at the end, so he's giving it a nice little run, and that's an excellent putt.
Fleetwood on 8. Up the slope. Let's see from here, left to right, and then right to left. Is it in? Oh, how good was that? How good was that looking?
A big smile from Tommy Fleetwood. I think he thought he had it. Bit of a tester here. Oh, excellent. Excellent putt.
Couple under par for Cameron Young. 3 shots behind the lead of McIlroy. Picked up his first birdie of the day with a 2-putt birdie at the par 5 5th. Hovland 1 over par. Those 2 shots separate first and second. Far from over here in the final round of the 150th Open at St. Andrews. Siwoo Kim just picked up his first of the day. Jordan Spieth 3 under through 9. Different clubs off the tee for Hovland and McIlroy, and certainly a much different shots ahead.
Yeah, very much so. Interesting. McIlroy's on the walkway that he was yesterday. And 107 for Victor Hovland. I think he's going to pitch this all the way. I don't see him trying to run it up. He did have a wander up. So he's done an extra couple of 100 yards here at 6. It's just, I would imagine you'd pitch this all the way. I would have thought just take the 15 foot behind the hole. A bit more breeze actually. It's going to be interesting back nine. It's definitely picking up. It's quite cool.
Definitely throwing it up there, and yeah, and tried to pitch it all the way, pitched it a bit too far. You really have to pitch it short in that hollow and bounce it up the hill if you've got to get close. And that asks the question of McIlroy when we see him. Which type of shot is he going to choose? He's a lot closer. He might be that close that he could even choose the putter.
Probably walking up, I would think, Anthony, looking for a pitch point down in that little swell.
Yeah, I agree. I think that there is there's 3 ways of playing it. I think putter is an option. I don't think he'll take it. I honestly believe he'll hit something in low and just sort of jam it under the heel and try and skip it up. I think if he plays 25 foot long, he might as well be short because he probably won't hold that back anyway. So I think this is one it's worth taking on. And as you say, 2 walks up does indicate that maybe he's slightly in 2 minds.
Yeah, because you can't see the landing spot.
Got a good lie, taking it off the walkway as I mentioned. So now the aerial route was an option, but putter's come out. I love to see this. Old school Thomas.
Yeah, this is tricky to get everything right here. There's so much happening on the fairway and in that hollow, and then get the pace, the burnt fairway. But oh, he's walking after it. He's walking after it. He believes in it. I tell you what, that's about as good as you can do, really. Certainly wouldn't have done much better with a wedge.
Well, you heard him with his caddy. He was complaining that he could not actually see the landing spot because of that mound in front of him, so it worked out really well.
Driver for Cameron Young at the 7th, taking a direct line. Is he trying to hit that over shell bunker?
100% he's trying, but is he going to fly it? Well, he didn't technically just fly it, he went around it. And he's found the green. He's actually went in between those 2 bunkers.
It's going to be a fun putt coming up. As Nicholas shakes his head no. Siwoo Kim at the 8th. Hole's been cut at 8 up on that top ledge 3 of the 4 days. It's proven to be a tough one.
Longest birdie putt for Victor Hovland. He's giving them a good effort at the moment, but they're not dropping. It's testing his patience a bit.
This is a golf course that tests your patience in the best of times, though. Certainly hanging in there. Body language looks similar to what it has the other days. Xander Schauffele. Can he finish in style at the final hole? It's going to be a good week for Schauffele. He's going to finish at 10 under par. Good round of 67. That only lacked a slight bit of pace. McIlroy would have been looking at that one like it's going in all the way. Another good putt from McIlroy. His only birdie today has been a 2-putt at the par 5. Fifth, hasn't really put a foot wrong. Don't see much of a gamble taking place here for McIlroy. He probably has the power to take on Shell Bunker, but there's no real point. Spieth for birdie at 10.
It has to be a remarkable back nine for Jordan Spieth if he's got to get himself in this tournament, but that's a good start. 5th birdie of the day, 12 under par. 5 behind is a lot.
Siwoo came on 8th after what we thought was a pretty average shot, actually. But that's coming in hot, and it's slowing down. That was a pretty good effort, actually.
It's always a slow part of the golf course. 11 green to the right. That was 7 in the forefront. Cam Smith just waiting on the action. This is the crisscross between 11 and 7. Thomas, when you're like McIlroy, a couple shot lead here, a wait, how do you stay in the present?
I think he put it right himself. You know, you're just trying to hit one shot at a time, try and hit one good shot at every single shot you get to, and then you eventually run out of holes. It's extremely difficult, but he's getting carried along by these crowds. They are all behind him. They desperately want him to win this tournament. But it's tough on a Sunday afternoon in a major championship to just stay calm and in the present.
Smith, 98 yards, and the wind has totally switched. It's going to be in off the left, all the way in. Trying to fly it all the way. Go on.
It's quite unlucky, actually. I could have easily stayed right off that ridge.
Spieth tee shot at 11. 184 yards today, up on that top shelf.
Yeah, that's a magnificent shot from Jordan Spieth. 2 par 3s of the flags at the back today.
Well, this is the other par 3. Siwoo Kim for par. It was a poor tee shot, it really was. He left himself at what, 60, 70 feet.
Fleetwood for eagle at 9. Right on the line. A neighborhood of 4 feet left for a birdie.
Yeah, you feel like he needs birdies on 9 and 10 and maybe even 12 to get himself in the tournament. McIlroy with the iron.
Yeah, 250, Thomas. But the wind is helping.
And that's perfect. Absolutely perfect. Until it ran into that divot.
Less of a carry down the right-hand side. So 250s down the left and 240 up the right. Driving iron. I would have said the same play once more. Favouring that right side for Hovland. Maybe use the breeze a little.
Didn't quite get out that one. And that's going to be too far back, I think, to get it close to this flag position.
Young up on the green. He drove it, squirreled it in between those two bunkers, but this is going to be a wicked putt coming up.
Yeah, as you can see from this angle, a flag is in that bowl that you can find on the right-hand side of the green.
He's done quite well.
Jordan Spieth having a look at birdie on 11. Coming off a birdie on 10. The good thing about Jordan Spieth when you're commentating is you know straight away what's happening. And that wasn't a good one.
He really took on the challenge, though, gave himself an opportunity. Not many will hit the ball up there that far.
7th green, Smith. Packed grandstands behind him. And over there on the 11th tee, he's putting towards them. It's a great part of the course here on the old course. Putting over this ridge, this is tricky. Bit of break once it goes down the other side. But he's a master putter.
Definitely a good putt. You get an idea of the slope that Cam Smith was putting down in that picture you see right there.
'15 screen, Dean Burmester for birdie. Excellent. He's really enjoying his Open Championship, Dean Burmester, and that's 12 under par, moving him into 5th place.
Can't wait at 11. Can he make a rare 2? He can. It's only the 3rd birdie today. 11's playing the 4th most difficult hole in this final round.
Now Cameron Young, after that long first putt, he makes an all-arounder second one.
Young has joined Hovland at 15 under, only 2 shots behind McIlroy.
10th green, Adam Scott sent a lovely drive here onto the green. So this is for eagle. Go on. That's a nice birdie for Adam Scott.
Cam Smith for par on 7. Formality for the Australian.
We're going back in the fairway and see what they're facing here.
He's got 2 or 3 strands of grass behind the ball, Thomas, so this is difficult. Mid 130s. There's nowhere really to aim this apart from left and just hope you get some spin and kick to the right. The angle is so acute from such an average lie for Hovland.
Oh, down. Down. Get lucky. Sit.
A bit of a fly out for Victor Hovland there, but that's okay. Well, Anthony, we saw it rolling into a divot. How bad is it?
Yes, it's pretty shallow. It's pretty shallow, but it is sandy. He's got a very lofty club. He's got less bounce on this week, so I think he's going to have to hit this pretty hard. Should be loaded with spin, Thomas.
That's very unlucky. It might have been a bit left, but that could have also bounced right a bit on the top of that shoulder.
Eighth hole, 203, flag 43 on. It's right at the back. It's proved troublesome. These back pins have had 3 pins at the back here now on the 8th. So hard to get it all the way back, and it's into the breeze now, into off the left. It's half a club a win there for Young.
Totally different hole than it was a half hour ago. Surprisingly, the 8th is playing under par today.
Yeah, I wouldn't think so the last half an hour though, Jay. It's gone up 2 clubs this hole in the last half an hour.
There hasn't been a birdie in at least an hour and a half.
There you go. So hard to get it all the way back because there is a bunker, sneaky bunker just over the screen. You'd love to hit a 5-iron and drill it, but it's dangerous. Busy part of the course here. Done a great job dressing this tournament, envelop this tee. Crowd's right on top of him.
It's a low driving shot. Didn't even get 60 feet in the air, but still comes up short. Amazing what a little wind direction change can do. Rory on the wrong side of the ridge, Anthony.
Yeah, big saddle. Big saddle. Really unlucky. Tough to strike that wedge out of that divot. Just caught the wrong side of it. I think it probably would have been stiff otherwise. This is all pace. Yes, it's going to break, but he knows the break. It's all about judgment here. Almost dead weighting this.
And perfect weight it is.
It's been 7 holes that McIlroy has nearly finished. Every single approach putt he's hit has been good speed. Jon Rahm for birdie at the last. He was many people's favorite before the event started. A 70 in the final round for Rahm. 7 under par for the championship. And it's a time for 34th. Certainly a man of his caliber. Probably a disappointing week.
Just letting the group in front go past Hovland, right to left, and then straight in. He's worked hard on this. All again, all about pace and line. Leaving the pin in.
Gonna have to work a little bit on that one, more than a formality. Circle of friendship on Sunday afternoon at the Open gets a little smaller.
If there is any.
No friends on Sunday?
For the 150th Open Championship, I'm afraid not.
Just a couple feet to remain 2 behind McIlroy. Rory only marked his out of courtesy to not be the through line for Victor Hovland. 6 pars and a birdie. The lone birdie, the 2 putt at the par 5 fifth, but McIlroy has a 2-shot lead going to the par 3 8. At the top of your picture, 7 at the bottom. The leading group is out at the end of the golf course. Things are tightening up. 2 players on 15 under, chasing McIlroy in this final round. Look down at the 8th green, Jamie, and a long putt coming up.
Yeah, Cameron Smith's going first because of the players over there on the 10th green, getting in Cameron Young's way. So it's a left to righter for the Australian. Loads of Aussies out in the crowd. Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. About a 40-footer here. Paul Smith for the bird.
Adam Scott on 11, who's flown the green, using the putter from that big ball at the back of it. He's done quite well. He said it's not an easy shot from behind the green on 11.
Just goes to show you Scott's intentions, though, playing aggressively to a very difficult hole location at 11. A little bit of a wait for McIlroy on the 8th tee.
Young for birdie on 8 from a long range. That has a fair bit of right to left in it. It's left it a bit shy and under the slope.
Both cams at 8 have lengthy par putts. Neither hit particularly good tee shots. So McIlroy will continue to wait. A player that likes to play at a brisk pace. A lot of chat yesterday, not much today.
Nope. I noticed yesterday a very light atmosphere when it got on the first, and they mean business, to both of them.
I don't think I've seen a player within 15 feet of this flag all week on this green. It's just such a difficult hole to get close, such a big green. Very difficult to zoom in, but Cameron Young has not hit a very good first putt. He's left himself a really awkward one. He's got Dustin Johnson putting behind him. It's after you.
Jamie, do you think large greens are more difficult to get it close to the hole with approach shots?
Oh yeah, sure. It's very hard to zoom in on the pin, isn't it? And of course your miss will hit the green as well, as it did with Young. He gets on with it though, Cameron Young, but this is a curly one from the right for the par. Crucial stages, this little loop. He can drive the next. He can probably drive 10 as well with his length, Young.
In the left side, Young holds a nice par putt at the 8th, remains 2 behind McIlroy. Scott and Thomas, we saw that putt from up the bank behind the green.
Yeah, it was a good effort. Oh, it just sneaks in. I said earlier in the day I like him with this longer putter. He seems a much better putter with that in his hands. Cam Smith for par. That was a nice stroke. That really was a nice positive stroke from Cam Smith.
2 great 2 putts for the Camerons at the 8th.
Can I just poke you there, baby?
they walk back to the 9th. McIlroy ready to go at the 8th. It's been a long wait.
Yes, it has been. Actually, interesting. 3 pins on this back tier, which is unusual. There was a couple in 2015, so they're trying to make a par through that is hard already. Just that little bit tougher. Into the breeze, as Jamie mentioned. Just over 200 yards. Where's he going to pitch this? Try and pitch it into the hill, McIlroy. Just try and kill that first and second bounce.
Well, that's a decent shot into the heart of the green. And there's a Seawood Kinfoot par on the 9th. And that's a bad hole to make 5 on. It really is. Bogey on 8, bogey on 9. 1 over par for the front 9.
Hovland ready at the 8th.
I might just see a little 5-iron. It is cold, this breeze. Doesn't really, they can't really feel it. Such a beautiful little amphitheatre in there. It's a great design of a stand. But needs to just try and drill this one. He has that flight, Hovland.
They all struggle to get it back there to the hole. Good company. A lot of work left on the 8th green for our final pairing here. They march towards the end of their outward 9.
Dustin Johnson. Ooh. Just didn't get it high enough. Maybe pulled it a fraction. Adam Scott on the 12th tee. Oh, that needs to get down. That needs to get down. I believe that's in the bush.
Not only bush, thorny gorse bushes. You don't want to go in there. You look from the outside in. You don't go wandering in. Young, driver at the 9th. He can certainly reach. Motioning left, and there's gorse bushes to the left on 9. Looks like it might have got lucky. Maybe not.
Good low one.
Good look at the 8th green in the foreground, the 10th green in the background. Smith giving the 9th green a go. 329 yards to the front edge. Taking it to the right of end bunker, a safe play. Not trying to work it between end bunker and the bunkers that guard the front left portion of this 9th green. And that is the search for Adam Scott's ball at 12. Well, they search at 12. We'll go back to 8. It looks like Hovland's going to be first to play.
Yeah, I think both were struggling to get all the way back there. I think McIlroy's definitely got the easier putt and probably the better play up the right-hand side off the tee. Hovland's is more of a triple breaker, really, where McIlroy's, I think, is pretty much more straightforward. So this is tough into the breeze. Trying to add and subtract all the slopes both ways. It will be sort of downhill right to left at the end, but I don't think that's going to be quick, purely because of the wind. busy little area, this 10 green to his right. Have to concentrate pretty hard.
Hovland from just under 73 feet. That was looking good for a long time. Victor Hovland is going to go to the turn. We're going to get through the first 8 holes, I should say, without a birdie on his card. Fleetwood at 11. Will he be playing dangerously?
Sit.
He's asking for this to sit. Is it just going to hold on the back edge? And it just does. Fleetwood on 11.
Percentage play is probably about 20 feet right. The guys that are getting up there hole high, you would think, are trying to really push. McIlroy for birdie at 8.
And right to left, Jay. Not a single putt in this green, in this group yet. We've had 1 3 putt, all 2s. This is right to left. And up with a little bit of a step down at the end.
Cameron Young down in the gorse. Jamie.
Yeah, he's right in the middle of the bushes. He's going to have to go backwards. Line of sight all the way back. Stroke and distance, and be playing 3 out of the rough. Not good news.
You good there?
How quickly the old course can bite. Knowing that they couldn't find Adam Scott's ball, so he's had to play his provisional. So Hovland for par here at 8.
Stays 15 under. Just 1 bogey today, Victor Hovland. Gonna need some red on this scorecard.
McIlroy to stay 2 clear. Head down. Very much staying inside that bubble, isn't he, at the moment, Rory McIlroy? You can sense in the crowd, though, there's some nerves out there, so much goodwill towards him.
Come on, Victor, let's go. Come on, Victor.
Well, back over to Cameron Young, who looks like he's taken his drop, Jamie.
Yeah, he's taking it. Just getting a yardage.
Yeah.
With his caddy. It's not a very inviting shot.
Even for a man of your caliber, Jamie.
Adam Scott at the 12th, remember, had to play his provisional ball. This is his 4th shot now. Real problems for the Aussie.
Oh, go. Go.
Just finds the top shelf on 12. Adam with his 4th.
Hasn't dropped a shot so far. Adam Scott is going to drop at least 1 there. Tommy Fleetwood 11. Good putt, rattles the side of the hole. Remember, he was right up there at Royal Portrush, wasn't he, with Shane Lowry on that final day. Didn't get off to a good start there. He has done today. Right, Young's ready to go here at 9, Jamie.
Yeah, I've had plenty of practice from these bushes, Nico. You're right. 90-yarder, just over 90 yards. Very little green to work with on this angle over the bunker. Difficult shot for Young. Needs to get up and down. And Smith from the right-hand side. About 70 yards on the angle here for him. Good lie. But difficult because the flag is so far left on the edge of the green. Here, he's got the entire green to pitch it up. That's a long way. Back foot, he's going to try and drive this in low, skip it, and get it to chase out.
That's more to Cam Smith, we know, or we have seen the first 2 days. Good shot from the Australian.
Quietly going about his business. If that putter gets hot on the back 9, Smith will certainly be a factor. Let's go to Spieth, up at the 13th, second shot.
This is a good angle into this green. He finds the heart of it. It really is very close to there that you're aiming for.
This is Scheffler. And this is an eagle putt for the world number 1. He needs it too. Real surprise that he shot 3 over the front 9 without a birdie. He will make his first gain of the day there as we go to Dustin Johnson. This for a 2 at 11. Just the 4th birdie today on the par 3 11th. Good move from DJ. Can he produce something special down the stretch? And an important putt here, Nico, for Adam Scott.
Yeah, because you show up on 12, thinking of driving the green, looking for a birdie, if not better, and you're walking away with what could possibly be a 6 for Adam Scott. Such a wonderful start of the day for him.
This is Cameron Young at 9. Remember, he had to take a drop, so this is a par putt for the American.
Yeah, and it was a good shot to hear, Dominic. He's punting straight towards the scoreboard, and he knows where he stands. He's right in the thick of it. Boy, oh boy, he'd love to hold this. Just a gentle one, just a bit from the right.
That's a bad bogey, isn't it? 9, Trevor.
Yeah, it really is. It's one of the holes when you're starting out that you are earmarking for a birdie, and such a crucial point in this tournament now. Smith can make this. He'll be just 2 back for the moment. Kind of like the look of it, and just squeezed out to the right-hand side, right at the cup.
don't know whether there's been a change in the wind or something on this hole, because everyone was making birdie there up to about the last sort of hour or so, and we've seen lots of bogeys and a few pars.
Yeah, it's played as the third easiest hole in this final round. Almost a half stroke under par, and that pairing plays that hole over par.
Oh, he's itching to get going, McIlroy. He's been in this 4 times. The ball's been teed up for quite a while. 350 to the end hole bunker down the right. I reckon he's aiming at that and just try and turn it off it, maybe run it on. Into the breeze as well, so just trying to keep it down if he can a little.
Uh-oh, going right.
That'll play, Rory, that'll play.
If you want to miss it anywhere on this hole, on the 9th with that pin position, this is a good place.
They'll have a similar pitch to the one Cam Smith just had. Driving iron by the look of it for Victor Hovland, Anthony.
Yeah, you'd be looking, well, I would have thought you'd be looking right with a driving iron. McIlroy's just perfect there. Different play today, really. These two, they've really changed what they're thinking. Yeah, that's okay.
It is all a little bit nervy out there at the moment, isn't it? Perhaps not surprisingly, with the enormity of the prize here.
Yeah, you just feel that tension starting to build, especially around this part of the golf course with all of those spectators packed in around the loop.
Remember the scenes here yesterday, it was absolutely electric, wasn't it? Lots of noise.
10th hole, into the back 9, 362 with the 3-wood, straight downwind. He can reach this easily with this club. Should bound on, it's only 350 the front.
That's bumbling along nicely, just short of the green. Fairly easy up and down from there.
Jordan Spieth at the 13th for par. Oh, nicely done.
Yeah, that's a great save from Jordan Spieth. 13 is going to become a lot harder with this wind now, into off the left.
I can't believe this. He's got a driver. Distance he hits the ball. Straight downwind.
It didn't look as though he was taking much off it either. Well, he's held on to the green. So he'll have an eagle putt from there, albeit from a long way away. McIlroy still leading by 2 from his playing partner Victor Hovland. Cameron Young with those problems at 9, dropping back to 14 under alongside Cam Smith. Dustin Johnson's made a nice move, so has Jordan Spieth. Look at the names up there on the leaderboard. Earlier today, wonderful stuff from Salim Kaikanjana, round of 65 to get in at 11 under par. Francesco Molinari, the Carnoustie champion, is 5 under with 2 to play. Adam Scott was going well until that 12th hole. A double bogey there has seen him tumble back. South Africa's Dean Burmester is coming towards the end of his round, and he's got a par putt at the road hole. First drop shot today for Burmester.
Big fairway, surprise, Hovland's missed this. 112 to a really tight left pin. Gotta be careful here. You see one or two do miss this left going at this.
Perfect distance, but just got a little bit scared, I think, about chucking it left of the green and take a bounce into that rough.
He's got the same number, 57, as he had on 6, McIlroy. This time he's going to chip it perfectly flat green. I think he might get Hovland to mark that. He hasn't looked across just yet. Sometimes that's nice, just give you a chance for the crowd to settle down, just to collect yourself. Big drive, considering he's hit it right, I have to say.
What does it feel like out there at the moment, Anthony?
It's just so much goodwill for McIlroy. It's frightening how much. They're very respectful of Hovland, but everyone is desperate to see McIlroy again win the biggest prize in golf, Dom. It's just electric out here. It is 10 deep everywhere. I've never experienced anything this great. This is awesome out here.
It's been a long time, hasn't it? 8 years since he last won a major title.
Send this a long way up there on the green, McIlroy, but he's got a really good look at birdie.
To the 10th.
I think I'd rather have this chip that Smith faces than Young's putt. I must say, it's not easy. It's up and over the ridge and then up the other side again on the green.
He's a magician with that wedge, isn't he?
I just about feel that Dustin Johnson is going to start running out of holes to make a challenge for this.
We need this for Victor. He's on 15. Needs to make a birdie. Just do a shot. That's a 4 for Victor.
This is a chance to take a 3-shot lead for Rory McIlroy.
These 2 holes are crucial, aren't they? 9 and 10 for McIlroy. He'd hope to take advantage of both of them.
Well, he's in a position now that he's built this little cushion. It's a great moment for him to just put his foot on the gas here, separate himself. Starts right here if he can find a way to make this putt for birdie at 9. Isn't it interesting how the last 2 pairings struggled here at the 9th hole? No birdies between the 4 of them. Pressure starting to mount.
Yeah, full concentration, concentration required on this putt as well.
No problem with that one for Rory McIlroy.
Is it an omen? There are many tens of thousands of people here, millions at home, who are rooting for Rory. So, over on the 10th green, this is from a long, long way away for Cameron Young.
And now it comes down the hill. Pretty decent from there.
Dustin Johnson on 13. Now into the wind off the left. He just flies the last one off the coffins. Finds the very end of this fairway on 13.
On a little upslope as well there. That's good for DJ Cam Smith.
Well, he got fortunate with McIlroy not birding 9. Can he edge closer? He sure can. That's a great up and down for birdie at 10.
The dream is still alive for Cameron Smith. Also for a 3. Young makes his, so a nice bounce back after the drop shot at 9.
Comfortably get there for me. 362 for McIlroy. And with the pin on the left, you can just get this one drawing. I think he can actually give himself a good chance for a 2, excuse me. Helping breeze.
This is where he found the bunker yesterday.
Finds the green. It's a long way away, but he does find the green.
Yeah, he's got a heck of a putt from there, hasn't he, McIlroy? Hovland swishing away.
He goes at it hard, doesn't he? Different ball flight, works the other way for Hovland, but it is a big target. If you can get it down the left side, I think the pin's in a good spot for both of these guys. Nice clubber breeze helping.
Finds the rough on the right hand side of 10, Hovland.
To the relative tranquility of the par 3 11th.
Yeah, you just want to try and land it in the middle of the hill and bounce it up this hill to that bag pin location, exactly like that. Beautiful shot from Cam Smith. This is a good time to start turning it on.
Up to the par 5 14th, second here for Spieth.
Oh, this has come out pretty low and hooking. Oh, that is a very awkward position there. Not quite sure he'll have a good stance. Back to 11.
Now Cam Young. This is downwind now, so it's a much easier pin to get to than about 45 minutes ago.
Funny one that, wasn't it? Almost seemed to lose his balance towards the end of the swing. Let's go to Tommy Fleetwood, into 13.
Such a difficult hole location here at 13, way back, tucked into the right corner. Not a hole location you can really be aggressive with.
So the front nine complete, and we have the famous final 9 holes at the Old Course in the 150th Open. Who will step up? Who is going to go home with a Claret Jug and win this landmark Open, the 150th at St Andrews? Guys, where are the opportunities coming home then on the last 9 holes here? Obviously 10's a chance, then what?
Well, 14 always, even though it's playing into the breeze a little bit. 13 is definitely not one of them. Although you can maybe try to work it a bit left to right. Let's see what DJ does here. That's a good shot from DJ.
Now Spieth with his 4th. Remember, he was in one of those pot bunkers. Had to come out sideways to here. Oh, man. Don't see him do that very often, Thomas.
Oh, that was hurried a little bit. The swing was hurried. So unusual for him.
Well, someone's going to hold a long putt soon. You just sense it. It's all been a bit edgy, hasn't it, for the last hour or so, but it's going to start happening now on the back 9. Good start right here for Young. Uphill, bit of right to left. It'll get away from him, though, past the hole here. It's on the slight downhill lie, the hole.
It was almost right there, Jamie.
Back one to Victor Hovland.
Yeah, on a down slope. It's all against him here, down breeze. Almost coming through the channel. He's indicating he's going to fly this all the way, and if he does, he's got his work cut out to get this anywhere near this. This is some humdinger of a pin. That's why I like Rory's play driver. He was long enough to get it past the pin.
Yeah, if he's trying to fly it all the way up there, very difficult to get any kind of spin out of this lie.
Yeah, absolutely. You might just have to catch the upslope, Trevor.
That came out soft. There was no chance that that was going to get there. There was no strike on that ball. Here we go. Sorry, Jeff.
If he has a weakness, that's it right there, around the greens.
Back over to 11, and the birdie putt for Cam Smith to climb within 1 of McIlroy.
Here we go. Birdie on 10, birdie on 11. Cameron Smith is applying the pressure.
Here comes the Players' Champion. And to 10, McIlroy.
And he saw that, Dom, he saw that as he was walking back towards the ball, a little bit like the 9th. There's no given to make a birdie. So far from the pin, big ridge running across this. This needs one big hit.
Down the hill, right to left. What a great putt that is. Sensational putt from McIlroy. You will have heard what's been happening up on 11. Great answer.
And Smith will hear exactly what McIlroy just did on 10. That's the beauty of this loop here at the Old Course.
Well, this is where he produced the fireworks yesterday with that eagle from the bunker. Huge roar then.
2-shot lead restored.
Wonderful championship golf here, blow for blow. And look how far he is away. And the fact he had to judge it perfectly just to get it slowing down to the top of that ridge. I knew that gravity would take it down hole side. Very nearly an eagle too. He makes the birdie. Smith at 12.
Cam Smith. Where's the driver? Just want to avoid a couple of these bunkers, of course. And it does. Finds the front edge off 12. That's a good hit into the wind, actually.
Well, if you think it's a good hit, Nico, it's got to be a good hit.
Third shot now for Victor Hovland at the 10th.
McIlroy staying focused already, thinking about the shot he needs to hit at 11. You just get a feeling that this is a huge putt for Hovland. If he misses this and makes a bogey here, he starts to slip quite far behind.
What a putt. Really was under pressure to make that one. 3 shots behind. Slipping 4 would be a big ask with 8 holes to go. He's still in this. He hasn't made a birdie yet though. They need to start coming.
So it's a very short walk over to the 11th.
I'm playing pretty short, 184 today. He's probably playing around about 173 maybe.
Still no real breeze out there, Anthony?
Nah, there's a little bit. I think the freshness of the air though negates that a little bit. 2 pins on this back ridge this year. Just makes this a little bit harder.
Set.
Just pulled it a little, so he was concerned that it was going to catch that false edge and slip down the bank, but all okay.
Touch out of your right, if anything. A lot of help.
That was a massive putt, wasn't it, Anthony, for Victor Hovland?
It just shows you the class of the guy. That's the first 1 putt of the day, and that was for a par. They really hold nothing out here. And they're both at the height of their career, top of their games. It just doesn't let them affect them. It's so easy just to get down the dumps and just struggle, but they just keep powering on and trying to win this. They'll be the winner at the end of the evening. These next 2 holes, 12 especially, are key for me. Find the green here, make another birdie, and then really just see what happens coming home into the breeze. But first things first, down out of the right for Hovland. Probably just under a club of breeze.
Well, the little afterwards suggested it wasn't exactly as planned, but it's worked out okay for Victor Hovland.
Look at McIlroy striding down there. Now up at 13, DJ for birdie. Looking at that like he wasn't expecting it to go left.
This is the 12th, and this is Cameron Young. Jamie?
Yeah, just short of the green. Just a typical St Andrews shot, this. Coming over the ridge. I think he's going to bump it into that ridge and try and just take some pace off it. He's got a good lie, so he can spin it. And then hope for the best. There is a slope just behind this pin to catch it. He's a little bit heavy-handed.
Oh.
Spieth has had all sorts of issues after his second found that pot bunker near the green, and that is going to be a very untidy and disappointing bogey at the par 5.
Yeah, untidy and untimely for Jordan Spieth. He would have been desperately hoping for a birdie there, maybe even better. So he's back to 11 under, and he's now 7 behind, and it's really difficult to see him making up that over the closing holes. Smith at 12.
Big drive for Cameron Smith into the breeze. 320 to here, I make it off the tee. And on the same line as Young. I hope he makes a better fist of it. It's uphill. It will swing left to right. And once it gets near the hole, it's pretty straight. But difficult to get it right next to the hole.
Mid part of this putt's so important as it climbs that ridge and swings to the right.
Well, by his standards, pretty poor, but it was difficult coming across the ridge there, Jay.
It certainly was. It's much more difficult going up diagonal, steep ridge like that, than it is going straight up or straight down. McIlroy for birdie.
It's quite flat around the hole, Jay. No question, left to right. Just think it might straighten a little bit more. Just got a feeling about this one for McIlroy. Very unusual. It's the back part of this green.
You just get the feeling. I mean, McIlroy hasn't done anything special. 2-putt birdie at 5, easy birdie at 10, 2-putt again. When he holds a putt, they're going to go nuts. They've been waiting all day.
Yeah. Yeah, the whole place is just waiting to pop. This crowd, they're going to burst when we see something going from distance. This is right to left again. No, I think it will straighten. You can have a go at this one. It's just steadily uphill. This is certainly a chance for Hovland.
The wait for a birdie goes on for the young Norwegian. We'll head up to 12, and Cameron Smith up the slope for a birdie 3.
Young up the hill. This is more of a direct line up the bank.
Well, there's a yard or so here for McIlroy once again.
Yeah, very well done. Stuck in that routine. Didn't take any extra time.
Off they go to 12. He's got the power to get home here, McIlroy. Cam Smith, meanwhile, this for a 3 to move within 1.
Yeah, it's needed as well, isn't it, for Smith? Just a little bit of break. He's been up and down this putt a few times.
Finds another one. 3 birdies to start the back 9 for Australia's Cam Smith.
Yeah, And after struggling with the putter in round 3, all of a sudden it's woken up just in time here in the final round.
Oh, this is going to be... Hold on, I got to get to 11. Perfect. Wait, one more step. Oh, what? Right, there's the balance.
Well, Cameron Young would not have expected after the drive to be putting for par from here.
Must be one heck of a save. Can't afford to be giving any away. McIlroy certainly isn't going to back up from the looks of things. He's been rock solid. Good save. I think for Cameron Young right now, he doesn't have to worry about McIlroy. He just has to worry about the other Cameron he's playing alongside.
PGA Tour rookie who's been in contention several times. He's had good chances to win this season. And this is a whole different story. Wouldn't be at all surprised if at some stage between now and end of season he does manage to bag a victory. This is certainly going to help his confidence. Right, McIlroy ready to go on the 12th tee.
And the same distance as 9, but he's not going to get the release on this, McIlroy, but Driver giving it as all he's got.
Okay, so snuck it down the right-hand side and kept it out of that pot bunker that catches so many balls.
Stand still, please.
What a beautiful view that is. Hovland also working some kind of fade. And safe as well.
You're beyond the turn, but you're turning at the 12th back to the clubhouse. It's a long march back. Brian Harman for birdie at 16. Oh, he's holding some nice putts today.
And that's 2 in a row to move to 12 under.
13th tee, Smith with the driver.
Light the candle!
Trying to go left of the coffin bunkers. Oh, that was close. That was close.
It's perfect now. Remember, this is where he came undone yesterday.
Let's go, Cam!
Let's go up to 15 and Jordan Spieth. Remember, he made bogey at the previous par 5. And he gets it back. So he moves to 12 under par.
Dustin Johnson's in a bunker at 14. Be tough to get all the way to the green, so close to the lip. Snuck it on there. That's a really good shot from so close to the face of the bunker.
Playing with Tommy Fleetwood, we're hearing he's got an eagle putt there to move to 14 under.
Driver for Young. Bunkers shouldn't be in play for him. Fresh breeze into his face, though.
Big flare out to the right, but he should be okay because he's down the other side. Was trying to hit it over those coffin bunkers into the left part of the fairway. Got away with that one, but it's going to be an awful angle.
And let's head up to the 18th, and Bryson DeChambeau. He's had a good day. And it's just got a little bit better as well. In fact, that is 3 birdies in a row, 16, 17 and 18 to close out the week. Good weekend, 67, 66, and 12 under par is just outside the top 5. Slightly overcast still out there. It's actually relatively warm though. Got a heat wave going on further south. Temperatures expected later today and tomorrow to rise to 40 degrees Celsius. Unheard of in these parts. So who's your winner? What's the winning score? McIlroy currently leading at 18 under par. He's just short of the 12th.
I certainly thought it was going to be at least 20 under par. The thing about McIlroy's 2 birdies, they've been 2-putt birdies. He hasn't gotten the putter going yet. And I say yet because he always can. In great position here, as Hovland is as well at the 12th. But anything but a straightforward pitch, as you can see in the graphic. Pretty good little step they have to go up. Always tough to judge.
I'm wondering if Hovland might be in a slightly better spot, Anthony.
Yeah, I think you're right. He's got a good lie, nice green patch. It looks like he's trying to skip this one up. Just need to lay back on this slightly. Anything slightly long is going to wander over. That sounded nice.
Better than nice. Excellent from Victor Hovland. And with a little bit of luck and a fair wind, that will be his first birdie today.
Completely different for McIlroy, much more dusty area where the whole field and all the marshals wander down the right. I'm surprised he's not having a putt with this, but this is a little chip and run, Tiger Woods style.
Not too bad, didn't waste any time at all, not even letting Hovland get up there to mark his ball either.
McIlroy wanting to get on with it. Johnson out of the little pot bunker to here at 14.
You saw the ball disappear uphill and then down to the hole at 14. It was right in the hole. You stand there thinking, how can it not get to the hole going down that hill? That's a head scratcher.
Up to the 16th, and Jordan Spieth.
Very aggressive play here for Spieth. Out of bounds. All the way down that right-hand side.
And bunkers down the left. Not there, though.
From that left rough, you need a really good lie to get anywhere near the hole at 16. That's a tough hole location. So we go down to 12, an amazing atmosphere around there, Anthony. Crowd everywhere.
Yeah, there really is. The ropes are bursting on both sides. Everyone's sitting down underneath the rope, just get the perfect view. Everyone's smiling, just loving this, as we all are. Quite a flat bit of green over on 12, I always found. Not a lot in this. I like him just to give it a little bit more, as I say, really hold nothing as yet. That's how well these guys are playing.
No, they're not dropping for McIlroy. They are for Cameron Smith. Let's go up to him at 13.
Yeah, he just missed the coffin bunkers. He's got 6 iron from 184. Only 140 the front, so he needs to hit this low, try and chase it up there. Pin on the right.
Setting up left, trying to fade it in there. Fantastic shot from Smith. He's got momentum on his side right now.
He's holding putts, that's the key, and as Anthony just said, McIlroy hasn't holed anything. He's taken the lead on his own by 1 with pure ball striking.
So Victor Hovland, can he get off the mark? Yes, he can. He's back where he started the day at 16 under and certainly not out of this contest yet. Two shots behind, 6 holes to play, up to 13 once again, and Cameron Young.
Blind shot. This is all golf by numbers. 172. He can attack this, but this is virtually straight into the breeze.
Cannot afford to miss short or right here. Oh, fantastic. That is just an incredible shot from Young at 13.
Well, we mentioned a little while ago that Tommy Fleetwood has got an eagle putt at the par 5 14th. Here he is.
Tough one to get to the hole. This is slow and uphill.
Didn't need much more, did it? Fleetwood didn't take advantage of 9 or 10. 4th birdie today. He moves to 13 under, 5 behind McIlroy. So that's the view you get off the 13th tee.
And this clubber breeze, Dom, just adds a little bit of spice up this 13th, makes this fairway just a little bit narrower. Thousands behind the tee. As they turn for home, everyone's coming behind them. It's just incredible. Quite late in the day. Can't quite tell where he's aiming from here. I always prefer right side.
Looks like he's going left.
Oh, it's a big hit, Trev.
285 or so over the coffins, and he's cut this dangerously. Oh, and right into the lip of it. Disaster for Hovland off of 13T.
I never think the right rough into the breeze is that bad a play for me. I never like going left. Those coffins always seem to be such a magnet. McIlroy's got the power to fly them, mind.
Well, he took your advice, Anthony, and cut it up the right-hand side. In a pretty similar spot to where we just saw Cameron Young play from.
Smith.
Oh, big moment coming up here. Great shot in for the Aussie. I've got this just on the right side. He's got his eye in. He's dangerous.
To tie the lead. Four birdies in a row to start the back nine for Cameron Smith. And he climbs alongside McIlroy at 18 under in a share of the lead.
First time since the 5th hole that McIlroy has been tied for the lead. It'll be interesting to see how the dynamics change. All of a sudden, he is not in front.
And that putt didn't just go in, it went in the middle. Look at these scenes down 13 with McIlroy.
A little surprised by this, actually. I've been out with Tiger twice in 2000, 2005 in the final round when he was going on to win, and they did not have the spectators going up the fairway like that.
I don't think they're supposed to be there. The volunteer marshals doing a great job, as they have done all week.
McIlroy looked a little unnerved. Young for birdie at 13 after that phenomenal shot. It went in, but he's looked a little shaky a couple times with the putter.
Brilliant second there, wasn't it, Jay? Deserved that, Cameron Young. So he gets it to 16 under par. He's only 2 back. Start to think about people like Ben Curtis, don't you, winning on your Open debut. And remember, he is a PGA Tour rookie as well. He has had an absolute blast here over the old course at St Andrews. Opened up with a round of 64, and he is in the hunt for the 150th Open. '66s for DeChambeau and for Dean Burmester. Excellent work on Sunday. Tommy Fleetwood into 15. Did he get the right connection?
Must have felt like he had the perfect yardage there, because that's not that poor of a shot, but he's disappointed.
There's the pin at 13. Let's go back down the fairway. Anthony.
Yeah, he's a foot from the face, Dom, so I would imagine he'll go left. Almost backwards a little. I don't believe he can get out the front of this bunker. Bit restricted in the backswing also, so this just needs to be careful. We should get this out.
You just gotta, huh? You get a swing on it? I think so. Yeah, I gotta just go that way.
You know, I agree with you. Because you like swinging like that, you're like that close to the ball. That's all I'm saying. I'm saying go this way if you can.
I love it when the caddy gets involved. That very forceful, just gets on with it. He's got to pitch this probably 8 paces over the bunker, but otherwise it will all roll back in. So this needs to be hit properly.
That's a good out, but when you think about it, those bunkers weren't in play from McIlroy. That just goes to show you how much distance does matter in this circumstance. 1-shot penalty for Hovland not being able to carry.
Up to 14, Cam Smith.
This is a lot easier drive off the back of 4 birdies. Goes straight past those bunkers down the left-hand side, and that's okay. He'll be able to get up from there.
Playing with Tommy Fleetwood. This is Dustin Johnson's second to the par 4 15th. More than decent effort, so both Fleetwood and Johnson will have a pretty good look at birdie there.
Not the time to hit in the fairway bunkers. Hovland somewhere around about 200 yards, but wow, what a pin this is. Stay away from this one. Pretty much on the flat. Can he just hold that ball flight?
That's an excellent golf shot. It really is. I mean, it's hard to describe how tough a golf shot into this green is with the pin position on the right-hand side.
Blind shot for Rory McIlroy, Anthony.
Yeah, absolutely. But Thomas, you're spot on. It's so easy to miss that 40, 50 feet left. And that's the issue for McIlroy, really. Yes, he's blind. He's just got to just try and pick something in the distance. But it's so easy to just overturn this one, and because you know what's down the right wing.
So understandably cautious there from McIlroy.
To 14 again, this time Cameron Young.
Likes to move the ball left to right. This one is about as straight as they get. And he's got plenty of length to get there in two.
Man, he really does give it a rip, doesn't he? 187 ball speed.
He's been in the mid to high 180s all day.
Yeah, it really is impressive. Tour average is right around 170, maybe just a touch over 170. 187 is elite.
Tommy Fleetwood to get to 14 under at the 15th. And up to 16 and Jordan Spieth.
Tough one from the lower level. Has to diagonally go up a little step here. And then there's a right turn. Very good putt from Spieth, but it's not going to be enough.
Back on to Dustin Johnson and his putt for a 3.
That's a nice roll from Dustin Johnson there. It's not quite going to be this week for him, but it's been a great showing anyway.
So McIlroy and Smith can't be separated at the moment, nor can Young and Hovland. There is Dustin Johnson, 14 under par, 3 holes to go of his final round of the 150th Open at the home of golf, St Andrews. Spieth running out of holes. That is the view down over the 13th. There's McIlroy. So just over 60 feet.
Yeah, and just overturned the second shot. Should be right to left. Pin's a lot further back than normal down that right side. It still should move from his right. Normally a quicker green than most, quite exposed, the 13th.
Wow, everyone's waiting for him to make one. That was right in the jaws. That would have looked good until the very end where it stopped just short. Great putt. His speed has been so good on his approach putts all day.
14, Smith, second shot at the par 5. Had a beautiful 3-wood in here on Friday and gave himself an eagle putt.
This is another good one. Unfortunately, just got too big of a first bounce.
Still, that's way better than being just short. Pretty straightforward pitch shot from over the green.
And Shane Lowry coming to the end of his Open Championship. Excellent putt. Wasn't to be. He did say early in the week that he didn't feel quite that he was on top of his game. He entertained us with a couple of eagles there, chip-in eagles on 9 and 10 in one of the rounds, but not to be this year for Shane Lowry.
Hovland, remember this one's for par. In the bunker off the tee. And up to 14 again, and Cameron Young, who should be able to comfortably get home.
Oh, that's just going to catch the ridge now. Will it stay out of those bunkers there? Just.
Wasn't far away from being a fantastic shot, though, was it? to 17, and Spieth from the fairway. 207 yards to go.
Looks like he was taking dead aim. Started just a little left. Well, besides being up against the wall, that's the worst case scenario, being on the road. No telling what type of lie you have. Likely a putter coming up.
Hovland to tidy up, but it is going to be a drop shot. So having just got his first birdie of the day, he's given that straight back.
This is not at all how he would have envisioned this day going, being over par for the round through 13 holes.
No, certainly not. Hovland made so many birdies yesterday. He was an absolute birdie machine. Made 4 in a row in the middle of the front 9, and birdied 10 and 18 as well in his 66. Different story today. Right from the get-go on the first tee, the interaction between the two players wasn't quite as jovial as it was yesterday.
Well, we're down to the wire here. Winning any Open is special, but winning the 150th at the old course.
You can only imagine the pressure he's having to deal with in his own mind out there. Add in the long wait since his last major title. He's got a lot to contend with. A bit more freedom for Cam Smith. He was the one chasing from the start. He's now caught McIlroy. What about this one, Jamie?
Yeah, it's not very nice. He's just walking up and down. It's a bit like the one on the 12th he had, but except steeper. I think it's Smith to play first, actually. So they're both sort of looking at each other, but I'm not sure they made the decision.
Well, Smith has the putter out already. You like that play, Jamie?
Yeah, I do. Oh, well, you do both, Trevor, really. It's such a nice lie with where the putter is. It's almost like a green anyway. The fairways are running quicker than the green. So, yeah, good choice, especially in this situation. It's the easier choice, Trevor, isn't it?
Sure is.
And especially when you putt like him.
Yeah, that helps. It sort of goes a bit right to left early, then it'll go left to right up the green. But it's quite slow putt, this.
Really good speed. My goodness, what a putt.
That's an almost certain birdie, and any minute now Cam Smith is going to take the lead in the Open.
And as soon as he taps us in, he started this inward 9 with 5 straight birdies. And now McIlroy is chasing all of a sudden.
That is some move from the Australian, the Players' Champion.
Yeah, not easy, this. Just to tickle it over the top of the hill.
I tell you what a shot that is. Just a touch to be able to execute that. The control up the hill, a couple of bounces. Back on the tee. McIlroy. Comes a bit of a tougher tee shot for him with his length. It's going down the left-hand side. Is it going to stop?
Go on, Rory.
Just.
Fleetwood, second to 16. A nice angle here. Only a wedge he can attack.
to 14, and the birdie putt for Cameron Young. Very much in the hunt. 1 behind McIlroy, 2 behind Cam Smith. Back to the tee in Hovland.
Let's go, Victor. Let's go, Victor.
Oh, this is danger. There's danger down there, bunkers. Oh, it bounces right over it. That's okay. Now it's okay. That was a good break. If he hasn't had much going for him today, that was a good break.
Playing with Fleetwood, Dustin Johnson from the hard pan at 16.
Had a beautiful wedge at the previous hole. He's begging this one. Okay, good distance control.
Right, Jordan Spieth has taken the putter out at 17 off the road.
It's so tough. If you take a wedge, I mean, there's no telling what the bounce might do. That one stayed down pretty level. Probably would have preferred a bounce. Might come off the bunker. There it comes. Always had that little bit of backstop for that angle.
The man of the moment on the 15th tee.
4:49 today, the 15th. Thread it between the gap. The 2 mounds, left and right here. 4 to go.
Had a beautiful little fade off of the previous tee.
Pull it with a mullet.
Cutting a little too much, I think.
Drawn a very good lie. That looks like a good break for the area he hit it in.
Here's McIlroy at 14.
Yeah, he's got the drive and iron. He's got the longest club in the bag with the irons. 266 I make this. It's a big hit. This is going to need some ground release, I think, to get on top. Perfect position. You can see the flag from where he is.
Maybe well out to the right, trying to sling a draw in here. Use the ground.
Another couple of yards and that could have rolled down that hill onto the middle of the green.
You almost think that he was in between clubs there. That one clearly wasn't quite enough, and his most lofted fairway metal would have been too much. Fleetwood, left to right, birdie putt at 16.
Cameron Young at the 15th.
Dialed that one back from the 185 ball speed.
Slowly. That bunker 350 yards from the tee.
We saw Spieth coming off the road. So this is for par.
Get Jordan!
Excellent stroke. A bit of fun there. What's that all about? Everybody talks how difficult it is to get up and down from that rope. No problem.
Just a regulation par in the world of Jordan Spieth. Dustin Johnson for a 3 at the 16th. And up to 18, and Brian Harman. Birdies at 15 and 16, and another one there at the 18th, so a fine finish. A par at the 17th, and it is a 66 for Harman, and he gets in at 13 under, so he leads in the clubhouse. A little pause for breath. Cameron Smith leads by 1 from Rory McIlroy. Cameron Young still in this. Victor Hovland is struggling out there at the moment, but he may not be done. Johnson, Fleetwood, they're running out of holes now. Difficult to see them winning the 150th Open. So it looks like it's come down to 4 players at the top. US Open champion Matt Fitzpatrick hasn't really got it going today. Level par through 16 holes, so he's sliding back. And look at Scotty Scheffler, the world #1, 2 over par. So out to 14, and the 3rd shot here of Hovland.
Yeah, he's going aerial, taking all the trouble out of the play. Just trying to maybe pitch this pretty close, I think. Maybe use a bit of breeze in this, cut across it.
What about the angle here for McIlroy, Anthony?
Yeah, he's okay. He's okay. Not quite sure the ball would have got all the way up. It probably would have gone right if he'd got on top, but this is okay actually. He's had great touch today. Hovland's ball didn't sound a great contact, sounded a little heavy, a bit clunky. McIlroy with the putter, which I think is the play. He can concentrate on the line. The feel and the touch has been unbelievable today. It's pretty level actually on top. Often it's a downslope, but on this left side it's pretty level, so he can make sure of this one. It shouldn't get away from him by that much. The other side of the green it would do.
You have to make sure you get it up the hill, and sometimes they go a bit far. Cam Smith out of the right rough.
It's at 15.
Go spinning!
I'll tell you what, that was unlucky.
Sure was. Would have thought that it would have released a little bit more.
You could see him walking after it. He'd thought it's just absolutely perfect. It's going to release down that green.
That ball below his feet there stayed in the posture so beautifully to control that club face. Now Johnson at the road hole.
Go
This is definitely too far left.
Yeah.
He's never got the big old cut that he likes to hit off that tee.
Back to 14, and the birdie putt for Rory McIlroy.
Yeah, not happy with the line. No, just a little bit of a fly, maybe a bit of a fluff. He got a good look at that when it ran past the hole. I got this right to left up the hill. Wasn't easy that to judge. I was a little bit surprised he bolted that far past. I thought maybe 6 or 7 feet past. He had to make sure of it. This is so important at this point. So important. Birdies are hard to find coming home. This is not a giveaway, but not far away for someone of his power.
Well, it's been the theme today, hasn't it? He's hit a lot of good putts. He really hasn't holed very much at all out there. stays one behind, up to 15, and Cameron Young.
This is pretty straightforward. Should land maybe 5 or 6 yards short and then the bounce and let's check. There we go.
He's not out of it just yet.
He's definitely not.
To 18, Jordan Spieth with the driver.
Do a hint of breeze. Should be able to get it pretty close.
Back to 14. Hovland for the 4. It's almost a reversal of fortunes. It's quite eerie, isn't it, compared to yesterday when they were the two guys, Hovland and McIlroy, who were playing in the second to last group, and they were the ones who forged ahead. These guys were stumbling, and it's a complete switch out there today. Smith for another birdie.
And this is his toughest putt he's had so far, but I wouldn't put it past him. It's a huge break from left to right for the Wizard of Oz.
Well, so the birdie run comes to an end, but after the tee shot, he could be perfectly happy with a 4. Up to 18.
Spieth looks like he's going the low route through the Valley of Sin. Beautifully judged. He has such great imagination and touch for great control of his pitch point.
Takes a lot of confidence to go for that shot there, though, doesn't it? Fly it all the way into the upslope rather than bumping it along the ground.
It's so easy to go to your default and just hit the wedge over. Beautiful stuff. Cameron Young at 15.
And he's not out of it, especially if he knocks this in. Just a bit of left to right, just outside the hole for Young.
What a time to leave one short from that distance.
Stays 2 behind. Back to the tee, McIlroy.
Driver looking down the right, just a natural shape, right to left for him. 300 to the mounds. He's taken this one on all week.
And that's not in a good spot. That's right on an upslope into that hill.
It's a little bit longer than I initially thought. Par putt for Smith. No problem at all. Rattles it in. Stays one ahead. 3 holes to play.
I think the hole could be half the size and he'd still be making these putts on the back 9.
Japanese man. Okay, thanks. Come through.
Up to 17, and Dustin Johnson's second.
Oh, that turned over. That long grass just snagged around the hosel of the club and turned the face down. It really can only be described as the worst place you can be.
Hovland on the tee at 15.
Heading down the left-hand side as well. And that finds that rough in between the 4th and the 15th.
Playing with Dustin Johnson. Tommy Fleetwood's found the fairway at 17.
In a good position. He likely had the opportunity to fly it over the bunker and hold the green. Pulled that one left. Not a bad place to be if you're going to miss it.
Sixteenth tee, and our leader. What's he going to do? I think he's going to knock it down the left. That seems to be the play to keep away from the bunkers, the 4 bunkers on the left-hand side of the fairway. I think he's going to play down the 3rd with the iron.
Slide the jumbo,
Well, if you're going with iron for safety, that's pretty much where you want to go.
This looks like the driver, TB.
It is.
Foul play.
Yeah, well, he's going to go down in the rough on the left-hand side and take his chances from there, I think. Wow. Now, that is a gutsy drive under these circumstances. I know he's 2 behind, but that is a gutsy drive.
302 yards to get it past that bunker.
Yeah, it's just a flick from there, isn't it? A little bit of water going on board for our leader as he walks down the 16th. Well, drop back to 15. There's Hovland.
And 5 yards apart, Dom, but 2 completely different lies for Hovland and McIlroy. This one sitting down a little bit. This is a little bit chunky. And hoping for the release, I think.
Awkward off of the upslope too.
Yeah, it's just going to go sky high. It sounded thick.
You're right. Go. Go.
I think he thought it was in the bunker, but he carried it.
What's the news on Rory then, Anthony?
This is a big jumper on this. He's sort of on the rise, which I think aids that jumper as well. Just got to be mindful. He'll want to pitch this really somewhere close to the front edge, but such a big upslope, I'm not sure he can take that on. He might just be looking a little further right and maybe give himself a flattish putt across the green. But now McIlroy probably just drop it into about 4 feet.
Well, if anything, he'll get a good read from Victor Hovland's putt.
Coming out of the thick rough off of the upslope, so difficult to stop that ball going left. Johnson in all sorts of trouble here at 17.
Thomas, when you said this is a terrible place, you said that with a lot of conviction.
How's that shot? I mean, how is that shot? Such a good shot from Dustin Johnson there.
Up to 18, and Jordan Spieth. .68 today for the 2017 champion golfer of the year. It's going to be another top 10 finish at the Open. He does love this championship. Somewhere back there is Cam Smith at the 16th.
Swing for that. Love it. Right to that, Matt.
192. It's got a good lie. Just missed the divots. There's a few divots down there. Missed them. So he's got a lovely lie, but he's got to carry that bunker on the front left. Can feel the tension.
Will it stay up on top? Yes, it does. Just skirts by that deep bunker in front. Great shot.
Smith currently 7 under par today. '15th green. Hovland first to go here.
Long range, and look at McIlroy creeping in to get a look at how this one rolls up by the hole. Hovland desperately needs this if he's going to have any chance.
It was a good putt. McIlroy would have got a good look.
Dustin Johnson for par. Down the hill, right to left. Just looked like a slight pull. He's had a good week here, Dustin Johnson, playing some lovely stuff. It's not going to be enough. Still very much a class golfer.
So back we go to the 15th.
And hold nothing all day, Dom. And a great look at Hovland's right to left. Finishing in the bowl.
But another very good putt. He's hitting good putts the right pace. Nothing is going in. Not through 15 holes anyway.
Look at that, almost 350 yards off the tee for Cameron Young at the 16th.
Well, he can look straight at this. You just have to pitch it just left of the flag. Let it spin to the right.
He missed his pitch point there by about 6 or 7 yards. That's quite a big error with that length of club in his hand.
Hovland has drifted past a little bit, hasn't it, at the 15th. Perhaps we shouldn't be surprised that it's not quite gone Victor's way, even though he played so well yesterday. It's only his second Open. It's actually only his 12th major.
Yeah, he's still young and he'll learn a lot from this. He's an unbelievable player, great attitude. Just falling out of contention here now.
Well, he was 120 yards nearer the green with his tee shot, but he's not closer after 2. Cameron Young, and this is up the slope, right to left, and over the other side, and left to right.
And he's made an excellent job of it as well. That'll be good enough for a 4. Remember, Smith still has a birdie putt there. We'll go up to 18, and the US Open champion, Matt Fitzpatrick. It's a closing 72 for Fitzpatrick.
It would be nice for him to come home to Britain and celebrate his US Open victory. He would have wanted more this week, not quite to be.
Yeah, he's going to take some time off now, Thomas, understandably so, before the FedEx Cup playoffs.
Now, how aggressive is McIlroy going to be here at 16? Very. It's good now.
2 days in a row, he flirted with Deacon Son bunker.
Quiet, please.
Right, up to the green. And a birdie putt for Cameron Smith to move 2 ahead at the top.
And it's just a touch of break, this one, for Smith.
Well, it was a good effort. And this should be pretty straightforward for him.
The road hole looms, Thomas.
Makes his 4, stays at 19 under, 1 ahead of McIlroy. 2 holes to go for Cam Smith. Hovland also taking driver off the 16th tee.
It's kind of lost the accuracy with the driver here on this second 9.
Dustin Johnson, you know, 18's playing long when he's got a driver out. He should be able to reach 330 yards to the front edge today.
Great bounce off that mound there. Not quite going to make it.
Right alongside Fleetwood. Reasonable pitch shots coming, or putts, whatever they choose. Here is the 17th.
Well, here we go. Road hole 17. Home of golf. Here's the leader with the driver. He's driven the ball brilliantly today. He really has. Straight over the hotel. How far right do you dare?
Looks pretty good there.
First part of the job is done for Cam Smith at 17.
Look at that look and exhale there. Wow. You think there's any pressure out there?
Air starts getting pretty thin right about now.
What a tee shot from Smith. Young.
Two excellent tee shots there on 17. Putting themselves in a great position for the seconds.
They're the form pairing by a long way. They're 12 under par between them, these two, to this point. Compare that to McIlroy and Hovland, who are just 1 under.
And you said it a little while ago, maybe a half hour ago, it totally flip-flopped from yesterday. I mean, unbelievable how that worked out. Both playing with the same playing partner yesterday in the 3rd round as today. These two, the Camerons, barely made a birdie in the 3rd round. Just the opposite today. Hovland ready to go out of the long rough.
Yeah, very long, Jay. Tough line, no real angle, looking right unless he pulls this one and gets lucky. This is pretty thick.
Sit.
great bounce.
Got a real sandy lie, McIlroy. He probably could have had a drop, but I think this will suit him if he can strike this. This will get loads of spin, which is what he needs to this tight pin at 16. This sets up beautifully.
That was a flat-out pull there from a pretty good lie. I'm thinking right now, yesterday we heard all the Rory cheers. Rory's putter has taken the crowd support away from him. He never got anything rolling with the putter.
Ball above his feet got him there. But you got to say, pretty weak wedge shot.
That's what's facing Tommy Fleetwood at the 18th. Plenty for his thoughts right now. Cam Smith, our leader, walking down that 17th hole. Back to McIlroy at 16. Cameron Young also in the fairway at 17. It is between those three players. Well, Tommy's given Dustin Johnson a little sighter here.
Yeah, just landed on top there and then released down to the hole. And they're decent shots. Back in 16, Victor Hovland. He's going with the putter. That shows, you know, his weakness is his chipping and his pitching. I think a lot of guys will have pitched this straightforward, had landed on top. Anthony?
Yeah, absolutely, totally agree with you, but he does have a strain of grass that's dead, that's under the ball coming across it, but yeah, it's a chip all day. This is quite a difficult putt. It's got a couple of slopes to navigate. But yeah, I'd say 80% of the field would be chipping this, Thomas. Spot on.
Here we go then, Cameron Smith, second to 17.
Is it long enough? It's not. It's not. And he'll be putting around the bunker. Question is, how adventurous are you on the next one? How much of the lip of that bunker does he dare using to throw it left?
Well, McIlroy finally hole a putt out there today of any distance.
Yeah, you took the words out of my mouth, Dom. He's going to hole one sooner or later, right to left. Quite quick at the end.
Yeah, that's one that a little way past. A little wave though, didn't it? Looked interested for a while. Up to Cameron Young at 17.
Yeah, well, he's definitely got interested now after seeing Cam Smith to the left. He'll feel that that has increase his chances. I tell you what, you roll that one in, you're right there.
Well, he hit the best shot into 17 we saw yesterday. And he's done a pretty good job there, has Cameron Young. Up to 18, Dustin Johnson for a closing birdie.
We have to call it an almost week for Dustin Johnson. Final round of 69, 13 under par, 5th. It's a good week's work.
Hovland for his par at 16.
He's got some shot here, Cameron Smith. Round the bunker, he can't get to the pin. He's got to play to Young's ball and maybe get a little bit of the camber, throw it left, but it's risky. To play the lip of that bunker, that's risky, but he's got magic in his fingers when he's got this club in his hand. So how far left does he dare putt this?
Beautiful view there, seeing that if he was really aggressive, he could try and slingshot it around. What a time to try that shot.
Yeah, that's the Tuesday afternoon practice round shot more than the Sunday afternoon shot. And he has gone out to right. He's done exactly what he should do. Leaves himself a chance for par.
McIlroy to tidy up back at the 16th. Stays one behind, 2 holes to go. Tommy Fleetwood has had a little look at the Dustin Johnson putt, very similar line. And he does make the birdie. And it is a bogey-free 67 for Tommy Fleetwood. And 14 under par. And he's currently in a share of 4th place with Victor Hovland. Another good championship week for Fleetwood. Well, there's the 17th tee. There is McIlroy. How aggressive is he going to be here?
And that's the million-dollar question, isn't it? There's no one more aggressive than McIlroy. Looking down the right, must find this fairway.
Yeah, he loves it. He loves it. Needs to hang on though.
Young for birdie to get to 18 under alongside McIlroy.
15 and 17, he leaves the birdie putts short.
That's going to be tough to swallow. He's going to look back on that. How many chances like this are you ever going to get, especially at the old course?
Hovland back at 17.
And that should be pretty good as well.
Cam Smith for par then to maintain his one-shot lead.
Oh my goodness. What a par save that is at 17 for Smith.
Red hot on Friday, stone cold on Saturday, and the putter has certainly been his friend out there today. Absolutely perfectly weighted.
Couldn't have hit it in a worse spot in 2, and a really well thought out third shot. Didn't take on too much of the slope. Just shows the confidence he has in his putter. Amazing strength of mind.
There will be a little bit of a wait, because up ahead are Scotty Scheffler, the world #1, and Siwoo Kim. And between them, they really haven't had a good day. That's a 73 1 over par for Kim. Scheffler 3 over today, stepping onto the 18th tee. He wants to get on with it, doesn't he?
Well, he's got all the momentum on his side. Only made 1 birdie in the first 3 rounds of this 18th hole.
Scheffler's only made 1 birdie today. Make that 2. And it's a closing 74 for the world #1 and Masters champion. As they head off, we'll go back to the tee and our leader.
Aggressive line off the tee. Wasn't afraid at all. That sets up the same shot we saw just a little while ago from Johnson and Fleetwood.
Young.
That Victor Hovland's ball coming in there just over the back of 17. If Young catches one, he's got the power to get it up onto the surface. The right bounce.
Well, he is probably thinking he's got to make eagle here. That may still not be enough. We shall see.
Here it comes.
How about that?
That was an amazing tee shot. McIlroy in the fairway, ready to go.
This is 9-iron, Jay, off a bit of a downslope.
What a shot! What a shot from McIlroy. Setting up a chance in 17.
He hasn't made a putt all day. Can you imagine the roar if he holds that one? They thought the roar at 10 was loud yesterday. That'll be nothing compared to this one.
off the little downslope, as Anthony said. Launched it way up into the air with that short iron. Gets it to grab just in time. Classy shot from McIlroy.
Definitely is, and Cameron Smith will definitely also hear what's going on 17, and that's putting a few extra thoughts through his mind.
Well, you couldn't ask for much more, really, could you, from the 150th Open? Drama to the end. You may be thinking back to the great Australians who won the Open Championship, all starting with Peter Thompson, a 5-time winner, won here at St Andrews, as did Kel Nagle. Greg Norman, a 2-time Open champion as well. But it's almost 30 years since Australia have had a winner of the Open. Putter has come out of the bag for Cam Smith. McIlroy looks across towards 18. Victor Hovland's over there.
Yeah, history tells us this is left to right. Normally pretty slow as well. How about that for a roar? Simply awesome.
McIlroy quickly in, down goes the ball, up goes the marker. Well, Anthony?
Well, it looks pretty straight to me. I mean, history says it should just drift right. Quite incredible second shot. This is the moment. Could it be the moment for the first one putt of the day?
To tie Cameron Smith for the lead. Just hasn't been his day on the greens, has it? Up to 18. Here's Smith.
I'll tell you what, Trevor, this is excellent. Just amazing control he has over his emotions, over everything under this kind of pressure. Excellent putt from Cam Smith.
Well, remember, Cameron Young has a putt for an eagle too here, but it may not be good enough. McIlroy's tapped in, he's made his four, he's made his way to the 18th tee, but all he can do is stand and watch. Can you believe it? It is an eagle too for Cameron Young. What a way to finish. What a final day at the Open for that young man. What a week. Well, that puts a little more pressure on this one. Brilliant, quite brilliant. What a back nine.
Back in 30, finishing 20 under. Now McIlroy needs to make an eagle, up 18 to tie. Incredible golf today by Smith.
McIlroy with the driver.
He's got the firepower.
Let's go, Rory! Go.
Got a soft bounce, hit into the face of a little mound. He's going to have to hold that one over through the Valley of Sin. It's his choice.
Just these two men out on the golf course now, McIlroy and Hovland.
Just a day that was a little bit too much maybe for Hovland. As you said, Thomas, he'll learn so much from this. And oftentimes the learning experiences are painful.
You're correct, but you've got to take your hat off to this man. It has been absolute sensational golf today. He had to come out on that back nine and starting it with 5 straight birdies. Amazing stuff from Cam Smith.
2 64s in his total of 20 under par. That's pretty amazing.
And just thinking back to the golf that pairing played, Smith and Young 64 and 65 on this Sunday. Just an absolute treat to watch at the home of golf.
I think the engravers started. That's not a good sign for McIlroy. But just listen to this reception. Look at those scenes coming down the 18th. Here at St Andrews, the home of golf in the 150th Open. It's a week that started with a celebration of champions. That has been the mood this week. He's played his part as he got one touch of magic left. Victor Hovland strides up to the green.
Yeah, Rory looks like he's electing to chip this one, so he's going to land it just at the bottom of the hill and then try and chase it up there. Victor Hovland is going first with the putter. It's a little bit more straightforward, this.
Back it goes. Here we go. Must make for McIlroy. And that means that Cam Smith has won the 150th Open. He is the champion golfer of the year.
And you know what? You've got to say deservingly so on the way he's played today. You know, we talk about back nines on Sunday in major championships. Well, he turned it around and it came back in 30. Started the back nine with 5 straight birdies. He's been sensational to watch all week. Delighted for this young man. He's a fantastic golfer, the Players' Champion, and now the Open Champion or Champion Golfer of the Year.
Where's he going? Where's he going?
How does winner of the Open Championship sound?
Pretty good, I imagine. Now he really can kick on, can't he?
Bogey free, 64. I mean, he just went out and won it. McIlroy shot a couple under par, played flawless golf, didn't get anything going with the putter. But 64, final day to win such a special Open, incredible.
So Victor Hovland from the Valley of Sin, up it comes. And that's going to be a closing par for Victor. It's Sunday 74, I beg your pardon. And at 14 under, he is going to finish alongside Tommy Fleetwood in a share of 4th place. But remember, he is just 24. His day will come.
I think I can manage it. Yeah, good. Okay.
McIlroy, this would be to tie 2nd place with Cameron Young.
That putt right there had to be so anticlimactic for Rory McIlroy. He hit the ball so well, and just to put it in perspective, that's the first time that Rory McIlroy has ever shot in the 70s on the old course.
And you just look at how McIlroy and Smith played holes 12 to 18. Smith was 4 under from 12 all the way into the house. McIlroy, all pars.
Well, you can't fault the effort, the application, the determination to try and win this very special edition of the Open. In the end, he's come up short, largely due to a cold putter on Sunday.
Yeah, but Rory will understand that another guy went out there and played the golf. You know, he could have putted better, he could have done things differently, but Cam Smith won this Open Championship. I thought he was sensational. He applied the pressure when he needed to. And Rory would be a guy that will have a lot of respect for that. He would understand, he would be disappointed with himself, and he would have wanted to do better. But he would have a lot of respect for somebody that stands up on the back nine and does what Cameron Smith did today. So hats off to all of them. They entertained us well. But you just wonder where Rory McIlroy goes from here. You know, he gets himself in these positions all the time, and he needs to get over the line soon.
You know, I felt like McIlroy had the pressure on him. He was tied for the lead with Hovland, but he's the four-time major champion. It was a home game for McIlroy. The crowd was all behind McIlroy. I felt that it was much more difficult, more pressure on Rory today.
Well, also because our expectations are so high for him, and he hasn't won a major championship in so long. But what an incredible final round 64 from Cameron Smith. Just did not put a foot wrong, and the putts he made at 17 and that two putt up the hill on 18, just so impressive when it really mattered.
Well, it'll take a while, won't it, for it all to sink in, I'm sure.
What are you doing?
Not just to win the Open,
Watching the TV.
but to win the Open at the home of golf here at St Andrews, and the 150th edition as well.
Thanks. I bet you're kicking yourself that you didn't come now. I'll FaceTime you later on when we get back to the hotel. Alright, love you. Bye.
You get outside, there's a bunch of media guys waiting outside there. We're going straight through no interviews until after the
Well, this is the putt that secured Cam Smith the 150th Open. And there's the reaction back on the tee from Rory McIlroy. That's the moment that McIlroy realised that he'd have to make eagle down 18. .64 and 5 birdies in a row to start the back nine. Home in 30 for Cameron Smith. An absolutely wonderful performance from the Australian. A championship winning performance as it turned out. How about Cameron Young on his Open debut? 65 to finish solo second. Amazing stuff from those two. The wait goes on for McIlroy. Long time till the next major, of course. April and Augusta.
Another year ticks by. And obviously, Rory wanted to win this one. He has been forthright in saying winning at Augusta, completed the career Grand Slam, is his ultimate goal right now. This is going to sting. He did it from tee to green. He was flawless from tee to green. I don't have the exact numbers, but wasn't it 36 putts today? Didn't he two-putt every green?
Yeah, he did. And you got to say, no matter how you twist or turn it, that's, you know, you got to go out there and hold putts. And he's putted sensationally well over the first 3 rounds. It just wasn't to be today. But I feel like we go through that a lot of times after the major championships. He's thereabouts, and here he had it in, you know, he was there to give it a good chance today. But I still got to look back at Cameron Smith's golf on Sunday. I just think sensational. It's right up there with the best we've ever seen in a major championship. That back 9 to me is just, you know, any day you shoot 30 on a back 9 in a golf tournament, you come off and so proud. Doing it in a major championship, doing it in the Open Championship is unique. It's special, very well deserved. Just hats off to the young man, because yesterday was tough for him. He came off the golf course and nothing went his way. To then turn it around and then come out and do this today, brilliant.
Congratulations also to Filippo Celli, who won the silver medal out there. Finished at 5 under par, the young Italian, shooting a 71 on Sunday, including an eagle at the 14th. He gets the silver medal. Cam Smith gets the gold medal and gets his name on the Claret Jug. Must be a tough job working under a bit of pressure at this stage. Everyone's getting ready for the official prize presentation. Arguably the most famous arena in golf.
That putt got a lot longer when Cameron Young made his eagle time at 19 under, forced him to make that birdie and go to 20.
It's just such a day. Him and his caddy, they worked so hard. They must have worked extremely hard last night to kind of change the mindset of what happened yesterday. It's difficult when things are going against you. You start thinking you're chasing. And he came out today and just did everything right the whole day. We experienced a lot of great things in the Open Championship. This one's right up there for me.
Let me ask you guys a question. I mean, McIlroy hit so many greens, was very much in control of his ball striking. Did he play too conservatively? Did he not hit it close enough to the hole to give himself more opportunities? I mean, it's just an amazing ball striking round. It was flawless for the most part from McIlroy.
Well, the turning point for me, really, from 12 all the way into 18 is the fact that he finishes up with all pars. Was right in front of the green in 12, had the iron into the par 5 14th, was aggressive off the tee and ended up in the fairway at 16 and hit a poor wedge. And then too little too late after he didn't hold the second at 18, so just didn't quite get it done when it really mattered in the crunch at the end on Sunday.
So let's review the closing stretch. This was Cameron Smith at the 14th. From off the green, he'd made birdies at 10, 11, 12 and 13 already.
And the touch up and over these ridges and slopes from long range is just spectacular when you start to factor in everything that's on the line.
5 birdies in a row to start the back 9. This at 17 was crucial.
Yeah, he found himself in trouble with his second shot left and shoulder the bunker up to there. And just another perfect putt right in the middle.
And this is kind of similar looking to the one back at the par 5 coming up and over the hill. Leaving it in the perfect spot just underneath the hole, a couple feet away. see the emotion right here. He's proud of himself, and he should be.
How nervous would he have been on that 2-footer?
Every single fiber of his being would have been shaking.
It was the mullet that won it. He was asked, actually. He's been asked several times if he wins a tournament, is it going to go? And he insisted this week. It's pretty much a part of him now. So I suspect there's no chance of that. Maybe it's his lucky omen, his lucky charm nowadays. Over the bridge, back to the 18th green, where the prize presentation ceremony will take place.
That's his caddy, Sam Pinfold, on the left.
Down strides the champion golfer of the year. And the prize presentation ceremony is about to get underway.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the home of golf, and welcome to this unique staging of the oldest and original golfing championship. I'm David Meacher, Chairman of the R&A's Open Championship Committee. The extraordinary atmosphere and excitement this week has been created by all of you, the fans here in record numbers, all 290,000 of you. This championship is the result of the hard work of a great number of people, including 7,630 volunteers. A huge thank you to you all. This old course is truly magical. And this week, the presentation of the course and the setup has been exceptional. I would like to congratulate Sandy Reed and Gordon McKee and all their team for what they have achieved. There is a long-standing relationship between the R&A and this town of St Andrews that enables the Open to be staged here so successfully. Our thanks to Stuart Forsyth, Chairman of the St Andrews Links Trust Championship Committee, the local associations and clubs for their support. To our patrons and sponsors who are so loyal to the Open, our sincere thanks for the fantastic contribution you make to the increasing success of this championship. And to you, the players, what a spectacular exhibition of golf and incredible highs you have created for us all. We salute you. I will now hand over to Martin Slumbers, Chief Executive of the R&A, and Peter Forster, Captain of the Royal and Ancient Golf Club of St Andrews, who will present the Claret Jug. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Ladies and gentlemen, the leading amateur and winner of the silver medal, Filippo Celli. And with a score of 268, the winner of the gold medal and the champion golfer of the year is Cameron Smith.
Thank you. Jeez, what a week. I'm going to fall apart here, I know. First and foremost, I want to thank the team back there, all the hard work we've done the last couple of years has really started to pay off, and this one definitely makes it worth it. To the RNA, a fantastic week. To St Andrews Links, the volunteers, the superintendent, everyone involved. It was just absolutely awesome out there. I thought the course was exactly how an Open Championship should be played. Firm and fast, tough pins. Yeah, it was just unreal. Thank you guys so much. Lastly, to you guys, the fans, had a lot of support out there, especially the Aussie guys. You guys really kept me going out there. Seemed like there was a lot of you guys out there, kept me plugging away, and this one's for Oz. Thanks, guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, that ends the presentation ceremony. We look forward to seeing you at Hoylake next year for the 151st Open. Now please stay to greet your champion as he celebrates with you all. Thank you.
Lovely, somewhat overcome by the moment, and that's understandable, isn't it? What a year it's been for Cam Smith. Special to win a Players' Championship, special, extra special to win an Open Championship, but combine the two and make it the 150th Open, and that really is some season. He's a charming young man, isn't he? He's quite unassuming. And we can hear a little more from our champion. He's going to have a chat with Iona Stephen.
Cam, congratulations, you've done it. You've won the Open. And here at St Andrews, the 150th, can you try and put that, how it feels, into words?
Absolutely not. It's just unreal. This place is so cool. To have the 150th Open here, and to walk away with the win is just something that I think I've just dreamt of. I didn't even know I was going to get this far, and it's just awesome.
Let's go back to the start of the day. You were 4 shots back, but an incredible birdie run between 10 and 14 put you 1 shot clear, coming into the infamous closing stretch here in St Andrews and facing a very tricky 3rd shot at the road hole. Can you talk us through that one and how significant it was?
Yeah, I was just basically trying to get it on the green there, give myself a look. The putter felt good all day. I knew if I could get it somewhere inside 15, 20 feet, I'd have a good run at it, and yeah, luckily got away with a 4 there.
Now, you become the first Australian to win the Open in 28 years, and you join the likes of Tiger, Seve, Nicholas to win the Open here in St Andrews. Can you tell us what that means?
Again, I'm lost. Yeah, it's unreal to look at these names on this trophy and then add mine is unreal. It's really, I'm lost for words.
Well, perhaps you can tell us how you're going to celebrate tonight with the Claret Jug.
I'm definitely going to find out how many beers fit in this thing, that's for sure.
Cam, many, many congratulations.
Thank you.
And why not? He's earned it.
He definitely has. What a week for this young man. Really just exceptional. He played fantastic golf. Those 4 amateurs making the cut and to come out on top. Brilliant week. You'll remember this forever.
So let's take you through this final day. Some of the key moments. This at the 14th for Rory McIlroy.
Hit a beautiful tee shot down there and was going in with just an iron. Could not get away with the birdie at the par 5. Huge opportunity missed there.
Cameron Young, what a finish from this young man. Remember, making his debut in the Open This for an eagle 2 at 18.
He left the putt short on 17, but this was for eagle. And how about that? Finishing with a 2 at the old course.
Yeah, and that to finish in second place on his own. Remarkable stuff from him, and also from Cam Smith.
Oh, the touch on this little pitch right here. Judging the bounce and the check and the break to perfection.
That was the start of the run. Birdie there at 10. Next up, the par 3 11th.
Yeah, he hit a great iron shot in here, bounced it up the hill, and this is the way he's been putting 3 rounds, the first and the second round and the 4th round.
Drove it up onto the front of the green. Not his best first putt to this point, but he had all of the momentum at this point.
That was 3 in a row, and then on to the 13th.
Yeah, you really just thinking making 4 and 13, not Cameron Smith, and look at that putt. Just perfect pace right in the middle.
2 blows through the back of the 14th and faced with this.
You can just see the size of that slope that he has to come up and over. But the touch that he showed on and around the greens today, some of the best I have ever seen under this kind of pressure.
Well, that was 5 birdies in a row. He parred the 15th, the 16th, then at 17 to save par.
Yeah, this was the most important putt of them all. It really was.
That gave him a little cushion heading down the last, albeit that Cameron Young put some pressure on, but how about this for a touch?
Sensational, absolute sensational. It's difficult to describe to anyone how difficult that putt is, and this is what he was left with to be the champion golfer of the year.
A birdie at the last, home in 13. And a faultless 64 from Cam Smith on Sunday has secured him the 150th Open, in the end by a single stroke from his playing partner over the last couple of days, Cameron Young. McIlroy has to settle for 3rd place. 2 under par 70 on Sunday for him. Played beautifully, just couldn't hole anything really. Tommy Fleetwood finished nicely with a round of 67. A learning experience for Victor Hovland, no doubt about that. Look at the names up there: Johnson, Spieth, Cantlay, DeChambeau. Strong finishes for Ancer and for Kaikanjana. 65s, they were out earlier today. Schauffele's been on a great run recently, and another excellent round from him. Scotty Scheffler, a little bit like Rory McIlroy out there today, just couldn't get it going with the putter. 3 over par for the front 9, finished up with a round of 74. John Rahm, last year's Open champion, he struggled with the putter a bit lately. He closed out with a round of 70. There's Chelly in amongst the 5 unders. Justin Thomas never just really got going this week, did he, the PGA champion? Dunked one in the Swilkenburn at the first today. Well, it won't leave his side, will it? The Claret Jug.
Him as well, please. Thanks, Dave.
Hey, that's it.
Thanks, Dave.
Drink it all in. Well, guys, some final thoughts on not just the victory, but the week we've had here at St Andrews for this very special edition of the Open.
Well, I think it's been a brilliant week. Not only the golf is always fantastic at an Open Championship, but just the week, the setup and the whole atmosphere around St Andrews, the way the R&A has led into this championship. It's been a great celebration of golf. It started on Monday afternoon. Brilliant. with all the great champions. Sort of champions dinner there on Tuesday night, and seeing Nicholas and Trevino and all these guys being here. I just think it's been one of the best weeks and one of the best Open Championships I've ever been to.
It's been the exact week that our sport has needed at just the right time here at the Old Course.
It really has, and here's the man who has the Claret Jug in his hands. It really has been something quite special. The atmosphere has been electric for the whole week, and it's an Australian victory at the home of golf here at St Andrews. We move on to Royal, Liverpool and Hoylake next year, but we'll leave you with these sensational memories and pictures from the home of golf itself. The Players' Champion has become the Open Champion as well. Well done, Cam Smith.